Test 1 2. Oh, here we go. I guess the audio. I guess I should shut the audio off. All right. Test 1 2. Okay, we're good now. All right. All right. 3 2 1. We're redoing everything. What's going on, everyone? It is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for being a part of the show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. You guys should be good now in terms of the audio. You guys good? All right, here we go. So we got 5 continuous hours of streaming today right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I'm sure who's watching the Cal versus Auburn game right now. Cal is leading Auburn by a score of 21-7. Auburn's on its back. There's 7 minutes left in this game. If you're new to this, this is how it's going to work. All right, what we do is we have live game highlights. Here's the team walking in to the stadium. This was earlier, about an hour ago. We got live news highlights. Coach Saban, the field was dedicated to him. Did you guys see that video? Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Yo, the GOAT, right? I love the speech. Miss Terry was up there. I just wanted a plaque from Miss Terry. I've already said my piece about that. Let's see if Auburn can punch one in right now. 7 minutes left. Incomplete pass. It's going to be a 3rd and 1. So if you've never watched this before, this is called a watch along. So I'll be live for literally 5.5 hours. I'll take you all the way to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference after the game. I'll take calls as well. During the show, you might see a commercial break, which will look like this. That just means I've stepped away, maybe to eat some Wingstop or something like that. And we'll have tons of news. So, for example, the first piece of news, and we'll go to the monitor. Anytime I go to the monitor, it is something big, okay? So we'll have full stats. Here's the injury report. Did you guys see this? Okay, so I haven't seen an update on Elijah Pritchett just yet. And you're like, what? Was he hurt? Well, let's start from the left and work our way all the way to the right, okay? Caden Proctor just listed as out by Coach Kalen Deboer. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you about Caden Proctor not playing in this game? 10, like you're freaking out. 5, you're okay. 2, it's not bothering you. You're chilling. I would imagine that Elijah Pritchett starts in his place. But I'm not sure because Tyler Booker was getting some work too at the left tackle position. Elijah Pritchett, he has some sort of injury. I didn't even know he was injured. It's a minor injury. He was kind of limited this week during practice. That's the pregame practice report, right? You also have Deshaun Jones, who was dealing with the hammy during the game. What's up, Javion? I'll do some shout-outs here in a minute. Let me get the show warmed up. We got 1:15 on. We're still about 30 minutes out. Alabama taking on South Florida. This is the pregame show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We'll take you all the way to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference, news, game highlights, live scoreboard as it happens. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. Jeremiah Alexander, he's out. I don't even know what he was out with, what type of injury he was out with. They never said. So he's out. And then I know a lot of people keep asking about Jalen Hell, the wide receiver. He didn't play in week 1. He was hurt during the springtime. He's out until further notice. So 89% of the fans believe that Alabama beat South Florida by more than 30 points. We got T up in the house.
Hello, everyone.
T is coming to us. She's working the monitor today. T, how you feeling?
I am excited.
You feeling good about 5 continuous hours of streaming?
I'm excited. I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay, good. So we got T up in the house. I appreciate you guys being here. Hey, you know what? Other scores, and I'll pipe in other scores, news, notes. Did you see Penn State survive Bowling Green? See, if Alabama did that, they would completely be – it's intercepted in the end zone. Cal has intercepted it in the end zone. There's a flag on the play. We got a lot to go over because I got Alabama's starting offensive line. So let's go over what the offensive line is going to look like today. And it's not going to look like this, okay? So, AT, if you could put, I have in one of the graphics, I have where Tyler Booker is starting at tackle and Gino Vandermark is starting at guard. So even if you wanted to update this graphic, but I have it somewhere else. I didn't anticipate this. So the offensive line is that it's not going to look like this. Give us a second to edit this. I appreciate you guys being here. So today for Alabama, and we'll have the updated graphic as soon as possible. Got T in the house working. So the starting, get this, the starting offensive line for Alabama. Again, I'm going to have this graphic updated in 2 seconds. By the way, Auburn has just scored. The interception was called off, and Auburn has just scored now. So the score is 21-14 with, I don't know, let's say 5 minutes to play. Cal still leading. But the Alabama offensive line is going to look like this. Listen up. This is important. So you have Tyler Booker, who's going to be at left tackle. You have Gino Vandermark. T, you good on that? And it should be on the original depth chart. And I could find it for you, too. Give me 1 second. It's going to be Gino Vandermark. And then following that, you're going to have Parker Brailsford. It's under depth chart and snap counts. I got it right here, by the way. Depth chart and snap counts. And then it's going to be Jaden Roberts and then Wilcom Formby. So that is going to be your starting offensive line today against South Florida. Now, as we saw against Western Kentucky, there was a lot of rotation, a lot of guys in, a lot of guys moving around. Look at the sights from Bryant-Denny Stadium. This place is completely sold out again. And by the way, I'll bring up that graphic as soon as I can get it from T once we update. So you got Tyler Booker, Gino Vandermark, and Parker Brailsford. That's going to be the starting rotation. I actually like that setup. I feel pretty good about it. I think when you look to the Alabama offensive line and, you know, how things could go, yeah, I'm happy to see it. Tyler Booker, I mean, he's such a versatile player that I think he'll do really well at left tackle position. Are you going to have to create that team? I'm pretty sure I'm sorry? I tweeted it. So we could screenshot from there too. If you go to X and then just screenshot that tweet, it's in there as well. Nice little curveball to start out the show, right? Gino Vandermark's a great addition. He was a really good addition to the Alabama Crimson Tide, coming to Alabama from Michigan State. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I'll take you all the way through Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We got a ton to go over today. I appreciate you guys being here, following the content. You also have, check this out. You also have some big-time recruits in town. So you got Caleb Cunningham, who's a 5-star, who was just in Ole Miss last week to see Ole Miss beat Furman, right? He's here today, and you saw Jamarcus Shepard hyping him up. You have Justice Terry, who's a 5-star defensive lineman, who's undecided, and I think he's going to take his official. Oh, wow. I just saw the poll, T. Barbecue, buffalo, garlic, parm, and lemon pepper. You could just put it in Canva. You got AK Deer up in town, too. 4-star, soon to be 5-star running back who's committed to Alabama. He's in town. If you think about it, Caleb Cunningham and AK Deer, I'm sure they just rolled up from Mississippi together. And then Micah DeBose, he probably rolled up from, LA, right? Love it. Love to see it. This is the watch along right here. My name is Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. When the game is actually going, we got live stats. We're going to take it all to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here just about probably 25 minutes away from kickoff. I have some questions that I'm going to ask you, too, regarding how many touchdowns you think Jalen Milroe accounts for. 5 last week. How many you think today against South Florida? And I think when we go back to the monitor and we look at the guys in town, and there's a ton of guys that came back for Coach Saban's dedication at the field. I think and there's many more. I mean, if you followed your recruiting sites, I mean, there's a ton of guys that are here. Big names. But I think it continues to show that Alabama football is still the standard. I mean, there's nothing else bigger in college football than Alabama football. ESPN is just think about their first 2 games. Their first 2 games against Western Kentucky and South Florida are each on ESPN. I promise you, to ESPN, no other program matters. The only program that matters is Alabama, and anything with Coach Saban, because it's a ratings game. Jeff, I like that, man. I see you inside the comment box. I'll get to you guys in just a minute. Warming up the show. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This is the watch along. We're watching Cal trying to pull one out at the barn. It's 21-14. 5 minutes left. Cal trying to move the ball. Auburn got a late score. Hugh Freeze looks, man, if they lose to Cal, man, that's just not it. Who watched Texas versus Michigan? What do you guys think about that game? I watched everything up until the third quarter. My takeaway, it's not complicated. Texas is a good team with a good quarterback, good weapons on the outside, play pretty good defense. Here's Cal's quarterback running for a first down. And Michigan has a good running back, a good defense. No quarterback. Poor quarterback play. That's why it's always amazing to me. You know, you get a guy like Ty Simpson. I think he could work Michigan's team. The quarterback that they had over there, man, I wasn't impressed with him at all. I mean, is Michigan a top 20 team? I guess. But they didn't. I mean, I don't know. I feel that USC is better than them right now head to head based off the one game I watched from USC and this game that I watched from Michigan. That's just my take. Texas is also, they're really good. Quarterback's great. He can throw it in windows. Finds open receivers. He's good. Isaiah Bond, they utilize him. He's good. Steve Sarkisian, he's good. Is Cal's quarterback hurt? Oh, my goodness. So Cal is driving. They just picked up a first down. Their quarterback goes out to the side, and he basically steps awkwardly on the Auburn bench. Nobody even hit him. He's injured, and he's literally limping off the field. Critical. It's like 4 minutes left in this game. Mendoza is going to the sideline. He's taking off his helmet. You have the backup quarterback coming in for Cal, 21-14, 4 minutes and 35 seconds left in this game. Cal trying to put Auburn away at the barn. Backup quarterback is in. Chandler Rogers, 6 foot, 200 pounds, out of Mansfield, Texas. Let's see what he can do. First play is a handoff. He's going to be bottled up, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. What's the update on the poll?
The leader seems to be lemon pepper.
Lemon pepper?
Yeah, 32%.
Can we get a lemon pepper order, please? We got some Drake fans up in here.
And then barbecue is in second place.
Barbecue's in second place, huh? No garlic. Where are my garlic parm people at?
They're in last.
Garlic parm is in last?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm a huge garlic parm person. But you know what? That ranch, it all starts with the ranch. You can put that ranch on anything.
How much of that do you have in your fridge right now?
I have a mason jar of the I have a mason jar full, to be exact. So you got the recruits in town. T, did we get that graphic up?
Yeah, I shared it, and it's in the last part of the slide.
Oh, you could just put it over the offensive line, but that's fine.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Here's what we look like today for the offensive line. This is wild. Tyler Booker starting at left tackle. Geno Vandermark starting at left guard. Parker Brailsford at center. Jaden Roberts at right guard. Wilcom Formby at right tackle. I think what this does today, so you have, I think Elijah Pritchett might be out. I'll get an update on that. Caden Proctor, he's out with a shoulder injury. Probably could have played today, holding him out, hopeful for next week. As you can see, we got the snaps on the screen right here. And I think what this is going to do is showcase Tyler Booker's versatility. He's going to be a top 15 pick at the very least in the NFL. And the icons, they mean that's like captain, All-American, and we'll update. I have behind the scenes, we're going to update in terms of like putting the numbers on. We have all the numbers and everything like that for the rest of the players. 177 on right now for the pregame show. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. We're like 15 minutes away from kickoff between Alabama and South Florida. This is our starting offensive line for game number 2. So many guys played in this last game. So many guys. A lot of rotation. All right, T, will you take off that the poll? All right, and leave it off because I can't see the comment box when I'm live because the poll takes up everybody. All right, so we got 30% lemon pepper barbecue, 26% buffalo, 24%. Hey, garlic parm didn't do terrible. It was a pretty even vote.
Yeah,
I mean, we've had, that was probably, that was our closest one that we've had. All right, let me do some shout outs to people that are up in the show. So, I guess let's just start. I'll just start from the top. And I appreciate you guys being here. All right. Let me know right now. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Like, let's do a roll call. So rep your city. Kimberly, I see you. Jeff, I see you. Brent, I see you. Caitlin, Neil, Jared, Who Dat, Javion, Eric, Jeff, Lee. Lee says, I love garlic and lemon pepper, but could only choose one. Okay, yeah, I feel you on that. Notre Dame lost. What'd I tell you? I don't even know who did. Notre Dame again? Man, what did I tell you? I told everybody all season that Florida State and that Notre Dame were pretenders. And Notre Dame, they go and lose right here to, oh my goodness, they lost to Northern Illinois. God, hey, look, you guys have followed me long enough. Did I say, you can go back and read my receipts, that I said that Notre Dame, T, you even said that Notre Dame was a pretender.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. Overrated.
Completely overrated. Yeah, I've been talking about, look, Florida State and Notre Dame, I would never drink that Kool-Aid, ever. Ever, ever, ever. And today, Notre Dame loses. Unbelievable. Wow, that is sad. Wow, that is wild. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Coming up next, we got the watch along as Alabama takes on. Man, that is so crazy. Alabama takes on South Florida. I can't believe that these guys lost. Look at this. I want to put it on the screen so we can look at it. Look at that. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I wish I would have done a Notre Dame meltdown. And it's, you know what's crazy? So I always go to like see like other programs how their post-game shows are doing and stuff like that. Like Florida State, because there's so much drama and they lose, then they win, and they lose, and they win. There's like 8,000 people watching because of the drama, right? There's no drama here at Alabama. We already know what's going to happen in this game. Northern Illinois, like, are you serious? I can't even imagine how many people are on their post-game show. Crazy. Wow, that is wild. I can't believe Notre Dame football lost. I mean, I can, but I'm just, that it like really happened so early. Man, they're out. Get out of here. And their schedule was so easy too. Look at this. Look at their schedule. So you beat Texas A&M on the road. You overlook clearly Northern Illinois, and you lose this game. You go to Purdue. Look how easy their schedule is. Look how easy Notre Dame's schedule is. Miami of Ohio, Louisville, Stanford, at Georgia Tech, Navy, Florida State, Virginia, Army, then at USC. I mean, there's a couple games on there that are a little bit difficult. But they basically, they went to win the game off a field goal. I'm looking at it on TV right here, and they missed it. It was blocked. Wild. I would never drink the Notre Dame Kool-Aid. If somebody comes to you one day and they're dressed like a Notre Dame fan and you're feeling vulnerable and they offer you something to drink, turn them down. We will find you and we'll make sure you're safe. We will pair you up with a more suitable team to drink. It's just intercepted. And Hugh Freeze is out here too pretending. So again, okay, when you're out there, don't drink the Florida State Kool-Aid and don't drink the Notre Dame. Just don't do it. Just if you find yourself in a bad spot, I'll even put my number inside the comment box. You call me. I'll say don't ever drink it. Okay? Because I just don't do it. All right. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Coming up next, we got Jalen Milroe. You got Ryan Williams. You got Quay Russo, who, by the way, is listed as the lone wolf starter as a redshirt freshman. Yo, look, a lot of guys are still going to rotate just because this is, a game of rotation that Alabama has so many guys. But Quay Russo has basically won that spot. He earned that spot being the wolf. Redshirt freshman. Yo, I'm telling you, if you go through Alabama's line and you look to all of the guys on their team, they are so young. This team is so young. Here it is. And I spent, just humor me because I spent so much time adding the numbers and the graduation years to this graphic, okay? Cal Bears, by the way, going to beat Auburn in the barn. All right, just look how young this team is, okay? You see a senior on this? And these are the stats from last game. I don't see a senior. Do you see a senior here? I don't see a senior. The F means a freshman, and that's not redshirt freshman. They're just freshmen, right? Look, I don't see a senior. Do you? Okay. I see one senior that's a tight end, C.J. Dupree. Just one so far. Oh, two, Robbie Oots, right? So we have two. Okay, here's the wide receivers. Do you see a senior on here? I should probably change that red freshman because people are gonna think it's a redshirt freshman. So I'll just put freshman. Do you see a freshman here? I don't. Offensive line. There's not a senior here. That's crazy. So look, Tyler Booker won't come back. But he's not a senior. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay. Here's the defensive tackles. Okay, we got a graduate, Tim Smith. I'm telling you, the team next year is going to be unbelievable. All right, so you lose Jamarian Latham, but now you have LT Overton, who theoretically could come back. I don't know if he will. Keon Keeley, Jordan Renard, a lot of people talking about him. The wolf position. All right, so you lose Q, but you got Keanu Coate, Quay Russo, right? Oh, Yanzi Pierre. We need to update Yanzi Pierre's number. It's 42, not 4. That's on the Wolf position. And then Noah Carter, who's just a freshman. Inside linebackers. Look, they're going to leave. Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell, they're going to leave. But if they wanted to, they could come back. Did you guys read that thing about a 6th year? The guys could come back if they have like NIL deals. That's something that's out there as well. Oh, you lose Justin Jefferson. So next year, I think an area of concern, is the inside linebacker position, because theoretically you lose 3 guys. Right? Chris, what's up, man? Think about this. Notre Dame lost today, and Auburn lost. Isn't that amazing? Auburn lost. It's like, that just makes you happy. It's got to make you happy. 323 on what's going on. It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. We're going over the depth chart. I'm just highlighting the fact that this young team is, you're going to lose guys here. You're going to lose 3 guys here. But you get my point. Like, they're young. Let's continue. Here's the corners. You see a senior? I don't. Now I would imagine, Damani Jackson goes on. And you see, like, T and I, we fine craft the stats. So if you see something, and we're going to update these during the game. So you can actually see, right, like the players' numbers. I went and added that. And then we added the snap counts. We added if the player was targeted. We added the tackles. And that's something that you're going to get during the game as well. It's amazing that there was 19 freshmen that played in this last game. 19. I would imagine Damani Jackson moves on, right? And then you have Xavier Brown and Pride, Jalen Mbakwe as your starters next year as sophomores. 21-14 is a score between Cal and Auburn. Cal has the football. There's a minute 40 left. We're taking you to all the way down to Alabama and South Florida. We will have a watch along. I got live stats, news, highlights as it happens. Here's a look at the safety. So you lose Malachi. And I would imagine you lose Keon Sapp. Now, Keon Sapp, since he's a redshirt sophomore, he's already played 3 years, so he's draft eligible after this year. Same thing with King Mack. I would imagine he comes back because he's not a starter. You get my drift. And then special teams wise, you got Graham Nicholson. He'll move on. James Burnup. That would be interesting. I would hope he comes back. Oh, no, he can't come back. He's a senior, sorry. And then Neely Hibbett. So that's an area of concern. So right now, if I'm looking at next year's Alabama team, I'm concerned about inside linebackers and special teams. And that's maybe where I go to the transfer portal or, you're recruiting, whatever. But that's just, kind of how I see it. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. We are getting close to Alabama and South Florida. During the show, you'll get live stats, you'll get highlights, we'll get the scoring summary. We got it all for you between Alabama and South Florida. You will also see us take some commercial breaks. They're not long commercial breaks. I might have to excuse myself for a minute or, for halftime for a few more minutes so I can get some food. But we will take you all the way through Kalen Deboer's press conference. So this is what the commercial looks like. And then I'll be back, okay? We also have a couple additional things that I want to tell you guys about. So if you guys want to be sponsors of the actual show right here on Bama Football on YouTube, since we are fan-funded by you guys can go ahead and we're going to list out our fan sponsors during the game. So this is how this will work. So I'll show you. Hey, and by the way, Sheila Cole is now a level 1 fan funder. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. So if you're a game sponsor, that's somebody who has super chatted $100 or more. The touchdown club is $25 or more. The first down club is $5.99 or more. Okay? So that's how it works. We'll continue to update this if you super chat during the show. We appreciate you guys for being here and supporting us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, when we look at the stats, okay, from last game, you see that Alabama was honestly such a buzzsaw. We got 9 minutes before Alabama and South Florida kickoff, by the way. Game's on ESPN. Points per game, 63. Okay? The opponents, they scored 0. I mean, I wouldn't, like, what was amazing to me is I was saying, and this is what I told you, I felt that the offense was a little bit ahead of the defense. Look, and I asked you earlier in the week, who were you more impressed with, the offense or the defense? And you guys said the defense. It is almost impossible to shut out teams in this era of college football, right? There's another interception by Auburn, so Cal Bears will move to 2-0, and Auburn will fall to 1-1. They lose a home game. First downs last week, 25 by Alabama, just 10 by Western Kentucky. Now, look, I think you got a better team coming in, but I do like the matchup still, considering the 4-2-5, I think, fares well against South Florida. The two inside linebackers, I think they'll be able to bottle up Bryson Brown, their quarterback. Rushing last week, 334 yards on the ground. A lot of guys in the rotation. And passing-wise, 12 of 18 for 266 yards. Man, pretty impressive, the Alabama Crimson Tide, right? We got 340 on. This is the injury report, okay? So you got Caden Proctor, who's out. Elijah Pritchett, I believe he's out as well. I'll update that. And if you missed it, Alabama's offensive line from left to right reads like this: Tyler Booker, Geno Vandermark, Parker Brailsford, Jaden Roberts, and Wilcom Formby. Those are your offensive linemen for today. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. These are the guys who are visiting today. You got some, like, there's a lot of people in town. Former Alabama players that wanted to come see Coach Saban up at the podium. Coach Saban, when he spoke, you guys saw this, right? Just a few minutes away from Alabama versus South Florida. He just has so much gratitude for the fans. I miss it. Honestly, I miss him at the podium. I've moved on, right? Coach Kalen Deboer is the guy. I've moved on. I've had my time to think about it. But I miss Coach Saban at the podium. He had a lot of just life. He was a life coach for all of us, right? Okay, so also during the show, what you can expect. So this is a watch along, right? So we'll have the graphic and we'll have the scoreboard at the bottom. This will all be in real time, okay? So every time we hit the first down, I want you guys to type in 1, okay? That's for the first down. Now, if there's a big play, you're going to type in B for big play. A deep pass, a quarterback sack. For third down, right, type D for defense. And if there's a touchdown, we go crazy and type T for touchdown, okay? If there's a turnover, we go full screen for the turnover. And I have a turnover chain that isn't far from me, okay? For the fourth quarter, we throw them up, right? And then after the show, we will go to the post-game show. I'll get set up, and I'll take your calls, and we'll do it right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So that's how the watch-along works. I appreciate you guys. We got live stats. We got real-time information that we will bring to you during this game, okay? So we will keep you completely posted on how things look. So Jalen Milroe starts rolling. We have graphics for him. Justice Haynes gets hot. The wide receivers. A lot of the times when you watch the game, I know this for a fact because I love stats. They don't show you the whole picture of the game. So you're going to leave this show knowing more than you've ever known about the game because we're going to bring you the stats, analysis. I'm going to hang out with you guys right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. I will take you all the way through Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. So get comfy, have a good time. Give me 2 seconds, and then we'll come back as we get ready for Alabama and South Florida. Let me ask you, while I take my first commercial break. Inside the comment box right now, we got 411 on. Before I take my first commercial break, how many touchdowns do you think Jalen Milroe will score? Okay, I'm on a commercial for 1 minute. How many touchdowns will Jalen Milroe score? I'll be back in 1 minute right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We're about to kick between South Florida, Alabama. I got you covered right here. Bama Football on YouTube. How many touchdowns for Jalen Milroe? Be right back. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Just about to kick. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm reading how many touchdowns. Hey, we got a super chat in from Nick Bowling for $50, man. You just moved on to the sponsor page. We'll get you posted there in just a second. I appreciate you guys. Jeff is saying 4 touchdowns. Jeff, I appreciate you being a member of the Fan Funder Club right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Thank you so much for being a member of Bama Football on YouTube. Garrett says 5 touchdowns. 4. Byron says 4. Cornelius is saying 3. Ooh, I like this, Jarvis. 3 or 2 passing and 1 rushing. Beth is saying 5. We got a ton of comments on that. I'm just saying total touchdowns. Because last time he had 5, right? In light work. 6. The thing about it is, look, we got 532 in. I appreciate you guys for being here. How it works, we get the live scoreboard, live stats. We will bring you every single thing here during this watch along. Okay, I appreciate you guys. Chris is saying 3 and 3, 3 passing, 3 rushing. Man, I think that we all know that this is a Heisman campaign. Okay, took him to New York, let him do his thing. I mean, I think you let him feast. And the thing is, while we didn't really highlight it this week, Alex Gollish, the coach for South Florida, he was talking. I didn't bring the press conference here. I thought about cutting it as a short. He said that he feels that his team can play with anybody. I promise you, Alabama cut that, right? And they played it to the team, okay? So Bama Bell is saying, I'm pissed that DirecTV took away ESPN. Why are they doing that? T and I were just talking about companies that need to be resurrected. DirecTV, that's one of them, right?
Yeah, that was absolutely.
Why would they do that to Alabama football fans? I'm not sure. So, I mean, there's plenty of options. If you want to watch the game, there you got Hulu, you got YouTube TV, you got Comcast.
Yeah. Or you could just chill here with us and just talk through it.
Yeah. So we appreciate you guys for being here. We are getting ready to go here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Last year was 17-3. Alabama fans weren't happy about that. Coach Kalen Deboer said going into this game, last year's last year, this year's this year, but I think we all know that we want to see Alabama drop the hammer. 5:45 inside the house. Get the thumbs up. We appreciate you guys. Here we go. Alabama is set to kick to South Florida. You get a taste of Byrum Brown last year against Alabama. He had over 250 yards of total offense in that game that felt like it was stuck in the mud. Garrett Clemens, we see you inside the comment box. Nick, we appreciate you being here, man, and everybody else inside the comment box. Let's go. Here we go, and away we go. It's a kick by Connor Talty, who's Alabama's kicker. South Florida is going to field it, and he's going to be bottled up, and Alabama will start on defense. And here we go, 14:54 in this game. Let's see what Alabama's defense can do. If I step to the side, it's because I have a little bit better view of my TV from this angle. See, can you see me? I got the Tide hat on today. This is from Chris Mobley, and this top is from the student store. Soup store. Is that what I call it? Soup store. Okay, Byrum Brown in at quarterback. They love to spread the wide receivers as far as you could see. You got Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell, your inside linebackers that I think are going to have a monster game. South Florida, man in motion. First play is going to be a pass. It's going to be complete, and dogs are barking, and it's going to be a first down, South Florida. The dog's barking downstairs. We will close the door, and it's a hurry-up attack by South Florida. This time it's going to be a run up the middle. It's going to be bottled up. We will have stats as the game goes forward. As the game matures, we'll have scoring summary, key stats, everything you need right here at Bama Football on YouTube. 5:20 up in the house. Byrum Brown back to pass. He's going to be swallowed up in the backfield by big Tim Keenan. Tim Keenan. Yo, I've been talking about Tim Keenan for a long time. Man, he moves well. He's hungry. You heard Freddie Roach talk about him. Tim Keenan with quarterback sack. T, you good on the stats? All right, good. As the game matures, we'll bring you stats right here to Bama Football on YouTube. It is a 3rd and 10. See what the defense can do on 3rd down. Byrum Brown back to pass. He's going to roll out to his left, and Jahad Campbell's going to push him out of bounds, and he's going to be out. It's going to be let's call it a 4th and 1. I mean, Jahad Campbell's an absolute monster. I mean, his acceleration side to side is really incredible. So let's see what South Florida is going to do. They're going to go for it. There's a penalty on the field. It's going to be a first down. I didn't even see what the call was. It's going to be on Damani Jackson. Huh. I didn't even see. What was the penalty on that? Got to get off the field here. So South Florida will retain possession. 4:48 up in the house. We appreciate you guys for being here. See the defense. Last week, Western Kentucky did get into the red zone twice. Didn't score on both opportunities. Brown up the middle. He's going to be tackled by Deontay Lawson. Now, this is the type of offense that you're going to have to deal with from South Florida. Yeah, this is a dangerous team. You have a very experienced quarterback. He's a big quarterback, similar size to Jalen Milroe. He can run. He can get up the middle of the field. He can pass. And it's a run right up the middle of the field, and Malachi Moore is going to come up with the tackle, but it's going to be a chunk yards, and Wright is going to get 15, let's say, and he's moving it. South Florida is moving the football. They're now at the 30-yard line. Back to pass. Brown to the outside is going to be complete once again. They're going to say incomplete, so it's going to be 2nd down. Yo, see this offense, they can go. 2nd and 10. Man, you need to get a stop, right? Jarvis, what's going on, man? I appreciate you being here. Pick 6 would be great, right? All right, let's see what the defense can do. 2nd and 10. Brown in the shotgun. He's going to hand off up the middle. He's going to be stuffed, and it's going to be a 3rd down for South Florida. These are these type of teams that you play. It's kind of like they move the ball methodically. Alex Golish is a good offensive play caller. Brown gets to the outside, shakes off a tackle, and he's going to get to the 10-yard line. He was tackled by Keon Sabb. He's doing the same thing that he did last year against Alabama. Nana, what's going on? I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Got to get a stop. South Florida. Let's call him at the 12. It's going to be another run up the middle. This team is definitely moving the chains. My goodness. Get stat broadcast open up as well. they have moved the football right down the field on Alabama. I don't like it. This has been a good game plan. And you got to remember, these type of games are always scripted from the offensive standpoint. This is what South Florida wanted to do. Brown is 1 of 3 on the drive. He has 4 rushes for 24 yards. Brown back to pass. There's pressure. It's going to be incomplete, and it's going to be a 3rd and 9 for South Florida. Brown now 1 of 4 on the game. 3rd and 8 at the Alabama 10-yard line. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining the live watch-along. Critical play right here. It is 3rd and 9 from the 10-yard line. South Florida trying to get the first points against anybody. Alabama this season, right? Shutout last week. 4 wide receivers set. Brown back to pass. He's going to call an audible. Wright comes to the backfield. You have 3 wide receivers, 2 at the top, 1 in the backfield. Looks like there was some movement, and there's flags on the field. I think it's going to be a false start on South Florida. Once they're moving back, it'll be, I think it'll put them at a 3rd and 14. Mercedes, what's up? I appreciate you being here. Got to keep them out of the end zone for sure. Alex Gollish and his quarterback, Byrum Brown, now face a, what did they put him at? This is a 3rd and 14, as I suspected. 11 minutes and 33 seconds in the first quarter. It's a 3rd and 14. Brown has 3 wide receivers down to the bottom of your screen. Back to pass. Here comes pressure from Alabama, and it's going to be nearly intercepted by Jahad Campbell. He would have took that to the absolute house, and you're going to have a field goal for the Crimson Tide. Good stop. I mean, look, that was a good drive by South Florida. It was what it was, and South Florida comes out to kick a field goal. It was a long drive. They got a good quarterback. This team is a lot better than Western Kentucky. In fact, if you want to know the drive, it was 12 plays, 60 yards, and here comes South Florida kick a field goal, which would be the first points that Alabama has allowed this game. It would have been a pick 6 by Jahad Campbell. He would have took it. Good stop. Kick is good. And South Florida strikes first in this game. 12 plays, 60 yards, ends with the field goal, and it is 3-0 South Florida. What did I learn on that drive? Well, I mean, Alabama, they bent a little bit, but they didn't break. There was some nice runs by South Florida. Their running back, Naquan Wright, has 4 carries for 19 yards. Byrum Brown has 4 rushes for 24 yards. Next up, we'll get to see Alabama's offense. Passing-wise, Brown was 1 of 4 for just 12 yards. And it's a 34-yard field goal to cap off a 13-play, 60-yard drive. And South Florida leads 3-0 early in the game. Look, we knew that South Florida would have something in place to move the sticks. Their quarterback's great. This is actually one of the sleeper teams in the AAC. Not worried about it. I like how this team has played so far in the red zone from the small sample size that we've seen. Could have been an interception. I'm sure Kane Womack's going to talk about that when he gets to the podium on Monday. It was just kind of out of his hands, though. It wasn't like it hit him in the hands. He kind of just, batted it down with his big paw. Whatever. That's what they called that, Greg? Was that a late hit on Damani Jackson? I didn't see what the call was. Yeah, I didn't, because they zoomed to Damani, and I don't even think they showed the penalty. Was it a late hit? I ain't see it. Beth says it was trash. Must have missed it. Other than that, I mean, that was all right. It was good to come out with a just 3 points in the red zone. GSP Scott, what's going on? I appreciate it. Kimberly, what's going on? Now you get to see that electric Alabama offense that had over 600 yards of offense in week 1 against Western Kentucky, led by Heisman hopeful Jalen Milroe. And last week, my goodness, I mean, that team was on absolute fire, as you could see. Those are the stats. Those are our game log stats. So those will be updated as this game matures. The scoring drive, South Florida kicks a 34-yard field goal to go up 3-0. We'll put 3-0 on the back of that as well. Recruits in town, I talked about this a little bit. You got some big names, Caleb Cunningham, Justice Terry, A.K. Deere, Micah DeBose, all these guys up in the house. I mean, you know what I'm curious to see is to see the quick strike approach, right? Because last week against Western Kentucky, man, you couldn't even have a bite of popcorn. They were already in the end zone. And if they have to sustain drives, I think they will because of this fact. I think that they will be able to run the football really effectively. But remember, okay, so this is what we're watching during Alabama's first drive, okay? Your starting tackle is Tyler Booker. Your guard is Geno Vandermark at left guard. Your center is Parker Brailsford, Jaden Roberts, and then Wilcom Formby. So, new offensive line because Caden Proctor's out. Looks like Elijah Pritchard's out too. I didn't even know he was injured. And away we go. Here comes South Florida. Kick the ball away. And it's going to be fair caught by Kendrick Law. Alabama still hasn't returned a kick this year. All right, let's see it. I'm excited. I'm excited about this offense. Tyler Booker, again, starting at left tackle. Oh, here we go. This Alabama offense. Led by so many talented players. It is crazy. What do you guys think? 80-yard touchdown, Ryan Williams? T?
I can see it. I'm not going to rule it out.
I know. Remember when we came in last week and we're like, well, Ryan Williams, like, what will it be like?
Yeah, is he overrated?
Man, he caught the ball right off the bump. All right, here comes Jalen Milroe. A lot of motion sets. You got two wide receivers to the bottom of your screen. And it's going to be a handoff to Justice Haynes. He's going to be wrapped up. I don't even know if he got a yard or two. It's going to be second down for the Crimson Tide. Hey, Beth, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate you. Jalen Milroe in shotgun formation. Little dump-off pass. That's going to be to Jeremy Bernard. Bernard's going to get about 5 yards. Alabama's going to be faced with a third and, let's say, 4. And T, on that sponsor page, if we could just shrink down the member just a little bit and then add maybe like the total too. And it's, yeah, cool. Thank you so much. Jalen Milroe has a wide receiver up top and you still have Justice Haynes in the backfield. 3rd and 7 for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Bernard down to the bottom of your screen. Jalen Milroe goes deep and he's going to overthrow Kendrick Law. It's going to be a 4th and 7 for Alabama. I don't know if that snap looked a little bit high or not. I mean, the throw was certainly off. So, and look, Alabama has a new offensive line. They certainly got to Milroe on that. Wilcom Formby allowed the pressure. Jalen Milroe was inaccurate, overthrew the wide receiver. Decent coverage, and Alabama will punt. Definitely not the start we're looking for. But remember, okay, look. You have a completely different offensive line. Tyler Booker's in at left guard, or left tackle. Geno Vandermark's left guard. Okay. They also punted last game on their first drive. Wasn't a good throw. I agree. Here we go. South Florida. Hey, and Nick is in the touchdown club. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I appreciate you. So if you're $100 or more, you get the game sponsor, Touchdown Club, and the First Down Club right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Appreciate you guys being here. This is what I do for a full-time basis, so I appreciate you guys supporting the product, being here on Bama Football on YouTube. Be streaming the entire game. We have stats. We'll update them as the game matures. Like, for example, do we have Jalen Milroe yet for the quarterbacks, T? I mean, I know he threw the ball just a couple times, but just to give him kind of a taste of what's to come. This is South Florida's their second drive. That first drive that they had was 13 plays. South Florida in motion. Byrum Brown is going to run it for, 4 yards. South Florida facing a 2nd and 6. Hands it up the middle. He's going to be bottled up by big Tim Keenan. That's Keenan's second tackle. Tim Keenan has 2 tackles. 1 is a sack. Yo, Greg, he's playing at seriously, the level that Tim Keenan is playing at, unbelievable. 3:17 on. I appreciate you guys being here. 3rd down and 6 for the Alabama Crimson Tide. South Florida trying to move the chains. Byrum Brown back in shotgun. Motion man. They got 3 wide receivers to the bottom of your screen. Brown's going to audible. 9 minutes and 28 seconds in the first quarter. Alabama punted on their opening drive. Byrum Brown back to pass. Has pretty good protection. Throws it downfield. He has a man who was wide open who had beat Red Morgan. It would have been a touchdown if it was an accurate pass. He's going to overthrow it. It's going to be 4th and 6, and South Florida is going to punt. Man, this was just a good move by South Florida's wide receiver, and he beat the freshman 100%. I mean, if he throws that ball 2 yards less, that's a touchdown. Yikes. You face a really good quarterback, that's a touchdown 100% of the time. Red Morgan was beat 100%. He was beat. It was overthrown. You'll get another opportunity for Alabama. Back to receive the punt is Cole Adams, who will take it out at the 25. There's a flag on the play. Seems like Alabama was kind of playing a little bit fast when they first came out, right? Kind of opening game. I didn't like that that first series. But then again, Alabama punted on their first drive against Western Kentucky. Just chill. You need a big play. Alabama doesn't have any momentum right now. David, he looked beat. Like that was it. He looked beat. It's going to be a holding on South Florida. That's going to move the ball in a little bit better position for the Alabama Crimson Tide on their second position. Hey, look, Coach Saban's texting. I thought he said he couldn't text. Did you see that? He was texting. Texting and maybe he was in the comment box. Maybe Coach Saban's on here. Maybe you see Mitchell. Hey, Coach. Good evening, Kyle. Roll Tide from the press box. Oh, man. You know what, Greg? This is a great point. Coach Saban, look, do you guys agree with me? Does he not look younger? Remember last year during this game? Do you remember what happened? His eye got bloodshot, and they said it was because of like high blood pressure. Whatever. I have no idea if that's the truth or not. But he looks younger. He looks great on game day. Think about Coach Saban's schedule. You think you're busy. He was just in Ann Arbor this morning. He flew. I don't think he flew on a Southwest plane or Spirit. Has anyone flown Spirit recently? I'm not hating. I'm just asking.
Where you need to go.
No, I know. But is Allegiant below Spirit?
I don't even know what Allegiant is.
See?
Yeah.
No, Allegiant. I'd never flown Allegiant. Not yet. I haven't had the honor. But I flew Spirit one time from Miami to LAX.
Look, I would do it if it was the price is right. And
I know. I did. Was it
scary?
Kinda. Yeah. But it made
Keep
it.
you on your toes.
Yeah, I'm here. Now I'm in beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Who's flown Spirit Airlines? Raise your hand inside the comment box. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Alabama with its second possession. On the first possession, they go 3 and out. And, as the game matures, we'll have stats that will be posted on the board. Right now, South Florida, they've had 2 possessions. Their first possession went for 13 plays, nearly 70 yards, and they got 3 points out of it. To be honest, if I'm being honest with you, they probably should have had another touchdown, okay? South Florida, the quarterback, Byrum Brown, had a wide receiver that was completely open. Red Morgan was beat. He overthrew the guy, and they punted, and here we are with Alabama's second possession. Now, key storylines that we're following. Bama Mike, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here. You have a new left tackle who is Tyler Booker, and then you have Gino Vandermark at guard. So, C. Mitchell saying, Kyle, less stress, NIL, no politics. Yeah, right? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he don't have to, go in and buy players. Everything has changed. We understand that. Coach Saban field, it was dedicated to him today. It looks amazing, by the way. Try being military. Man, we love our military, by the way. So thank you for your service. We appreciate it. We understand freedom's not free. I'm always hyping up veterans. One time we did Who's a Veteran inside the comment box. I kid you not. There was there had to be 100 vets watching the show. It was amazing. Yeah. All right, here we go. First and 10 for Alabama, 9:07. This is Alabama's second drive. Jalen Milroe in shotgun, back to pass, good protection. Hit a little bit, and he nearly throws an interception. My goodness, that did not look good. It looked like they hit his right leg. He's kind of hobbling a little bit. Caden Proctor with the gigantic chain on the right on the sideline. Man, that was not good. Yikes. Okay. Here we go. Robbie Oots and CJ Dupree both in on the left. Ryan Williams up top. Pass to Ryan Williams. Little screen to Ryan Williams. This is his first catch without scoring a touchdown. And that was for 4 yards. Ryan Williams last week, 2 receptions, 2 touchdowns, 134 yards. Alabama faces a third down. Yeah, this team looks a little bit, out of sync, I guess. Ouch. Oh, the guy's helmet hit Jalen Milroe's shin. Man, okay. Just, look, USF is going to be the sticky, okay? That's the 31-point spread. I ain't like it. Here we are. Looks like trainer's looking at, were they looking at Jeremy Bernard? Yeah, trainer's looking at Jeremy Bernard. Jeff Allen. Man, Jeff Allen's been busy. Here's Coach Kalen Deboer. Kalen Deboer, I think this is his first time facing Alex Golesh. Now, Alex Golesh, the head football coach of South Florida, has faced Alabama. This is his 4th consecutive time. He was the coach at Tennessee the OC at Tennessee when they beat Alabama a couple years ago. 3 wide receivers down at your bottom of the screen. Cole Adams also on the field. Cole Adams in motion. He'll be the H wide receiver. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Jalen Milroe goes deep, and pass interference is going to be called. It was a deep ball to Ryan Williams, and it was overthrown, but there was a lot of pushing, shoving. I don't know. It was a penalty. It's going to move the chains for Alabama. Pass interference. Okay. You just need a little bit of momentum. Now, Ryan Williams had that guy beat. So Alabama's going to be set up in really good position. Man, Ryan Williams is so fast. Look at this guy, man. The speed is incredible. Do we have a stat graphic of Jalen Milroe's stats that we can put on? Thank you, T. Appreciate you. Just to kind of show where we're at right now. Right now, 2 of 5, 7 yards, 4. Jam Miller is going to get his first action of the game. Yeah, I think they just need to settle down. They're excited. Coach Saban, they're coming off a big, 63-0 victory, right? It's okay. They'll settle in. What you need right here is a big play or just to simply punch it in. James Richards, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. What was that Georgia final score? I didn't see them. I saw they were beating Tennessee Tech 17-0, but I didn't see a final on them. All right, Jalen Milroe in shotgun formation. You have 2 tight ends. It's a 12 personnel set. Jalen Milroe is going to dump it out, and it is going to be completed to – I didn't see the receiver who caught it. That was Caleb Odom. So you know what? Caleb Odom has been getting a lot of PT. John, good to see. I mean, we talked about Ryan Williams so much, and we're going to, but Caleb Odom's right there too. You look at the future of the Alabama. I showed you guys before the game just the youth of this team. Caleb Odom and Ryan Williams going to grow up together. That is scary. They're playing right now. They're catching passes. They're being targeted. This isn't slop time. Like, these freshmen are playing. Jalen Milroe with, looks like Jam Miller in the backfield. It's going to be a handoff to Jam Miller. He's going to get, I don't know, let's call it 2. It's going to be 2nd and 8. 7 minutes. Oh, Greg, Notre Dame, so overrated. Them in Florida State. I wish I could have done a meltdown on them. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Unbelievable to lose to Northern Illinois. Okay, here comes Alabama. It's going to be a reverse to Jeremy Bernard. Jeremy Bernard is out there. He's making people miss and gets Alabama into the red zone. What a play call. See, that type of play call, what it was a reverse to Jeremy Bernard. Came from the other side of the field. And Jalen Milroe literally pitches it to him, comes around. We didn't see any of that under Tommy Rees. We didn't see that one time. Am I wrong? A little creativity. And look, I'm not saying go gadget, but those are the things that you need, right? Okay, Alabama back in action. Thinking you're going to like this next play. It's to Justice Haynes. Justin Haynes has a wide open run. It's going to be a touchdown, Alabama. 21-yard score, 7 plays, 65 yards, and we got our first touchdown for the Crimson Tide. There's a flag on the play. There's a holding. It's going to be a holding call on Geno Vandermark. Takes a touchdown off the board. Going to replay first down. Oh, my goodness. Geno Vandermark, the transfer. Yo, Robbie Oots for Heisman. What's up? I see you. Yo, that 12 personnel set, they've been going to it. 21-yard touchdown taken off the board because of a holding call. And it is first down again. 3 wide receivers up to the top. 1st and 17. Jalen Milroe trying to get something going. Team needs some momentum. Back to pass. It's going to be caught. He's going to be tagged. That is to Jeremy Bernard for, let's call it 19, and a first down, Alabama. Now, 5 yards out from putting some real points on the board. Really nice ball from Jalen Milroe to Jeremy Bernard, who got absolutely tagged. And Jalen Milroe trying to get something going. He's stuffed in the backfield. You're going to have 2nd and, I don't know. Let's call it 8. 2nd and goal? Okay. That was a nice catch by Jeremy Bernard. T, how are we doing on those stats? We good? Okay. This is a 9-play, 55-yard drive. So you're starting to see a little bit of a sustaining drive by the Alabama Crimson Tide. Milroe, 2nd and goal, 5:20 on the board. See what that offensive line can do. Jalen Milroe, it's a keeper. It's a design keeper. Gets to the outside, and Jalen Milroe is in the end zone for a touchdown. Alabama Crimson Tide on the board. Type T inside the comment box for touchdown. You know what? That's what Alabama needed. They needed a big play. That was a good drive, okay? 10 plays, 65 yards. It lasted 3 minutes and 59 seconds. PAT is good. Alabama 7, South Florida 3. What I liked on that drive was the nice throw by Jalen Milroe. Steps up and finds Jeremy Bernard for a 13-yard gain. That should be, I thought it was longer than 13. Have to double check on that. I'm looking at the stats now. You got 10? Well, I got 13 on this stat broadcast. I have Jalen Milroe, 4 of 6, 32 yards. Can we show the graphic of Jalen Milroe? And he has a touchdown. The yards and temps should be a touchdown there at the bottom. So Jalen Milroe in with the score. It was a 10-play, 65-yard drive. Look, you have a different offensive line. South Florida struck first. Saban Field being dedicated. A little bit of, wouldn't call it a distraction, but there's a lot of people on board. You're excited. You want to beat the brakes off this team. And Alabama puts together a solid drive. 10 plays, 65 yards. Capped off by a Jalen Milroe 10-yard touchdown run. Alabama takes a lead 7-3. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Yo, that was good. I liked it. I liked the design. Look, you know what I also liked? Is Nick Sheridan and his ability to be creative. And what I mean by that, 2 simple things that I'm talking about here, okay? He has 32 yards rushing already? Man, I like that. All right, I'm going to go to the monitor to look at Jalen Milroe. He is 4 of 6 for 32 yards. He has 1 touchdown, 6 attempts, 32 yards, and 1 touchdown. So that first TD, that's passing. So you could even put passing touchdown. So you could take off that one. Yeah. There you go. So he doesn't have a passing touchdown. So you can take that off. There you go. And he has 1 rushing. Yeah, there you go. So 32 yards rushing and 1 touchdown. He's 4 of 6 in the game. Like what I've seen so far from Nick Sheridan in terms of being creative. So, for example, the designed quarterback run, I love it. It was well executed. Put the ball in the hands of your best player, right? Jalen Milroe. Point number 2. I like the fact that they ran a reverse for a first down with Jeremy Bernard. Get your best players the football. I'm not saying go gadget heavy. I don't really like the pass it out to the receiver and the receiver throws it downfield. I'm not saying that. A little misdirection. I felt that the last 2 offensive coordinators, super vanilla in terms of their play calling. We didn't see that type of stuff. Alabama clearly needed a big play to get something going. They do that, and they get on board. And Alabama right now leading South Florida by a score of 7-3. Okay? Like what I've seen from Alabama football. I'll be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. Hang tight, taking a commercial. All right, we're back on Bama Football on YouTube. This is the watch along. I appreciate you guys being here. Really good job for Alabama. So now you get South Florida, who currently in this game. T, if we could get a snapshot of the graphics, the comparison, that'd be great. I appreciate it. They have 59 yards in 2 drives. Alabama has 64 yards in 2 drives, right? We knew this was going to but on the other side, the difference is Byrum Brown is 1 of 6, whereas Jalen Milroe is 4 of 6 for 32 yards, right? Jeremy Bernard, 1 reception, 13 yards. So let's see what they do on this drive. This will be their 3rd drive. Byrum Brown back to pass. He goes deep. He has a man. And once again, he overthrows his wide receivers. Yo, that should have been 2 touchdowns. Look, that should have been 2 touchdowns. They're going after the freshman. That time, he was going after Xavier Brown. He was. I mean, Byrum Brown back to pass. Oh my, they're getting behind Alabama's wide receivers. Are you guys seeing this? Cheryl, welcome to being a level 1 fan funder. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Whoa, man. That's wild. They're literally just bombing it on Alabama's defensive backs. Like, literally, they've beat them 3 times. 3 times they've been. That's unacceptable, to be honest. That was something that I am concerned about when you play a better quarterback. Wow, I didn't like that. 4th and short for South Florida. Alex Gollish, man. You can't do this with a better quarterback and better wide receivers. That should have been 3-4 touchdowns. I'm not exaggerating. It should have been. You play a better quarterback, he's taking advantage of that every single time. You think Quinn misses on those? I'm just saying. Now, these guys will grow up. Timeout, South Florida. I didn't like that. But I go back to this. We knew that these DBs were young, and we knew that the quarterbacks that they are facing all the way through Vanderbilt are experienced. TJ Finley, look, the guy wasn't it. He was experienced, okay? This guy had similar numbers to Jalen Milroe last year for an AAC team, okay? Next week, Tyler Van Dyke. I know there's a lot of people out there. They're like, Tyler Van Dyke's garbage. And he might be, but he's thrown for 8,000 yards in his career. And I would imagine that Wisconsin's wide receivers are better than these guys. Then you have Carson Beck, and people don't like him either, but he threw for nearly 4,000 yards, and he leads the #1 team in the country. So it'll provide these guys an opportunity to grow up. I don't like give me plays where you're getting beat or you have some, like last week when Red Morgan pulled the guy down, pass interference. These guys are absolutely getting toasted. 4 times they got toasted. You guys are seeing it too, right? That's why Trey Amos should have never left. Yeah, and those running back stats, T, we could update those as well. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much. We got 4th and 1. Carol, we appreciate you. Man, that was scary. So South Florida was going to go for it. They took a timeout. It was a 4th and 1, and they're going to actually punt the ball away. Not a good spot to go for it, in my opinion. All right, so it's going to be a punt, and it's going to be, fair caught by another freshman, Jalen Milroe. There's freshmen everywhere out on this team. That's going to be a flag as well. Is it kick-catching interference? I don't know. Woo. Hey. It's going to be, I think it's a penalty. Was it a penalty on Alabama? See, the problem was, I was curious to understand why Deshaun Jones didn't get on the field, right? Because I thought him coming from an AAC, he would have been, or ACC, he would have been one of the DBs to start. But Xavier Brown beat him out. Jalen Milroe beat him out. All right, so here we go. Alabama's 3rd possession. Jalen Milroe with a quarterback keeper to the outside. He's going to get, I don't know, let's call it 5. Solely, I know. This game has been kind of frustrating to start with. So you have Alabama's been in this, that time they've been in 12 personnel. They've had some 2 tight ends out there. You have Robbie Oots and C.J. Dupree out on the right. Same thing, 12 personnel set. 2 tight ends in. Jalen Milroe at quarterback in shotgun. Second and 6. And there's a flag on the play. It's going to be a false start. Looks like on Alabama. Oh, man. This is kind of frustrating. Okay. That was on Tyler Booker. Ooh. All right. Yeah, Byron said we need a big play. 100%. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Second and 11. Shotgun formation. Got a tight end up top. Wide receiver down to the bottom of your screen. C.J. Dupree steps off the line. Looks like Jam Miller's in the backfield. Milroe back to pass. He goes deep, and it's going to be incomplete, intended for Jeremy Bernard. So we have 2:56 in the first quarter, and Alabama's facing a 3rd and 11. We'll go to a college football scoreboard during our next commercial break. Miami leading Florida A&M right now by a score of 25-6. Cam Ward, 223 yards with 3 touchdowns. He continues his strong campaign. Alabama, 3rd and 11. 2:56 left in the first quarter. Here comes heat from South Florida. Can't get around. Jalen Milroe trying to make something go. And player's helmet falls off, and it's going to be incomplete, intended for C.J. Dupree. And Alabama's going to have to punt. It's 4th and 11. Whew. Jalen Milroe right now in this game, 4 of 8, 32 yards passing. Alabama will have to punt. It's going to be a 50-yard punt here coming up. And South Florida will start on their own 37-yard line. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining us on our watch-along. Look, it hasn't been the best first quarter, okay? All right, let's go to the scoreboard page. This is on ESPN. Miami leading Florida A&M by a score of 25-6. Here in Tuscaloosa, it's 7-3. Alabama leading South Florida. We'll go back to the watch-along just in a second. Missouri beating Buffalo 10-0. Kansas and Illinois tied up 3-3. Ohio State 7. Western Michigan 0. And Tennessee and NC State tied 0-0. Back to the watch-along page. Appreciate you guys being here. South Florida starting at their own 37. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. He's going to be bottled up by a ton of Alabama defensive players. I saw Deontay Lawson in there, Keon Sabb. I saw like 5 guys on that tackle. Byrum Brown gets to the outside. He's got a blocker. Damani Jackson gets stiff-armed into the ground. And, man, Bryson Brown picks up, 15 yards? It was a run-pass option. Got to the outside. And Damani Jackson got completely stiff-armed into the dirt. And big pickup by South Florida. Man. First down, South Florida, the Bulls. Back to pass. Wide open wide receiver. It's going to be complete for another first down. Man, this Atkins has, 19 yards receiving already in the first quarter. South Florida back to pass. He's going to be sacked by Q-Rob. Q-Rob now has 2 sacks on the season. Got a sack last week against T.J. Finley and gets Alabama's second sack. 7-3. Whew, man. This game, I don't know what's going on. The offense, I don't know. Another run by South Florida up the middle. Good wrap up by the entire defense. And you're going to get a second, third, and 15? Yo, the defense turns it on in the red zone, right? 3rd and 16. Kane Womack trying to get this defense going. There's 45 seconds before the second quarter starts. South Florida has 3 wide receivers to the top of your screen. 3rd and 16. Brown back to pass. It's kind of a screen to Atkins, who's going to be wrapped up. And I would imagine that South Florida, they kick a field goal from here? David, what's up, man? I appreciate it. Yeah, Jarvis. Besides the corners being burnt to toast, the interior play has been pretty good. 4th and 15. Alex Golish talking to his team. I don't know what they're going to do here. It kind of has the same type of feel of last year's game. They're going to punt. doesn't it?
Yeah.
It has the same feel. And we're saying the same stuff. Where did that punt go out of the bounds at? That was a touchback. Man, I thought that punt went out on the 1. All right. Well, so Bama Mike, I'm testing different broadcasts because I have check this out. I got cable and it was behind. And then I got YouTube TV and it seems to be adequate, but we also have Hulu on standby. I don't know. What do you guys have? Coach Saban, he doesn't look too pleased. Milroe's 4 of 8, 32 yards. Here comes Alabama, shotgun formation. It's going to be a handoff to Justice. Is that Justice Haynes? Yep. I mean, they rotate between Haynes and Miller so often, and he's going to be bottled up for, 1 yard. You need a big play over the top. See, JS says I'm behind. See, yeah, you're either behind or ahead. I don't know. 3rd and 7. End of the first quarter. Okay. I hate to make you do it. Grade that quarter. Grade the quarter, and let's use this grading system. A through F. A like you got an A+ in school, and F like you gonna repeat kindergarten. What you guys got? T, what you got?
C.
C?
Minus.
C minus. Okay. C minus. T has C minus. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with I might be on. Can we do the stat broadcast, the comparison? D, let's see, D minus. Man, people's pissed. D, Chris from New Jersey saying D. Zane saying D minus. Byron saying D. JS Webb saying C. Chris saying D. Sam saying F. Man, whew. It wasn't good. I think I might be able to go to stat broadcast myself, T. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll look at a couple different things. I'm about to bring the stats to the screen in about 2 seconds. I'm sorry? Okay. Thank you. All right. So when we dive into the numbers, start on the left. Byrum Brown, if this guy was accurate, he could honestly have 2 touchdowns. Okay? 3 of 9, 28 yards. He also has 44 yards rushing. He had over 100 yards rushing last year against Alabama. Okay. On the flip side, Jalen Milroe, 4 of 8, 32 yards. He has 13 yards rushing, including a touchdown that went for 10 yards. Jerome Bernard was used on a reverse. He has 13 yards, and he's Alabama's leading wide receiver with 22 yards. Okay. When we go over here to, actually, I think I can zoom out and do a comparison. Here we go. This is where, I mean, look, South Florida is, they might not be winning on the scoreboard, but they have 98 yards of net total yards compared to Alabama's 68. They have 12 rushing attempts, 69 yards gained. I mean, it wasn't the best quarter by really either team. And I would imagine that Alex Golish is saying, hey, Byrum Brown, we're going to keep taking shots on this team. I mean, I would 100%. You got behind Red Morgan. You got behind Xavier Brown. You got to keep taking shots. So C minus for T and pretty much D for you guys. Someone had an F in there. They should have hit on a touchdown. It's going to be the start of the second quarter when we get back. I'll be back in 2 seconds right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Jalen Milroe out to the side. What's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. So live watch along. We have just entered the second quarter of play. Flag on the play. Second down for the Crimson Tide. Gino Vandermark. How many penalties? What was it? Gino has does he have 2 penalties? Alabama's first 3 drives. Punt, touchdown, punt. Sam's calling for Blake Barnett. Yo, Vandermark, you got to tighten up. Alabama has 3 wide receivers down at the bottom of the screen. It is 2nd and 17 for the Crimson Tide. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Here comes pressure. He throws it, and he finds Jeremy Bernard, a wide open Jeremy Bernard. Just ran basically a post route, and it was wide open. First down, Alabama Crimson Tide. Move the chains. Jeremy Bernard is going to have a monster game. He was wide open. He was in the slot, came up, found his zone, sat tight, caught the ball, moved the chains. Milroe back to pass. Protection looks good, and he overthrows Jeremy Bernard, this time to the outside. Would you say that I wouldn't... He's been a little bit off, right? Milroe's been a little bit off. Is that safe to say? Like to the outside? From's turn down the music in practice. No, I'm curious to see if there's a different demeanor because this team's so chill. Kalen Deboer is never mad, right? I'm sure he's a little bit pissed about right now. Maybe not. I have no idea. All right, 2 wide receivers down in the middle of the field. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Here's pressure. Wilcom Formby is going to be called for holding, and that's a completed pass to Jeremy Bernard. Man, that was a big holding call on Wilcom Formby. He literally hooked him. Do you see that? Sometimes it's hard to see the holding calls. That was blatant as it gets. Here comes Wilcom Formby right here, and the big man out of Tuscaloosa just completely hooks him with his left hand. It's a nice pass by Milroe to Bernard. Bernard is the guy. And the offensive line, Adam is saying this. And you know what? That says a lot because Adam is not the biggest Milroe fan that we have. That's a tackle for loss. Remember, you're missing Proctor and you're missing Pritchett, I guess you could say. All right, Jalen Milroe back to pass. Here comes pressure. The outside, Jalen Milroe is going to be hit, and it's an incomplete pass. Alabama's going to have a 3rd and 20. Jalen Milroe is slow to get up. He's limping. Did you see this? He's limping again. It looks like they hit him right in the leg. He was limping. What are they going to say? What's the intentional grounding? There's Kalen Deboer right here with a little bit of heat. I personally don't think that was intentional grounding. I really don't. It looked like he got hit and the ball went in. It was an incomplete pass. I don't agree with that. Carter, I think they might have been maybe targeting the lower body of Jalen Milroe. I'll agree with that, but that was not intentional grounding. 3rd and 28 here for Alabama. Kalen Deboer pissed on the sidelines. Someone's calling for Brett Favre. That's David. 4 wide receivers, and here comes the blitz from South Florida, and they sacked Jalen Milroe. My goodness. Just flew right past Alabama's offensive line, and it's 4th and a trillion. Whoa, 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 whoa. Man. Wow. This was just a blitz right up the middle. Jam Miller picks up his guy. Wilcom Formby is getting absolutely beat on the side. Look, we knew this South Florida team would be better than the last team, but man, are they that good? Woo. Man. 13 minutes left in the second quarter. And you got to say, outside of that touchdown, that South Florida's probably outplaying Alabama. Shadori Sanders throws a pick six, and Nebraska leads Colorado 14-0. Shocker, huh? Cam Ward and Miami doing their thing in Ohio State, beating up on Western Michigan by a score of 14-0. What's the cussing rule? I don't know if he said he doesn't cuss. Oh, this game is frustrating. I'm not going to lie. All right, South Florida back to pass. Byrum Brown, it's complete to a receiver to the outside. He's going to be wrapped up, and South Florida has like a 2nd and 3. Yo, I'm not happy with how they're playing, and I know you're not too. We're going to get through this together, I promise you. You need a pick six. You need some sort of momentum changer. You don't need Byrum Brown running for another 15 yards. This guy is a problem. He was a problem last year. He was a problem last week. He's a problem today. The guy just completely ran up the field again for another long gain, and he now has 41 yards rushing on Alabama. He had over 100 yards rushing last year. Here he is up the middle of the field again, slides down, and he's going to get, 5 yards. South Florida moving the ball. It's kind of hard to watch. For those of you that have DirecTV, you guys, sometimes God's rejection is protection, right? All right, here we go. Another run up the middle. Oh, my God. This guy, Byrum Brown, just ran the ball for like 20 yards up the middle of the field. It's another first down. This guy is literally a bulldozer. Kane Womack, man, we got to tighten up right here. Another quarterback run for 15 yards. I'm serious. The guy has, what does he have? The stats can't even keep up with him. Wow. This is crazy. I'm going to have to switch stats. Man, the stat broadcast just quit. They fumbled the snap in the background, and so it's going to be second down. Otherwise, that quarterback would have been, I don't know, he probably would have been in the end zone. Holy cow. Byrum Brown has 11 carries for 82 yards. 82 yards. Oh, man. This is stressful. 10 minutes, 40 to play. South Florida on, let's call it the 13. Byrum Brown back to pass. He's going to just, guess what? Run it again for, 8 yards. He almost has 100 yards rushing. This is crazy, man. I don't know what to say. I'm saying the same thing again. Byrum Brown up the middle. I was talking about our two inside linebackers, how I thought they'd be able to, manage this. They need some sort of a spy or something. I might put just Jahad Campbell simply on Byrum Brown. I don't know what's going on. 3rd and goal. South Florida back to pass. Incomplete. If this guy could pass a little bit better, they're in the end zone. Honestly, I feel that the score could probably be 21-7, maybe like 24-7, right? Because they got burnt twice. That should have been a touchdown. Alex Gollish, I go for it right here, bro. And Byrum Brown should have ran this last time. Oh, they're going to kick a field goal? Good for Alabama. This guy should have ran it in this last time for a touchdown. Wow, that was wild. So it's going to be a 25-yard field goal for South Florida, and it looks like they're going to take a timeout. I thought I'd be able to show a little bit better stats, but this feed is slow. I have Byrum Brown. See, this is way behind. 12 of 88, yeah. 12 of 88 rushing. This is not good. This is one of those tin horn games. Remember when Coach Saban said that? That was, you know what, through a tin horn, right? Yep. And every time I go to the ESPN site, like some spam comes on.
Yeah, it's in
yeah, why does it do that? Man, this isn't good. Okay. We'll get you there, fam. All right, so what's happening right now? We're in the second quarter. South Florida is about to try to kick a field goal. They called a timeout. They're at like the 5-yard line. They probably should have just ran it in for a touchdown, but they didn't. Here we are. Alabama is actually leading the game, which is the good thing. It's 7-3. The storyline of this game has been South Florida's quarterback, Byrum Brown, who has rushed 12 times for 88 yards. Now, the good news is he's super inaccurate. Otherwise, he would have had 2 touchdowns, maybe even 3 already passing tonight. He's 5 of 12 for 39 yards. On the other side of the ball, Jalen Milroe is 5 of 10 for 54 yards. He has been inaccurate, and the offensive line has also been getting eaten up. That's the truth. Jeremy Bernard leads the team in rushing with 13 yards rushing. He also leads the team in receiving with 44 yards receiving. It has a similar feel of last year's game down in Tampa. It's frustrating. I guarantee you, Alabama never schedules South Florida again. So that's kind of the good thing. If you want to, get a quick perk up real quick, Auburn lost, and so did Notre Dame. And then remember, your life could be really bad. You could be a Florida State fan, right? So could be worse. And you're leading the game 7-3. Okay, so there you go. It's hasn't been a good performance by the offensive line. Now look, the offensive line doesn't have Proctor. We haven't even seen Proctor play yet. Starting at left tackle is Tyler Booker. That's not his natural position. But where I've seen Alabama struggle is at the right tackle position. Welcome Formby, he's been getting beat. The running game really hasn't done much. Right? Yeah, Brent, right? I'm going to walk you guys off the ledge. And we're winning the game. It's 7-3. So, oh, man. Let's see what they can do. And you know what? Look, say what you want. This team is still allowed just 3 points. Here's the kick right here from South Florida. We're back. I mean, the defense has played pretty good inside the red zone, which has been good. I mean, backspin against the wall, what now? 5 times in 2 games, and they've only allowed 6 points? What is this, field goal? Field goal's good? Okay, so 7-6, right? I mean, a little bit of a jab. 9 plays, 50 yards, ended with a field goal. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you want to try to be a little bit optimistic, you can look at the fact that they have had their backs against the wall, and they haven't allowed a touchdown yet. 7-6, I'm sorry. Second quarter, plenty of time. It is frustrating, this quarterback. Been able to run all over Alabama, 100%. See if I can go full screen. Just so I could show you some of these stats, because I haven't seen a quarterback. Who's the last quarterback to run on Alabama like this? This is from ESPN. Byrum Brown, 12 rushes, 88 yards. Should have had 2 touchdowns passing, too. Jeremy Bernard on the other side for Alabama, 1 carry for 13 yards. Milroe, 5 of 10. Hasn't been the best game for Alabama, but, there's plenty of time in the second quarter. Here we go. This team's not ready to play Georgia right now. Okay? All right, so Alabama will come out at the 20. Here we go. Justice Haynes, they're doing a little spotlight on him. Need a big play from these guys. Put in Brock Powers. All right, here we go. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson. This is the Watch Along. It is 7-6. Alabama coming out. It is 9:45. You got a 1st and 10. Jalen Milroe in shotgun formation. Justice Haynes to the left of him. You got 3 wide receivers and a tight end. 2 wide receivers and a tight end. And Haynes is going to be bottled up. And it's going to be 2nd and 10. Haven't really seen a lot of, the big plays that you saw against Western Kentucky just haven't translated to this game yet. That's early. Sometimes, you got to figure things out. This is up to now Nick Sheridan and Jamarcus Shepard and all those new energy guys, right? To figure something out, to put some points on the board, to get the offense moving. Milroe out to his left, looking. He takes a shot completely downfield. There's a penalty, and Kobe Prentice comes up with a big catch. And let's see what the call is going to be. That was a big game for Kobe Prentice. I love when they go to Kobe, but I don't know what the call was. Is it on Alabama? Is it another call on the offensive line? Officials are looks like it's offsetting penalties. Is it a penalty on Formby? So it's going to be offsetting penalties, and it looks like Formby was called for another holding. Frustrating. Oh man, I don't know. I mean, do you go with McVay? I don't know at this point. I mean, good thing for the pass interference is offsetting. I guess McVay or NyQuil Bentrade, who also got playing time. Look, Deboer is a little stressed. Whew, man. Taco Casa. All right, here we go. 2nd and 10. Here comes Justice Haynes. Man, you can't give him any space, man. He's just a big play waiting to happen. And it is a 3rd down and 4. They're going right at Formby. Remember, Formby's a redshirt freshman. And obviously they struggle with Elijah Pritchett, who I guess was banged up. So maybe you're starting to see a little bit of holes in this Alabama offensive line. I don't know. 3rd and 5 for Alabama. You have Jalen Milroe in shotgun. Jeremy Bernard in motion to the top of your screen. Here comes a little bit of the pass rush from Alabama, but Jalen Milroe is going to use his legs, dumps it out to C.J. Dupree, who's going to pick up the 1st down. Good play for the Alabama Crimson Tide and Jalen Milroe. I didn't see a hold on that one, Greg, but I wouldn't be surprised. Pressure came in from the left side, and Jalen Milroe is basically going to be able to go up Geno Vandermark. I didn't see the hold on that side. Good throw by Milroe. Throws a dart, and you move the chains. Milroe now what? Is he 5 of 10? 6 of 11. Hand off to Justice Haynes in the backfield. He's going to get bottled up. 7 minutes and 34 seconds until halftime. Remember, you got a 2-minute warning, and Alabama has 3 timeouts. South Florida only has 1. So theoretically, Alabama can stop the ball 4 times. You make a long drive. I don't know. I think you go in, you put a drive together here, you score a touchdown, get to halftime, reset, come out and drop the hammer. How good last year was Alabama making second half adjustments? Maybe we'll see it from this year's squad. Jalen Milroe, play action pass. Pressure comes, and he's got Kobe Prentice for, 15, 20 yards, something like that. Nice throw. I like that. We never saw any type of creativity like that last year. We didn't. I like that type of play. It was a play action. Fakes it to Jam Miller. Basically comes out bootlegs and has Kobe Prentice. Honestly, Kobe Prentice, there wasn't a defender around him within like 15, 20 yards. No, Prentice doesn't have that. Yeah, because that one got called back. Now it's a little screen to Jeremy Bernard. He gets to the outside. He's going to get like 8 or 9. Okay. You got a little something cooking here. Big play coming up. All right. Hang tight, fam. We're going to get you through it. 6 minutes and 2 seconds. Alabama putting together something nice. Moving the chains. 2 completions. 1 to Kobe. And 1 to Jeremy Bernard. Another one to C.J. Dupree. And it looks like it's going to be another penalty on the Alabama offense. It's a false start. I don't know who they're calling it on. Man, this team has a lot of penalties. 7-6. Coach Saban doesn't look very impressed. He's rocking the pink tie. I don't even know who that was on. Alabama has 7 penalties for 50 yards, if you can believe that. 7-6. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Takes a deep shot. And it is going to be intended for Ryan Williams. Another flag on the play. Jeez. What is this? Man. Pass interference on South Florida. So you can move the chains. It was intended for Ryan Williams. Oh, yeah, that was pass interference. They're both holding each other. I don't know. That's the best defense. God, Jalen Milroe got tagged. I don't know. That's been the best defense, I guess. That's probably how you have to play Ryan Williams. Otherwise, he's just going to beat you every single time. Tennessee fan up in here is mad at that call. Here's Jam Miller up the middle, and he got like 5 yards. 2nd and 5. They were both fighting for sure. That's how you got to – look, if you're going to play – if you're going to try to defend Ryan Williams, that's how to do it. There's no way. Once he gets to the outside, he's too fast. He's got that 99 speed on you. All right, Jalen Milroe hands off to Jam Miller. Jam Miller to the outside is going to get the first down. Looked like he almost got the touchdown. And Alabama about 10 yards out, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Man, keep feeding Jam, right? I love me some Jam Miller. Yeah, I think you pound it in right here. You get some momentum. Yo, if I'm Alex Golish, I'm thinking, man, I should have went for that touchdown. It was 4th down and 4. They had momentum. The Alabama sideline looks a little flat. You know who they need is Scott Cochran. He was just here. Is he still at the game? Chris, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. I'm going to take a commercial and come right back. Alabama threatening. It is 7-6. We got a frustrating one here in Tuscaloosa. I sense a Jam Miller touchdown coming up. Let me ask you this. Who do you think scores a touchdown next? Jam Miller or Jalen Milroe? I'm saying Jam Miller. Feed him. Be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Let me bring us back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here for the watch along. Alabama currently just outside the end zone, trying to go up 14-6. It's been a frustrating half. We have stats, and we'll go around the college football scoreboard at the halftime break. There's been some interesting scores. Notre Dame lost today. Auburn lost today. So if you're a little bit frustrated, just text your Auburn friend. Seriously, wouldn't that make you happy? Can't you just be like, yo, because I know you have an Auburn friend out there. You might not be best friends, but you can still text them. Be like, man, I guess Cal's that good, right? Cal? You lose to Cal? Like, come on. You can't lose to Cal. Or you could text your Florida State fan. All right, Jalen Milroe hands the football off. It's going to be the Jam Miller. Jam Miller gets another like hard 8 or 9. You got to feed Jam Miller. You have to get him into the end zone on this drive, please. Can you please get Jam inside the end zone? Man, he's had a really good drive. So far, I have Jam right here. 5 carries for 23 yards, 4.6 average against a team who's stopped the run pretty good. 3rd and 4 for Alabama. Jam Miller's been rolling. Going to be stuffed. So now Alabama faces a 3rd and 4. You got 4:30, I guess, on the clock. Kimberly saying TD Jam. You ahead of us, Kim? All right. Yo, this game has the exact same feeling as last year. The exact same. All right. Jalen Milroe has 4 wide receivers. Well, 3 including a tight end. Jalen Milroe's going to keep it, get up the middle, and he's going to waltz into the end zone for his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game. Alabama scores. The drive was 11 plays, 75 yards, 6 minutes and 17 seconds, capped off by a Jalen Milroe 5-yard touchdown run. PAT is good, and the Crimson Tide lead 14-6. All right, so that's a touchdown. You know what you got to type inside the comment box? Type T for touchdown, Alabama. Look, I like that drive, and the thing I liked most about that drive was the fact that they started to, ground it out with Jam Miller. You have 2 running backs who are certainly capable. It looks like, honestly, you give the football to Justice Haynes and you hold your breath every single time. Jam Miller is a power running back. It's got a lot of power. That was a really good drive. I like what they did. Jalen Milroe hit on a couple nice passes. Remember, he had that pass to C.J. Dupree. He found Kobe Prentice on that play action pass. That was better. That was a better drive. So Alabama goes up 14-6. We have 3 minutes and 28 seconds until half. Right? So you go in. Doesn't Alabama get the ball in the 3rd quarter too? Right? Can someone help you out with that? Let me get the ball in the 3rd quarter. So you're good. You hold them here. Now, this is critical. You don't want them going down and kicking a field goal. You go in 14-6, and now you have a little bit of momentum. It has not been the best half, but that drive was good. Samuel wants a USF sucks emoji. Right? Like that drive wasn't bad. Now, I cannot wait to see the offensive line pro football focus grades as well as the grade on Milroe. Because some of it's he's been inaccurate for sure. Other times he's been getting tagged. We have a Tennessee fan in here saying, "Can you believe some people picked Alabama to win 50-3?" Well, I mean, it's not even halftime yet, and things can change really fast. But I mean, the point spread was 31. We'll see what happens in the second half. I just feel that South Florida has done a really good job on their offensive game plan like they did last year. Honestly, South Florida hasn't done anything different than what they did last year against Alabama. It's the same exact offense, the same exact game plan. Look up the stats last year. Byrum Brown was a menace last year. He ran for over 100 yards. How much does he rush for in this game? 88. He's going to rush for like 200 yards in this game. Milroe has 2 scores in this game. Are we updated with the stats on Milroe? When we go to the monitor, Jalen Milroe in this game, 8 of 13, 93 yards passing. He has 93 yards passing and rushing?
93 yards passing. Passing.
Okay, and we'll update the rushing yards. I don't think he has the rushing yards was 90.
0 yards rushing.
On my screen, it has, I think they just updated it, see? Oh, he has 2 touchdowns. Well, he might have 0 yards because of the fact that he's been sacked so many times. Yeah, and in college football, it's not like the NFL. So when you're sacked in college, it basically is a negative every single time. So he has 0. So we'll update that on the please in terms of the rushing yards. So he has 0 yards rushing. Wow. But they give you like a net total, like what it would have been, but with the sacks. Anyways. All right, South Florida comes out with another possession. The score is 14-6. I know it feels like Alabama's losing. It hasn't been the best game, but that was a really good drive. Let's see what they can capitalize. You know, it'd be great is a pick 6. All right, let's put it out in the air. I got the turnover chain right here. It's ready. Haven't worn it yet. It's 14-6. It's 3 minutes and 28 seconds to go. Here comes Byrum Brown. All right, look, I'm not the defensive coordinator, but this guy runs up the middle every single time. Maybe put a spy on him. Just saying. Here comes a guy in motion. Byrum Brown back to pass. Throws a little swing pass out, and he's going to be wrapped up by Deshaun Jones, and then Tim Smith cleans him up. 2nd and 10, 3:20 to go before half. Is a freshman quarterback ready to play in the second half? No, you stay with Milroe. You ride it out. I mean, he's the guy. Here comes South Florida up the middle. It's going to be, I don't know, a gain of 5 or 6. And it's 3rd down. You know what, Josh? Josh Berry is saying Pritchett needs a shot. I think he might be injured. We didn't even know that he was really injured during practice. I guess he was limited. But I think he might be hurt. Well, we'll follow up with that after the game, but I think he might be hurt. Byrum Brown throws it. It's going to be heavily defended, and South Florida is going to have to punt. So Alabama's going to have another chance to put on some points before half. That was a good stop. There you go. I like that. That was Malachi Moore, one of your vets, coming up with a really good play. Got a nice little punt return for a touchdown by Cole Adams. Now you're starting to feel a little bit better. Yeah, this quarterback, he can run, but he's inaccurate. I mean, that's going to be the difference in the game, is that he can't pass. If he could pass, here comes Cole Adams. Nice punt. All right, so Alabama has plenty of time to work with. They have 3 timeouts, including the 2-minute warning, so they can stop the ball. They can stop the clock 4 times. Good play by Malachi Moore. Who knows where Malachi Moore went to high school? There's your trivia. Where did Malachi Moore play his high school ball? Does anybody know that inside the comment box? All right, here comes Jalen Milroe. 2 minutes, 33 seconds. Let's see what the Crimson Tide can do. You got 2 wide receivers. You got C.J. Dupree, a tight end, another wide receiver up top. You got Justice Haynes in the backfield. Carter L. St. Trustville. Jalen Milroe takes a shot downfield for Ryan Williams. Is going to be incomplete. He's gone to Ryan Williams, four times? He's been defended each time. One time it was pass interference. A couple times I think it might have been overthrown. That was overthrown. That's the best coverage that we've seen on Ryan Williams.
I think that was the 5th time.
That was the 5th time. He's been targeted five times. The deep ball hasn't been there for Milroe. He has a deep ball of like 99. It is not good. Here we go. Jalen Milroe. He's going to keep it. It's an RPO. Gets a great block by C.J. Dupree. Jalen Milroe is off to the races. There's a flag on the play, but Jalen Milroe is going to score. It's a 74-yard touchdown if it stands. Oh, my goodness. They're calling a holding penalty on Wilcom Formby. On Wilcom Formby, man. Oh, my goodness. Yo. That's the second one. Yo, oh, my goodness. Coach Saban is taking off his blazer, and he's coming down to coach the offensive line. He's coming down. He's pissed. Wilcom Formby, my goodness. Oh, my God. No, man. Look at Nick Sheridan. Look at him. Whoa. He was cussing. Wow. How many penalties does, look at Coach Saban on the sideline. Oh, man, I'm even scared. Is Coach Saban going to rip the team? I guarantee you he's not scared to cuss.
I hope he does at halftime.
He's not scared. Look, Coach Saban's not scared to cuss.
Do they let him in and speak to the team at halftime?
I think so. You have to. I think you have Coach talk to the team. Yeah. I mean, he'd be like, look, this is my field, and you guys are playing like absolute you know what.
Yes, it's his field.
This is my field. Wow. Look, there used to be a time where I felt that you couldn't really talk about these guys because they're like 20 years old, 19. But as soon as they started getting paid $1 million deals, aren't they pros? Seriously, like I guarantee you, he's got it. What all these guys are making $500,000, $600,000. I mean, did you see Javon Quinterly? He retired from basketball. He said he made $1 million in NIL, and he retired from basketball. All these guys from Alabama, what are they making? An average of what? $2 million?
I mean, yeah, at least $1 million.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're pros.
But they don't release that, right? So.
The other thing is too. I mean, I think that if you're Wisconsin and you're watching this game, and you are Georgia watching this game, I think you see a lot of holes on the offensive line. So, I mean, this is South Florida, but they're young, so I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of offensive linemen that played last week. I don't know. Maybe he's just having a bad game. I have no idea. He's a redshirt freshman. Man, I think you might have to take him out. I think you, yeah, I think all these guys are making well over $1 million for sure. But I think in this particular situation, you got to take him out and you just kind of restart. He starts again against Wisconsin, but you see what else you can do because, I mean, how many penalties has that been? What on Formby? Is there a way to find out how many penalties that Formby's had? I mean, sometimes you just don't have a good game. Whatever. Man. All right. 4:07 up in the house. We got a halftime show coming for you. I will not be doing any sort of dance routine. I'll be going over the stats and scores from across the world of college football. Are these updated on Jalen Milroe?
That's at least 2 on Formby.
I think Formby has like 4 or 5, right? All right, Jalen Milroe in this game, 9 of 15, 98 yards. He should have had a 74-yard, which would have gave him some rushing yards because currently he has 0 because he's been sacked so many times, right? He does have 2 rushing touchdowns. That would have been his 3rd rushing touchdown. I think that would have been one of his longest rushing touchdowns in his entire career, 74. It's negated because of a Wilcom Formby holding call, all right? We'll go over more stats as we continue to roll through. The scoring summary looks like this. South Florida kicked the 34-yard field goal to go up 3-0. Jalen Milroe got a 10-yard rushing touchdown to put Alabama up 7-3. South Florida drove down the field. They kicked the 25-yard field goal to make it 7-6, and then Jalen Milroe with a 5-yard rushing touchdown. PAT was good to make it 14-6. So that's kind of the scoring summary where we are right now. I can only imagine, and this is probably going to bite me in the tail, because every single time I talk about the teams that struggle against lesser opponent type teams, I think they should be judged on that. For example, Oregon and Idaho, right? Notre Dame losing to Illinois. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that Alabama is going to lose, but I guarantee you that, because remember when Alabama played them, South Florida played them last year close? This lasted forever. Milroe back to pass. Oh, man. It's completed the outside. That guy's shoulder or clavicle is possibly injured for South Florida. Yikes. Fourth down for the Crimson Tide. 1 minute and 50. Oh, man. That was either his shoulder might have been separated. That was, oh, man. Basically, on the play, a South Florida defender got hurt. From who is Formby? That's Welcome Formby, the right tackle. I don't know. Form, you're I don't know if you were playing on that, but just helping you out. And I'll show you the halftime stats. Man, woo. Jeff saying it's a fake injury. Here's Kalen Deboer and Jalen Hurts talking. We got a fourth down, so Alabama's going to punt. Minnie Smith is embarrassed. And Alabama has a 4th and 21 and will punt. Ratings, what's up, man? Appreciate you being a fan funder. 7 penalties for the offensive line alone. Yikes. Everything Ebony is stressed out. We're all kind of stressed. Are we going to have to dip into Grandpa's cough syrup for the second half to get past this? Right? Are we going to have to bust out a little Grandpa's cough syrup? This is a family show, but yo, this is kind of uncomfortable. This is a lot different than last week. All right, 429 on What's Going On, Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This is the Bama Football, the Roll Tide Watch Along. I appreciate you guys being here. Have a halftime show coming where we'll go over the stats. And Johnny's like, they should fake the punt. No. Just somehow get to halftime. Dude, look at this chain that Caden Proctor has on. T, look at this chain. How much?
I love seeing their jewelry.
No, I know, but how much do you think that chain was? At least $200,000?
Oh, well, I mean, it depends on like the quality of the diamonds and like where he got it and everything. But yeah, that amount of diamonds, it's a pricey chain.
Right. All right. Alabama back to punt. It's 4th down and 21. Now, South Florida has 1 timeout remaining. So depending on what happens, Alabama's going to milk the clock to get it to 1 minute. There's a minute 22 left, and it's going to count down all the way to 20. And then James Burnup's going to punt it. Need a good punt here. Hey, Garrett Clemens just became a fan sponsor of the show. In with the $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, man. We're going to put you on the board in just a second. Punt is away. It's a very good kick, no surprise, one of the best punters in college football. And South Florida is going to be at let's call it the midfield mark with 59 seconds to go. Plenty of time for South Florida to kind of dive into their bag of tricks. How this live stream works, I take you guys all the way to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. Then I'll take some calls after, okay? So I'm good for it. I love what I do. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. Some of the games, I know, it gets a little stressful. We'll walk you through it. I'll show you stats, scores from around the world of college football, especially this one. Let's see what happens. 59 seconds left before halftime. South Florida has 1 timeout remaining. Byrum Brown, back to pass, throws it. It's going to be broken up by Keon Sabb, who makes a hell of a play. That would be really nice. Be nice to get a pick 6. And I'm not big onto early birthday presents, but, birthday number 41 is coming up. And a nice little pick 6. Is that too much to ask for Xavier Brown? That was good coverage. Byrum Brown back to pass. Dumps it off. It's going to be a little screen. He's going to be tackled by Q-Rob as well as Deontay Lawson. And it is 40 seconds left, and it's 3rd down. Let's just get to halftime. Do you think Saban talks to the team? Realistically, I don't.
Better.
No, he won't.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that he won't talk to the team?
He talks to the basketball team.
No, I know, but it's not his team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not his team.
I can't get away from these ESPN or AT&T pop-ups.
I know. It's wild. Yeah, it's Coach Kalen Deboer's team. He's got it covered. I mean, this is his first time that he's played in, some a muddy type game. This is good. This will provide a growth opportunity for the team. I promise you, after this game, Coach Kalen Deboer will have a really good message about opportunities come from challenges. With that said, you got to play a lot better against. I mean, you know what? You can't play like this against Wisconsin, Missouri, on the road at Tennessee, on the road at LSU, on the road at Oklahoma, against Auburn. I know Auburn just lost, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Georgia, I didn't even mention that game. All right, we got our I go to the board. We got some sponsors that are sponsoring the show. This show is supported from viewers just like you, all right? Game sponsors, $100 or more. Touchdown Club, we got Nick Bowling in, and Garrett Clemens should be above he's in the First Down Club. So thank you so much. I appreciate you for supporting Bama football on YouTube. Thank you so much. All right, back to the Roll Tide watch along. All right, there is 35 seconds before the halftime break. I got you covered with all the news from around college football as well as scores from this game. It is 3rd and 12. All right, so we got 4 wide receivers all across the field. It is 3rd and 12. Brown back to pass. He finds a wide receiver. Wide receiver is able to get, I don't know, let's say 10. It's going to be 4th and 2. Byrum Brown got a little bit there. There's 29 seconds left. I would imagine, what do? They kick a field goal here? No, they can't kick a field goal from here. It'd be a 66-yard field goal. I guess what do? They're going for it. It's 4th and 3. There's 28 seconds left. They're going to go for it. Why wouldn't you? They should have went for a touchdown the last time. Alex Golish and his squad, they're going to look at it. Now, they don't have a timeout, so this is it, 4th and 3. And it's going to be a timeout from Alabama. So what we have here, there's 28 seconds to go. It's 4th and 3. USF lined up. Alabama didn't like the look, or they at least saw what they wanted to see, and then called a timeout. They still have 2 timeouts remaining. What's up, Carter L? I appreciate you, man. Now, Carter L, every single time I see your name, like for the rest of my life, I'm going to associate you with Trustville. I have a photographic memory. What is it called? Photographic. Yeah, photographic memory. So, like, now, every single time I see it for the rest of my life, I'll think of, like, Trustville.
And like eidetic is when you hear it and remember it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I definitely don't have that.
Or something like that.
Huh. All right. Hey, Cal, see you inside the comment box. The weirdest thing, so before the game, we found out that Elijah Pritchett might be a little bit banged up too. I didn't know that going into the week. That's why he's probably not playing. Hey, Roll Tide 778 with 100 spot just became the game sponsor. We love you. It's 4th and 3. We're going to love it even more if Alabama can get off the field. We'll honor you in just a second. Holy cow, a 99 spot from Rolling 778. It's 4th and 3. Byrum Brown has 7 seconds on the play clock. He's audibling to something. There's 3 seconds. There's 2 seconds. He's got 3 wide receivers on the top. They're not going to get it off. And that's going to be a delay of game. Oh, man. That was a delay of game. So 4th and 8. I would imagine they punt it now. Hey, Rolling 778. Garrett, thank you so much for taking care of us. All right, so they're going to punt with 29 seconds left. It was a delayed game on South Florida. I mean, Alabama has 2 timeouts. Look, you get it and you kneel on it and you get the hell out of this half. This half sucks. Look, even that punt, you get the ball, you kneel on it, you go to half, right? Like, do you go? You have 2 timeouts? Come on, just play out. They do have 2 timeouts though. Yeah, if I'm playing EA NCAA football, remember when I streamed the games? That was so stressful. So if you during the summer before the season started, when the game NCAA football came out, I streamed the games. I didn't even practice. I just turned it on and started playing, and I had to throw a Hail Mary to Ryan Williams to beat Western Kentucky. All right, we're at halftime. Holy cow. Let's get the hell at the half. All right, 14-7. Or it says 6 is the halftime break. Game sponsors, Rolling 778 and Touchdown Club, Nick Bowling and Garrett. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. We'll honor our people who super chat the show throughout right here on Bama Football on YouTube. T, can we get an update on that stat broadcast? And the scoring summary looks like this as we go into the halftime break. I'll go through over the stats and as well as the top 25 scoreboard, and then we'll take a minor break here on Bama Football on YouTube. The game started out with South Florida kicking a 34-yard field goal to go up 3-0. Jalen Milroe then rushed in from 10 yards out to make it 7-3 Alabama. South Florida then kicked a 25-yard field goal to make it 7-6, and Jalen Milroe had a 5-yard touchdown to make it 14-6. When we look to the individual stats for the quarterbacks, T, are we good on running backs and wide receivers? Jalen Milroe, 10 of 16 right now, passing yards, 103. No passing touchdowns, but he does have 2 rushing touchdowns. Now, he did rip off a touchdown that was for 74 yards, but there's been so many penalties. In fact, there was a 74-yard touchdown that was negated because of a Wilcom Formby holding call. Now, at a snapshot, when you look to Jalen Milroe, 10 of 16, 103 yards passing, 16 rushing attempts. Now, he has, like, his total yards probably, like, over 100, but because he's been sacked so many times, we'll look up the stats, how many times he's been sacked. He's been sacked, like 5 or 6 times? Jam Miller, 6 attempts, 23 yards, just an average of 3.8. Justice Haynes, 6 attempts, 11, an average of just 1.8, right? And by the way, like, I want to bring you all the stats. I know that there's probably other shows or whatever. We work hard on the graphics, and we want to bring you the coverage that you guys can look to, because sometimes you don't see all the stats, right, and the players' names and stuff like that. So we try really hard. This stands out to me. Only 12 carries between the two, right, for 34 yards. I mean, that I don't like that. Okay, maybe that'll change in the second half. Here's the tight ends. C.J. Dupree has 1 reception for 12 yards, and that's it. Okay? That's it. We look at the wide receiver depth chart. Look, Ryan Williams has been targeted a ton of times, and we'll get a count on the penalties if you update the stat broadcast and look for the penalties. 1 reception, just 4 yards. Kobe Prentice has 1 for 18. Now, Kobe Prentice had like a 40-yard reception, but it was negated because of another holding call. Kendrick Law, nothing. Jeremy Bernard has been the hot hand. 4 receptions, 53 yards. Caleb Odom, another freshman, 1 reception for 6 yards. Right? The offensive line, we talked about the offensive line. The starters was actually Tyler Booker at the left tackle position and Gino Vandermark. Right? We talked about that earlier. Now, tackling and some defensive stats, you have Tim Keenan, Tim Keenan's played really good. 4 tackles, 1 sack. I don't think he has a sack, T. Does he? He does? He has a sack? Wow. And Tim Smith has 2 tackles. The bandit position has been a little dry. I haven't seen much from these guys. There's no stats for any of these guys? And then the inside linebackers, Deontay Lawson, 2 tackles, Jahad Campbell, 4 tackles. Justin Jefferson, he has 7 tackles in this game? Is that right? And then here's a look at the secondary. So when we kind of look at the overall snapshot between these two teams.
Jefferson has 7. And then what was the other one you wanted?
I wanted you to look at the corners, like Keon Sabb. But here's a look at the total stats. This is interesting right here. South Florida has 158 yards total offense to Alabama's 137. This team had 600 yards last week against Western Kentucky, okay? Now, net rushing, Alabama has just 34. Man. Now, in the red zone, they're each 2 of 2. And do we see penalties? Alabama has 8 penalties for 60 yards. Alabama's punted 4 times. South Florida's punted 5 times. I'm telling you, if this quarterback was accurate, he would have, he would have some touchdowns. He missed, Alabama, honestly, how many times were they burnt over the top? Seriously. More than, 3 or 4, which is very concerning going into these next 2 games on the schedule. Why is this AT&T thing so obsessive?
I can't even look at you.
Yeah. Hey, Lions Pride became a fan funder. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. When we look at the scores from around college football today, you see that Miami's beating up on Florida A&M 53-9. Cam Ward, 304 yards with 3 touchdowns. South Florida, Alabama here in Tuscaloosa, 14-6 on Saban Field. Missouri beating Buffalo by a score of 24-0. Illinois leads Kansas. Looks like that's in the third quarter, 13-10. Ohio State beating up on Western Michigan by a score of 35-0. Howard, 253 yards with a touchdown. Judkins, 82 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tennessee and NC State. Where's our Tennessee fan? Wasn't he here? He was talking smack, and they're in a seesaw battle with NC State themselves. It's 10-3. LSU. Wow, that's interesting to me. LSU and Nichols, 23-14. Nussmeier does have 3 touchdowns in that game. Houston trailing Oklahoma by a score of 14-3. And Clemson, how about them? Up on App State, 35-0. Now, some later games, we want to stay up for Pac-12 After Dark, or the old Pac-12. You got Oregon taking on Boise, Arizona taking on Northern Arizona, and USC taking on Utah State. Earlier finals today, Georgia beat up on Tennessee Tech by a score of 48-3. Carson Beck, 242 with 5 touchdowns. Texas beat Michigan in a game where Quinn Ewers threw for 3 touchdowns as number 3 Texas pounds Michigan 31-3. Now, my takeaways in that game, honestly, Texas has a quarterback, Michigan doesn't. It's that simple. And Steve Sarkisian clearly doing his thing. That team looked really good today. Their tight end Helm had 7 receptions for 98 yards and a touchdown. Notre Dame goes down. I told you, don't drink the Notre Dame Kool-Aid. They lose to Northern Illinois by a score of 16-14. Now, how that game ended was Notre Dame went to try to win the game-winning field goal, and it was blocked by Northern Illinois, and they lose that game by a score of 16-14 in South Bend. Ole Miss beat up on Middle Tennessee today. Jackson Dart, 377 yards with a touchdown. And you have Penn State, who survived, okay? Bowling Green, 34-27. Bowling Green was leading this game. Happy Valley was crazy to get a win over Bowling Green. Utah, who's ranked number 23, beat Baylor by a score of 23-12. Oklahoma State and Mike Gundy beat Arkansas 39-31. Arkansas was actually leading this game for quite some time. And Kansas State, who is also trailing Tulane, wins 34-27. Iowa State beat Iowa by a point, 20-19. And Louisville beat Jacksonville State by a score of 49-14. And Syracuse beat Georgia Tech 31-28 in the game where Kyle McCord threw for 384 yards and 4 touchdowns. Back to our game here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. What's going on? My name is Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. I hate to do this to you guys, but grade that first half. A, like you passed and you're going to the first grade, or F, if you got to do a repeat. Look, I think when you look to this game, that last drive that Alabama had was promising. I loved how they fed Jam Miller. Some takeaways was that they can't stop this quarterback, Byrum Brown, up the middle. I mean, the guy, that drive where he ran for 60 yards on that drive was terrible for the defense. Now, the good news is in 6 quarters of play, Alabama's allowed 6 points. That's impressive, okay? South Florida probably should have, maybe Alex Gosh feels they should have went for a touchdown when they kicked the field goal. I don't know. Grades coming back, D, C minus, C minus. I would probably say a C minus, I guess, just because I felt like that last drive was a little bit more promising. But look, the defense they've had their backs against the wall plenty of times, and they haven't allowed a touchdown yet. On the offensive side, I think the takeaways are the offensive line is not the offensive line we expected to see. Tyler Booker starting at left tackle. With that said, Wilcom Formby, I have no idea what's going on. I don't like it. He's had a tough game. There's been a lot of holding calls, 8 penalties, 60 yards. There's been a couple good things to take away. They've showed that reverse, which I liked, and there was a couple screens, which I like to see as well. I think the most troubling thing outside of the offensive line play on the right tackle position, and this is like serious, is the fact that the defense got burnt more than 3 times. Like bad. Because I think that you play a quarterback, any one of these quarterbacks, you play Syracuse's quarterback, Kyle McCord, the former Ohio State quarterback. Like, he's going to connect with those wide receivers. This quarterback is not accurate. He's good, but they haven't faced an accurate quarterback yet. TJ Finley, he wasn't it. This guy's good. He can run. He's like a good, college player that can run the ball. He's going to hit on some plays, but he's not an accurate quarterback. I don't know, when you play LSU's quarterback or, down the road and you play Carson Beck or the Tennessee quarterback, I would imagine that these quarterbacks are much more accurate and they have better wide receivers. That's probably the scariest part for me. I think the offensive line, they'd probably be able to fix that. But the secondary getting beat like that, I haven't seen Alabama's secondary get beat like that ever covering the team. And they didn't catch the ball. So that's good. But we saw, like, those guys got torched. I'm going to take a break for halftime. I'll be back in a few minutes. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Special thanks to those of you that are sponsoring the show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We'll take you all the way to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. So we've got a long way to go, a lot of football. I appreciate you guys. Rolling 778, I appreciate you. Touchdown Club, Nick Bowling, and Garrett Clemens, thank you so much. Be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and talk to you guys soon. Let me know, before I go, let me know what type of adjustments you'd make in the second half and who your second half MVP will be as Alabama takes on South Florida. Second half MVP. Who will be your second half MVP in this game? Be back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Fam, what's up? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Got Hungry Howie's at the crib tonight. Hungry Howie's for the dub. Appreciate you guys being here and rocking with me. Honestly, I do. Thank you so much. I mean, I think, when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do this season, I wanted to do something that was dynamic, something to where I could be with you guys, talking to you guys, enjoying the experience. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I really, honestly, I really do every single show from the bottom of my heart. So I appreciate you. Win, lose, draw, I'm going to give you every single thing that I got. So I appreciate you guys. No doubt. And, we put a lot into the show. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, all the graphics and, I've never done anything like this before. So trying to, bring different graphics and stuff like that to you, there's a lot, but I love stats. And I feel like when you watch the regular game, they don't give you a lot of the stats, right? So kind of one of my goals was to bring the game kind of to life if you can't watch the game. Or my thought is, if you're watching the game, maybe you have me on the side so you can see the stats in the game, whatever. Like, who doesn't want to watch the game? I mean, I'm watching the game too, And I know there's, what? And there's a lot of people. What's the score of that Colorado one? I didn't even see that one. It's Colorado getting buried. Colorado. I didn't run over that score because, oh my God, 28-0. Jeez, man. Oh, Shador's getting eaten up. Nebraska is beating Colorado by a score of 28-0. Dylan Raiola is 14 of 17 for 126 yards with touchdown. On the flip side, Shadori Sanders, 104 passing yards with an interception that went for a touchdown. Travis Hunter has 6 receptions for 58 yards. Hey, Big Bid, welcome to the Fan Funder Club. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, we are back in Tuscaloosa. I literally live in Tuscaloosa, too. I don't live far from the stadium. It's like a 10-minute drive. All right, here we go. Hoping for a better second half, and Alabama will get the ball to start half. They lead this game. I know it feels like you're losing, but we're not. It is 14-6. This is the first kick return that Alabama's ever had this season. It is Kendrick Law getting across the 40, gets a foot. Oh, my goodness. He dropped the ball, and he fumbles it. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Wow. So what happened was it looked like he was about to break it, and he just gets the ball stripped out, and South Florida recovers. So that was the first kick return that Alabama's had all season long, right? Oh, man. Kendrick Law fumbled the kick return, and South Florida comes out, and it should be a face mask penalty, I would imagine. Yeah. Turnover penalty. That's how you start the second half. Man, I thought he was about to break it. Oh my God. That was on Jahad Campbell. Wow. Yo, this sucks. Man. Turnover. Face mask penalty. I don't think Saban talked to him. I have. And I wonder if, Coach Kalen Deboer is mad. Because he's so nice, I don't know if things change. 9 penalties, 75 yards. Brown back to pass. Oh, my goodness. Another guy was wide open, but he misses him. If this quarterback is accurate, South Florida is probably leading this game by 10 points, maybe more. Do you see this? I'm not making this up, right? Like, the guy's just inaccurate. The guys are open. He's just overthrowing everybody. The cameraman almost got faked out on that, so it's like a 3rd and, I don't know, 4. Samuel, what's up, man? Deboer can get pretty angry. I did see him get upset with the headset malfunction. I'm sure he's pissed off now. I mean, it's just... But sometimes, you know, as a coach, you got to know when to get mad and when to kind of let it ride. I think this is a game where you kind of let it ride because a lot of it is, you know, this is a game of adversity. Quarterback sack for Alabama. That was good. That was, I would imagine that's a coverage sack. And you got a 4th down. Tim Smith. Player smiling. Okay, there you go. So it's going to be a 4th and 11. And South Florida is going to try for a long field goal. This is long. I don't know how far this is. They haven't said. The kick is up. It was short by about 10 yards. It was accurate, but it was short. Okay. You survive. Yo, the defense, man. The defense comes with it, man. This defense don't allow points. All right, so here you go. That was one. Justice Haynes got his touchdown call back. Jalen Milroe gets his rushing touchdown call back, right? The big pass to Kobe Prentice, that got called back. A lot of penalties. That was 53 yards? Man, they shouldn't have taken that. All right, let's see this offense. Come on. Come on now. Jalen Milroe in a 12 personnel set. You got 2 tight ends. Robbie Oots in the game. Milroe has plenty of time. Takes a shot downfield. And it is going to be incomplete. Intended again for Ryan Williams. Man, he's going for Ryan Williams for that deep ball. He wants it. That was good coverage on Ryan Williams. It was double teamed. You got a safety over top in the corner. That number 22 has played him well. That's a tall task. You know, it's going to be challenging for anybody to deal with that guy. But I kind of agree with you, Perry, inside the comment box. Maybe establish a little bit of run, but on the flip side, you're trying to look for a big hit, right? Like a big play. So Alabama with a 2nd and 10. Looks like someone was down on South Florida, right? I had some more coffee, even for the late night tip. There's been so many penalties. It's just been unbelievable. that kickoff return piss you off, Angel? I get it, man. It's one of those games. You're gonna have to. I thought it was good coverage too, to be honest. There was another one that was clearly holding on each of the guys, but I thought that was good coverage, to be honest. I mean, he's went to Ryan Williams how many times? Would you say like 6, 7? Oh, that's that corner. Is that corner that was dealing with Ryan Williams? Rucker? He's not bad.
Yeah, it was.
We got people watching on Hulu, YouTube TV. All right, 2nd and 10. Jalen Milroe, it's quarterback design keeper, gets, let's say, I don't know, 4. Andre's asking about the deep ball. Yeah, I mean, they've kind of went around from the running game. But with that said, I mean, South Florida's done a good job stuffing these guys, right? You haven't seen a lot from Jam Miller or Justice Haynes tonight yet. long time. I think we see more of them as the game matures towards the back end. 3rd and 6 for Alabama. You got 2 wide receivers up top, C.J. Dupree in motion. Jalen Milroe back to pass. You got some pressure. Jalen Milroe escapes. He kind of rolls to his right, rolls to his left, and he's going to be sacked for, I don't know, 1,000,000 yards. I mean, my goodness. Yo, that was not good. Not good. Perry's in. He became a fan funner because the play calling's trash. Oh, my goodness. That was bad. All right, so look. On this, here comes the pressure. Wilcom Formby struggling up top, but that wasn't. It was actually Jaden Roberts where the pressure came from, and then that was kind of just all she wrote. Man. That is not good. Alabama punts. That was not good, Adam. I agree, man. That was not good. Oof. Yo. That's a play where you do throw it away. I don't know if he was trying to make a play. I have no idea. But in that one, you gotta figure something out. That was not good. South Florida looking like, I don't know, a top 5 team. 14-6. Man, this is rough. This is tough sledding. T, how are you doing on those stats?
I was just updating Milroe, and his rushing yards are -14 right now.
Yeah, I bet. All right. Is he still 10 of 16?
10 of 17.
10 of 17. 103 yards passing. Whoa. How many times has he been sacked? Like that. There's a difference. Like that sack was on Milroe, right? Like I get it. The offensive line, there was pressure, but like he could have got rid of that. He's only been sacked 3 times.
I think so.
Kill tag, what's up, man? Whew, man. All right. I mean, let me ask you something. All right. Are we not giving credit to South Florida? Like, is this a good? Is this team? I mean, are they pretty good? Are they punching above their belt? Because I had a buddy who's literally, he lives in Tampa, and he called me before and he was like, "Yo, look, this South Florida team is good." Are we not giving them their credit? I think it's a compilation of things. I think South Florida's good. Not great. I think Alabama's playing like crap. I think there's a lot of penalties.
Who did they lose to last year?
Who?
South Florida.
They lost to Western Kentucky last year.
It makes no sense.
Yeah. So I think it's a variety of things. Plus, Alabama's just not playing. And sometimes, like, it's not your night. Like the fumble. Look at all the big plays that have been negated because of penalties. I mean, they just showed them the 74-yard rushing touchdown, the 21-yard rushing touchdown from Justice Haynes. This, that. I mean, we can go on and on and on. 75 penalties. 75 yards of penalties in the first half. Huh. Should I do a hat change?
Maybe. Yeah. What do we have? What are our options?
Let's go with that old school one. Yeah. Oh, you know what? That one hurt my head the last time.
Wait, where's the
All the hats are downstairs. Should we do a hat change? Sometimes that helps.
vote for a hat change.
Thumbs up on the hat change. I didn't wear this last time. I wore the old school.
What hat?
We're
superstitious over here.
Well, I have the black one. Change the hat. Yeah.
The hat.
Okay.
The hat.
Doing a hat change. Oh no, this is comfortable. Yeah. This is very comfortable. Oh, look, I even look. This is, yeah, all right. Oh, okay. Mark it down. Somebody write it down. 12 minutes and 1 second. In the third quarter, we did a hat change. Here we go. 390 on. Ben Allen.
We control the whole play of.
Sometimes that works, though.
I like this one.
Carter Cabs. Does take. No, I still on the Jalen Milroe team, man. He's struggling. All right, 3rd and 9 for South Florida. Yo, if this quarterback could throw, no, I ain't taking that responsibility, man. That's too much pressure. I'm just trying to change the hat to, trying to get a little bit of momentum. David Kendall's like, change your underwear too. When people they do different things. Like they eat a hot dog real fast. There's like a variety of things that you could do. All right, don't worry. We're good, okay? All right, Byrum Brown, back to pass. Inaccurate again. That could have been a first down. It's 4th and 9, so South Florida is going to punt again. The thing is, Alabama's defense and the Alabama team overall, they've gone against 2 offensive quarterbacks that cannot throw the ball. TJ Finley couldn't. This guy can't. This guy can run the ball. And you'll get another opportunity for this Alabama offense. Yeah, and Jeff saying, thank God. I mean, if this guy could throw the ball, I'm serious, you'd be in trouble. And did the hat help? I don't know. The defense has been playing well even with that other hat. Here's the punt. And it goes in the end zone. There's another flag on the play. What is this? It has to be on someone else other than Alabama. My goodness. See? Female Franco changed his shirt.
Their name is Female Friend?
Female Franco.
Oh, Female Franco.
Yeah.
I thought he said Female Friend.
Oh, my goodness. There's another flag. Illegal formation. Is that a legal formation? All right. Put all your hats on. Oh, yeah, that's emergency time. We stack all the hats on top of each other. All right. Here we go. All right, loosen it up. Here we go. 3rd quarter, 11:29. Here comes the Alabama offense. All right, let's go. Let's get something started. 11:29. 14-6 Alabama leads. Jalen Milroe in shotgun. Next to him, it looks like Jam Miller. You got C.J. Dupree in at side end. 2 wide receivers up top. Hand off to Jam Miller. Love it. Stuffed. 2 yards. But I think you got to get some momentum running the football. You haven't been able to do that much against South Florida. If you're wondering about the Colorado Nebraska score, the last I saw was 28-0. Nebraska's rolling in Lincoln. $5 in from Kill Tack. Let's get him up on the screen. Here comes Jam Miller with a big run. It's another fumble. Oh, my goodness. Was he down? Was he down? Was that? Wow, another fumble. Wow. Yo, this is crazy. Passionate John. We're hyping up this team, man. Kalen Deboer, man. This is his squad. The music at practice, the new age. Look, it's one of those nights. Good thing that South Florida doesn't have take the hat off, they're saying. And now it's going to be we might have to go to the black hat. We haven't tried backwards.
Oh, yeah, we can try backwards.
Change the hat again. Kalen Deboer, let's see. Still chill? Unbelievable. Every time, this is the last time you ever play South Florida again, period. You never play these guys ever again. This is terrible. Here comes South Florida. Well, are they looking at this? Maybe they're saying the ball went out of bounds? Someone's trying to burn some sage. I don't know. It looked like he got the ball to me, but maybe he went out of bounds. David Blackman, welcome to the Fan Funded Club. We appreciate you supporting us, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Here comes South Florida. They're at the 40. They missed a field goal their last time out. Byrum Brown back to pass. Here comes pressure. He connects to a wide receiver, and it's going to be a first down. They move the chains. That's been his first completion of the half. It's probably been his first completion in the last, 3 or 4 drives. And here they come. They're at the, let's call it the 26-yard line. Byrum Brown back to pass. He runs it up the middle, and he's going to get another 4 yards. Did we get Kill Tack up on the board? Kill Tag, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Ben Allen is, what's that score with LSU and Nichols? Here comes South Florida on the back, and it's a run up the middle, and he's going to roll over Q Rob for a first down. Okay. They're at the 15. South Florida moving the sticks, okay? 2 first downs. They're going to run the ball. Byrum Brown fakes out Deontay Lawson. He's going to power his way to this 2-yard line. Deontay Lawson just got completely juked out by the quarterback, and he gets to the, 2-yard line. Here comes South Florida. Hurry up offense. It's 1st and goal. It's going to be a touchdown, South Florida. Do they go for 2? Wow, unbelievable. Alabama fans absolutely shocked. Wow. Alex Golish, it is 14-12. Alabama fans in the stands stressing, on YouTube stressing. I don't know. My goodness, Coach Kalen Deboer playing on Nick Saban's field. What do you guys think? They're going for 2. 14-12. Shotgun for Byrum Brown. And the Bulls motion to the top of your screen. And it's going to be, is that going to be a false start on South Florida? Hey, that's a good point. You do have recruits in town.
Are they still going for 2, you think?
No. I don't think you go for 2. No, I think you kick it. False start on South Florida. So you're going to go for 2. Not good. Well, that's the thing about Alabama. I mean, when have they not been hyped in the offseason? You know what I'm saying? Like, no one has ever thought that this team wasn't going to be good. I mean, it could be, I think you have a new coach. He's never coached in, the SEC, never coached Alabama. I don't know. I mean, is this on the coach? Is it on the players? I don't know. Usually they say it starts up top. I mean, he did everything completely different than Coach Saban. Right? I mean, how many interviews did he give? What? He gave 200 interviews? I mean, every single thing has gone positive for this dude. I mean, the start up top, I don't know. The other thing is, too, maybe South Florida's just good. I mean, they played them close last year. The same exact vibe in Tampa. So, I don't know. 14-13, Alabama. 14-12 in the third quarter. Be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, friend, we're back on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here for the Roll Tide watch along. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. 14-13 in the third quarter. Want to thank our fan sponsors. Got a game sponsor, Rolling 778, in with the Hyundai spot. We got the Touchdown Club. We got Nick Bowling and Garrett Clemens in. And we got the First Down Club, Kill Tack, my boy. Appreciate you guys supporting the show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. How the show works is I will take you guys all the way through to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference, and then I'll take your guys' calls. So if you want to call in and vent, definitely do it after the game. Because I know regardless of what the score is, you're probably pissed off about the way that this team has played, right? Up to this point in time. There's still a lot of football left. There's 9 minutes and 35 seconds left in the third quarter. It's 14-13. There's been 2 turnovers by Alabama in this second half. It should have resulted each in points. South Florida took a 53-yard field goal and missed. Then you have Jam Miller who fumbled. South Florida drives it down and puts it inside the end zone. And you have 14-13 with 9:35 to play in the third quarter. Other teams to lose today, you had Auburn lose to Cal. And then you had Notre Dame. They lost to Northern Illinois, so, I don't know. Never say never. In terms of those schools, I could completely see Auburn losing and, Notre Dame. I was never going to buy that. Alabama doesn't lose this game right here. I think they win. But, fans aren't happy. Coach Kalen Deboer will be, take accountability for it. But, sometimes you just don't execute. 14-13, 9:35 in the third quarter. Here's Jalen Milroe, shotgun formation with Justice Haynes in the backfield. It's a carry by Haynes. He's going to be wrapped up. He has about 4 yards. In a game like this, is it maybe were the coaches? Is it on the coaches? Is it on the players? Is it too lax? That's probably something that people will start to question. Is it too lax at practice? What's the total points in this game? What was the total supposed to be? Jalen Milroe, shotgun, back to pass. Here comes pressure. Throws it. It's going to be incomplete. Jeremy Bernard looking for a flag. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Jalen Milroe, I have him at 10 of 17 right now for 103 yards. Wow. It's on the coaches for keeping Formby in the damn game. Yeah, Formby's still out here. It's 3rd and 7. Shotgun formation. 2 wide receivers up top. CJ Dupree to the bottom, and it looks like it's going to be a timeout, South Florida. 3rd and 7. No, I'm serious. In a game like this, who's it on? By the way, that was 65.5 is the total. Man. When we look to the scoring summary, looks like this. South Florida, they kicked a 34-yard field goal to go up 3-0. Jalen Milroe then ran in from 10 yards out to make it 7-3. South Florida then kicked a 25-yard field goal to make it 7-6. Jalen Milroe then ran for 5 yards out to make it 14-6, and a 3-yard rushing touchdown in the third quarter. Maybe we could put the quarters on the sides, T. Third quarter to make it 14-13, and that's where we are right now. Now, how we also got here was 2 turnovers, all right? Tracking game trends, you had 7 penalties for 50 yards or whatever in the first half, and in this quarter, you had 2 turnovers. Penalties, turnovers, those will kill you. The defense held in the first half. There was an opportunity for South Florida to put it in the end zone. They kicked a field goal. It's 3rd and 7 right now for Alabama, 8:55 to play, 14-13. CJ Dupree motions down. And you have, looks like Justice Haynes in the backfield with Jalen Milroe. Here comes pressure from the outside. Wilcom Formby is beat. Jalen Milroe tries to make a play, stiff arm somebody, and it looks like he's just going to throw it out of bounds. That was a play just on that Milroe made. I mean, Formby got beat on the outside, stiff-armed a guy, and then ended up throwing it to the outside. So, they will punt again. Welcome Formby, absolutely facing pressure on that outside. I mean, he was beat, but Jalen stepped up. He was able to make a play, stiff-armed the guy, and now James Byrne up to punt. Holy cow. Yo, I'm serious. I'm just really surprised they haven't taken out Formby. It was kind of like when Coach Saban wouldn't take out Seth McLaughlin last year, right? In the backfield. I don't know. I mean, you have McVay, you have Nyquil Brentrade. You have other tackles. I mean, those other tackles played last game. This is wild. 14-13, South Florida coming out. We're in the third quarter. It's getting serious now. Like, absolutely serious. South Florida has 9 pressures on 22 dropbacks. Part of that, Sugarman, 100%. There's zero energy on the sidelines. Zero. And they had everybody in town, right? All those hype guys. You know what? And you have recruits in town, too. Recruits see this, too. I mean, Caleb Cunningham's here. A.K. Deer's here. South Florida back to pass. Incomplete. This guy, he can't throw it. He's not going to be able to throw the ball. What is this guy stat-wise? Byrum Brown. He can't complete a pass. That's the good thing for Alabama. I have him at 10 of 23. 10 of 23 for 66 yards? This guy's terrible. Hey, Bama Still, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for being here. We'll walk you through it. Alabama 14-13. Byrum Brown back to pass. Facing pressure. He's going to get sacked. And that is big Tim Keenan with his second sack of this game. Yo, out of all the things that aren't going right, Tim Keenan is playing right. 100, like, he is playing. He played well last week. He played, look at this. He gets an amazing push, gets right to the quarterback. Big sack. That's, I mean, and then he's got a little bit of a little shake at the end, too. Ooh, I like that. This quarterback's terrible. And Tim Keenan might have just won the game ball. Put him on the game ball list already. That was Tim Big Sexy Keenan. Yo, that was. If you saw what we saw on the TV broadcast, man, he put the hips in. Did you see that? Yeah. Okay. Sometimes it just takes a play like that to get things going. Man. All right. Nebraska just beating the crap out of Colorado. Oh, my goodness. Nebraska's been waiting for this one. Dylan Raiola, remember him? But you know who it's worked out for? It's worked out for Kyle McCord.
Okay, so, excuse me, maybe I was wrong. It's saying Tim Keenan has 1.5 sacks?
Oh, yeah. So if he has 1.5, that means he got a sack with somebody else. Okay. So it was like 2 guys at the same time. Justice Haynes to the outside. And Justice Haynes to the outside. Looks like he's going to pick up like 7. Kiltack in with another 5 spot. Saying run the ball. 100%. Pocket collapse on that one. Alabama's last 5 drives. Punt, end of half, punt, fumble, punt. Not good. But look, we had a game like this last year. It's just a similar vibe, man. Alex Gollish plays these guys well. Justice Haynes wrapped up in the backfield. And it's going to be 3rd down for Alabama. Female Franco, that's what I'm saying. Like, not to freak anybody out, but against teams that can, like, throw the ball, this guy can't. That's why I'm not stressing at all. Like, this guy can't throw the ball. I don't know if Tyler Van Dyke's better than this guy or not. I would imagine he is. Let me ask you, for those of that have seen Tyler Van Dyke, is he better than this quarterback? I don't think he can run the ball. 3rd down and 5 for Alabama at the 40. There's a big play right here. Justice Haynes picks up the blitz, and Jalen Milroe, under pressure, just throws it out of bounds. Yikes. Oh, my goodness. So South Florida sends a little bit of pressure through the middle. It's going to be picked up by Justice Haynes right here. Formby kind of floats inside, and then South Florida gets to him. I think they have like 11 or 12 pressures. My goodness. Whoa. This is long. This call-in show is going to be crazy. Another punt by James Burnham, and this one is a booming punt. And South Florida is going to be at the 12-yard line. This would just be a game of field position because we know this quarterback's not going to move it. Do we update KillTac on our sponsor board?
Yes.
All right, KillTac, we love you. We appreciate you guys. I'm going to take a quick timeout, and I'll be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Third quarter, South Florida has the ball at their 13. They got a long way to go. That was a damn good punt by James Burnham. Be right back. And we're back. There's a short little break. South Florida has it for forever, and the quarterback runs right up the middle, and he gets, 3 or 4 yards or something like that.
Does this look like a number 14?
No, this does not look like a number 4 team. This looks like a team that on third downs, Bama's just 2 of 9. Here comes South Florida up the middle. They got a break. This guy's going to get maybe to the 40-yard line. Their running back breaks a 30-yard run. Was there a flag on that play? Man. Yep, there was a flag. That's going to take him back. It's a holding call. It was a 35-yard run up the middle of the field by South Florida, and it's called back. That's been happening to Bama all game. Now it happened to South Florida. Man, they absolutely got lucky on that one. It was just a run up to the outside, and he's able to get right up the middle of the field, and the holding call, thank goodness. Whew. That's when it gets serious. What we just saw right there, that gets serious. Josh Miller is asking a great question. Does this make you wonder if Ryan Grubbs was bigger than lost in thought? I think that's a damn good question. I mean, look, Nick Sheridan, let's call it what it was. He was a tight ends coach at Washington. That's a big jump up to the SEC. I don't know. I mean, the good thing is these coaches, you can now talk to them at least for a little bit. But, I mean, this is not the standard that we're accustomed to, especially on Saban Field. Man, imagine what Coach Saban's thinking. And it'll be interesting to see if Saban criticizes this team on College Game Day next week. I don't know. Daniel's saying absolutely not. Grubb has been absolutely trashed without Deboer. Yeah, I mean, it is Deboer's offense. But it is Nick Sheridan calling plays. It is Jalen Milroe at quarterback. I don't know. There's a lot of factors. South Florida, is bringing heat. Plus, you have Welcome Formby still out there. There's a lot of stuff. 2nd and 14. South Florida pretty much in the shadow of their own end zone. There's 5:14 to play in the third quarter. It's a run up the middle, and he's going to get, let's say 6. So it's going to be a 3rd and long for South Florida. North Alabama Storm Chaser, yeah, that's a good point. Alabama's defense, who I think played pretty good, besides, Byrum Brown running in that first half, faces a 3rd and 7. Critical down, in my opinion, because now you kind of look to the field position game. In Alabama, I mean, they can quick strike at any point in time. Here comes Tim Keenan up the middle. Looks like he was held to me. Yeah, they're going to get a flag. Byrum Brown is incomplete. I would imagine that's a hold. I would imagine that Alabama declines and South Florida's to punt. Tim Keenan was absolutely held. Man. The flags on this game is wild. What are we up to? Let's see. Penalties. What are the total penalties on this game, T? Penalties. Oh, okay. This game, let me ask you. This game, South Florida has been penalized 9 times for 71 yards. Alabama has been penalized 9 times for 75 yards. There's been 18 penalties in this game. This is maddening. Here's the punt. Punt rush was on. It's a pretty good punt. Gets across the 50 and it goes out of bounds. Alabama has an amazing field position. This is perfect setup for Alabama to get momentum, which they haven't had the entire game. The sideline is flat. There's 100,000 people in the stands at Saban Field. They'll have the ball at the 45. Be right back in 2 seconds. All right, fam, we're back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. It is 14-13. You're reading the scoreboard, right? Yeah, and it's Alabama will have the ball at the 45-yard. You know what? They actually have a pretty good field position. So we'll see what they do. I'm hopeful that they punch in the end zone right now. Ooh, I love that. Greg is saying time for a screen. I'd love that. Play calling. Selena Martinez has been saying predictable and boring. Let me ask you, what do you think has been the biggest problem today? Offensive line? Something else? Penalties? Milroe? Why don't you put a poll? Let's list the options. Let's put what has been biggest issue thus far? Offensive line, penalties, Jalen Milroe, or turnovers. Or no. Put South Florida is good. Yeah, put Milroe / play calling. Let's see what happens. I don't know. I'm curious to see this poll. Someone's just saying straight up Form B.
Just Form B.
Someone's like, okay, here the poll's live. Get in the poll right now. We put up what has been the biggest issue so far. And here we go. Here's Alabama. It's 4th and 18. Here's a handoff. It looks like a face mask to me. Jam Miller gets to the outside. He buries over a guy from South Florida, and he's going to pick up like 6 yards. South Florida, all 25 fans feeling pretty good right now. What does the voting say?
Well, I just saw Josh Miller say not incorporating Kendrick Law.
Kendrick Law doesn't play on this team. Well, he did, and he fumbled. Look at Nick Sheridan.
O-line is the winner
O-line is the winner, okay.
with
Second and 4. 24% for the, well, I'm sure they could see the poll. I can't see the poll. 64 polls. Get inside the poll. Here comes Jam Miller in the back. You got tight end, the bottom, 2 tight ends. Robbie Ouz to the outside. And you put, there, I love this. That is to Jam Miller, who gets the first down. Alabama moving the chains. There's another flag on the play. It's going to be against South Florida, though. That is their 10th penalty. I think you put one in right here. I think you ride Jam Miller all the way into the end zone. 1st and 10. 3:18 left in the third quarter. Jalen Milroe back to pass. A little bit of a creative play, if you will. And that's to Jam Miller, who gets a first down. But there's a penalty in the backfield. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. These penalties. What is this? This is crazy. That penalty is on Tyler Booker. Blocking the back. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is just wild. Blocking the back? Where? Oh, God. Yeah, he pushed him right into him. He didn't even have to do that. That's uncharacteristic of Tyler Booker. 1st and 12 for Alabama. 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. Appreciate you guys voting. There was 100 votes. Then it went down to 99. Someone retracted it. Kobe Prent is in motion. Looks like you have Justice Haynes in the backfield. Justice Haynes looking for someone to protect. Pressure coming to Milroe. Milroe overthrows Kobe Prentice. Another penalty. Is that a penalty again? This is crazy. Roughing the passer on South Florida. We just literally go back and forth trading penalties down the field. There's been 3 plays for 3 consecutive penalties. This one is roughing the passer on Jalen Milroe. I saw him getting heat, but the camera went away from him. Oh, geez. He got absolutely tagged by the big boy. Is that... Did he lead with his helmet? No, man, I'm still in with the coffee. If South Florida takes the lead, we might start dipping in with some grandpa's, old cough medicine. But right now, I'm chilling. South Florida has been penalized 11 times for 92 yards. Jalen Milroe in shotgun. Looks back, avoids somebody in the backfield. He's still running. He's going to run, and there's another penalty. This is the 5th consecutive play with the penalty. This is crazy. What is this? Holding on the offense. Oh, my God. This is crazy. This is like, that's on Formby. Look, you got to take him out, right? Dude, you take him out at this point? You should have already pulled him. Man. Oh, my goodness, man. This is unbelievable. Wow. Woo. Hopefully there's not a penalty on this play. Jalen Milroe back to pass. 1st and 20. All day to throw. He's going to find, I don't know who that was. That Ryan Williams? Yep. Ryan Williams, I think that's his second pass. And that probably went for, 8 or 9. The penalties are just frustrating, but Alabama is moving down the field. There's 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. Getting close to the red zone. They're in the red zone, 27 yards. Still in shotgun set. You have Jam Miller in the backfield. Said it's his 4th holding penalty. Man, that's unbelievable. All right, Jalen Milroe, he hands off to Jam Miller. Jam Miller gets to the outside, I think he got the first down. Or he is close to it. A yard short of the first down. Alabama moving the chains now. First play without a penalty in, I don't know, like 9 plays. The penalties are just outrageous in this game. 11 for South Florida, 11 for Alabama, 11 for South Florida for 92 yards, 11 for Alabama for 95 yards. Welcome Formby, I guess, has 4 penalties himself. Here comes Jam Miller, gets another hard 6 yards. It's going to be hard to stop him. There you go. This is a good drive. Huh. Josh Miller, check the chat. I've mentioned obliterated 10 times. Yeah, man. You got to take him out. They're just going to keep him in, though. They would have taken him out already. All right, wide open to Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams looked like he was going to get loose. Caught for like 8 yards. And we are going into the fourth quarter. Just about. There's 30 seconds left. Holy cow. Man. Not good. Okay, 20 seconds in the third quarter. Alabama is at, let's call it the 8-yard line. 3 wide receivers down at the bottom of your screen. It's a handoff to Jam Miller. He's going to be wrapped up, and it's going to be 3rd down and 4. And we're going to go into the fourth quarter. You guys hang tight. We got you covered. Put the fingers up. Fourth quarter. Type 4 inside the comment box for the fourth quarter. Let's see if Alabama can punch one in. It's 3rd and 4. Punch 4 inside the comment box. We'll be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, fam, I'm back. You know what? I think it's just one of those nights because on this small commercial break, okay, I have a chair right here. I sat down. My back's starting to hurt a little bit. Okay, I'm standing up. Been standing up for 3 hours and 30 minutes. T's over here on her computer. I ask her, throw me a slice of pizza. And I think it's just one of those nights, okay? She tosses the pizza. Not really like an option. You know, like if you're going to do a piece of pizza, you option it, right? You play. You option it.
It was the crust, though. Come on. It was just the crust.
So she tosses it like this. The pizza falls short, okay? It hits this bench that's right here. It falls down. I pick it up. A piece of sausage rolled off. So, you know, sometimes it's just, I think it's just one of those nights.
No pizza with pineapple.
No pizza with pineapple?
I was like, please tell me you did.
No. It was a sausage. We do the pepperoni and mushroom. We get like 40 pizzas because I have teenagers and kids here. It's like, there's a lot going on.
William's like, Cal, I don't care.
Right? No, I get it. All right, get them up. Fourth quarter when we get back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And so how this works if you're new to it, we'll take you all the way through to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference, and then I'll take your calls right after that. So that's how the show operates. We'll do post-game show. I'll put the stats on the screen. Here's Coach Kalen Deboer. See what he says. All right, Alabama on the 10-yard line. It's 3rd and 4. Here we go. You can take down the poll, T. And here we go. Ryan Williams in motion. Jalen Milroe back to pass. It's going to be complete to Cole Adams, who gets a first down. Is he hurt? Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you. Oh, man, so Cole Adams caught a pass from Jalen Milroe. You're going to see it right here. And the defender's going to grab his arm. Oh, his elbow. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a Cole Adams is a very talented wide receiver at the University of Alabama. I don't think it was his knee. I think it was his elbow from what I saw. Yeah, it didn't look good. Maybe it's something different. I don't know. It's one of those nights. I don't think it's a leg. I think it looked like a. If I had to guess, just from what I saw, it looked like a dislocated elbow. The elbow, his hand went here, his elbow went a different way. I think it's an elbow dislocation. But who knows? Who knows? Prayers up for Cole Adams. Man.
I've actually done that, and it is very painful.
Yeah, I mean, someone's saying dislocated shoulder. Lisa Luck inside the chat. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely elbow. Ouch. Poor dude. Alabama does get the first down. He caught it, and it happened after the catch. Man, oh, jeez. It's just one of those nights, he's helped off the field. He's going into the injury tent. Prayers up for Cole Adams. Be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Alabama about to punch it in to the end zone. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, we're back here on Bama Football on YouTube waiting for us to get back from commercial break. Alabama just outside the end zone. The last play was a completion from Milroe. Do we have updated stats on Milroe? Yeah. To Cole Adams. It was complete. And then after that, he was kind of twisted in a weird area, and it looked like something happened to his elbow. So we'll just call it an arm. That's what Coach Saban usually says. And we'll keep you posted. So prayers up for him. That sucks. Really good dude. And you know what? Not only do you theoretically, based on the injury, do you lose a wide receiver, somebody else has to step up in terms of the punt returner. I thought he was doing a really good job returning punts and the opportunities that he has had. So I would imagine that Jalen Mbakwe is next man up, who's a freshman. We'll see what happens. Nebraska leading Colorado 28-3 up in Lincoln. Shadori Sanders, 19 of 33, 205. Travis Hunter, 81 yards receiving. Game still in the third quarter. Back here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama trying to put something together. This has been a pretty good job, to be honest. Jalen Milroe in shotgun. It looks like Justice Haynes in the backfield. It's a run on 1st and goal, and he's going to be stuffed up. I think that was Justice Haynes. It's going to be second down for the Crimson Tide. Alabama will be judged. Look, Alabama wins this game even by 2 scores. The outcome of this game, and thank goodness it's no longer like 4 teams that make the playoffs, because Alabama will be judged. Oh, I would love to see Robbie Oots get some love right here. They will be judged on this game. The outcome of this game will last forever. I promise you. Oregon won't be judged because they played close to Idaho. And Michigan, it won't be, they got blown out today by Texas. But you get what I'm saying? They're held to a different standard. I'm curious to see what Coach Saban will have to say on game day, because now he's an analyst. If if he's critical of his former team. In terms of the backs, look, I think Jam is certainly your power back. Last week we saw 5 running backs. We saw Richard Young, we saw Daniel Hill, we saw Kevin Riley. I think South Florida has done a really good job stopping Alabama's running backs, to be honest. Oh, there's going to be a lot of trolls that come in here because they want to, it's the same thing because they want to see Alabama lose. I get it. But Alabama's held to a different standard. Like all these other programs, like even watch what happened with Notre Dame. That's a perfect example. Notre Dame just lost, and what are they ranked? 5? Notre Dame will still be ranked. I promise you, they will be ranked like in the top 12. And they'll be like, oh, well, it just came down to a field goal. Now, if Alabama loses this game, or if they were to lose to Northern Illinois, they're just held to a different standard. It's just like that. I would probably say that Jam is I've wondered about that. If Jam is running back 1 or 2, I think they're both. They provide different elements, which is great because Justice is really shifty, and Jam is the power back. Now it's been a while since we've seen a running back fumble the ball. Jam Miller had that fumble. There's been 2 costly fumbles in this quarter, right? Or in the third quarter there was. Penalties and turnovers usually kill you, but this team's been able to still survive, and it looks like they're going to punch one in here. 2nd and goal for Alabama. Brian Williams in motion. Jalen Milroe to Robbie Oots. And Oots gets to about the 2-yard line. Thought he was going to get in. I like that play call, to be honest. Yeah, I think if you're an Alabama football fan, you're certainly disappointed. Yeah, this isn't it. But, this game does not make the season. This game is not over. If Alabama would have been judged on the second game that they played last year, my goodness, against Texas, everybody would have dipped out. I'm curious to see what type of heat Coach Kalen Deboer gets, if any. He's been kind of the media darling, and no one has criticized him at all. There's a fumble. He fumbles the snap in South Florida. Oh, my goodness. Unbelievable. Jalen Milroe fumbles the snap, and South Florida recovers it on the 5-yard line. I'm not making this up. South Florida recovers it. There's 13 minutes and 44 seconds. Alabama leads 14-13. Alabama's trying to punch it in, and in a snap, Milroe sends Kendrick Law in motion, got absolutely hammered, and he fumbles the snap. Here's a closer look at it. Yeah, he just dropped the ball. Wow. Unbelievable. Yo, that was on Milroe.
It makes you wonder how much of last year was on Milroe.
Man. Here comes South Florida. They got a long way to go, and this quarterback cannot throw the ball. And the defense, I think, has played. How many yards does the defense have they allowed? Not a lot. They've only allowed 200 yards. Alabama has been held under 200 yards in this game. Here comes South Florida. It's a run up the middle. It's going absolutely nowhere. Man. Woo. Holy cow. That was terrible. All right, so South Florida, shotgun formation. It's going to be a quarterback run. He slips. He probably would have got the first down, and it's going to be about 4 yards, and they're going to have third and, 4 yards, 3 yards for South Florida. Yeah, you could certainly use a pick six here, right, Kalen? Yeah, they need a spark for sure. This could be a spark right here. You get him out on third down, you right? Oh, it's going to be 4th and 1. Great play by Justin Jefferson. Browns receiver caught the pass, but Justin Jefferson makes a great stop. And Alex Gollish and the Bulls are going to have a 4th and 1. He's probably thinking about it. What a catch. What a play by Justin Jefferson. That was great on both sides. Great play by Justin Jefferson, really. He didn't get it. I mean, he's short. It's 4th and 1. And they're punting. Jalen Mbakwe now back to return punts for Alabama as injured Cole Adams is out with what we're calling an arm at this point. That's a hell of a punt. Jalen Mbakwe fields it. He's got a really good return. Jalen Mbakwe is electric. I mean, if you're South Florida, I'm like, why didn't you go for it? Because now he's at the 30-yard line. Man, those freshmen are dangerous. Remember last year, you put a freshman in to return a punt, took it to the house. Jalen Mbakwe is that guy. Hometown hero out of Clay Chalksville. Guy is an absolute baller. He has it. Big-time players make big-time plays. That was an electric punt return. That could be the spark that you guys were talking about. Man, he's fast. Someone said that, is he one of the fastest players on the team? Man. All right, 582. Let's see if Alabama could punch one in. They certainly need one. I'll be right back. Bama football on YouTube. Yo, what a return. That was a big play by Jalen Mbakwe. We'll be right back on Bama football on YouTube. Back on Bama football on YouTube. What's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama football on YouTube. That was a really great play by Jalen Mbakwe. My goodness. Absolute baller. I'm curious to see if like the kings of college football, like a Josh Pate or anyone, if they criticize Alabama. You think they will? Or like an on three? That'd be interesting to see if they be like the first bad, something that they said about Alabama. They love them some Alabama, don't they? All those guys are Alabama fans. Like On Three loves Alabama. 1,000,000%. 607 in the house. Here comes the Alabama Crimson Tide following an incredible punt return by Jalen Mbakwe. It's a lot of rat poison. NILs, you got the chains out there. You got dancing. David, you think Josh Pate destroys Bama? I don't. This might just be one of those games. NIL, think that's changed the game too? JD Piquel, the good dude. Those guys are all good, man. They do a really good job. All right, here we go. Jalen Milroe, 11:50 in this game. See if the Crimson Tide, amazing field position. This is a design quarterback keeper for Jalen Milroe. Gets about, 15, maybe 20. Appreciate you, Adam. Thank you so much, man. 11:34 to go. Big run by Jalen Milroe off a designed quarterback keeper. It's time to put the game on his back, right? Jared saying they make so much Alabama content because 100%. Dude, the people behind, I promise you, those sites are Alabama fans, and they get it because think about it. A video about Notre Dame, nobody cares. It's all Alabama football. They have to do, to basically like feed the other fan bases a little bit, but they don't care about other programs. Go look at their feed. It's like every fifth video is about Alabama. I like that design run. I cannot believe that they fumbled that snap. 19 in, Claire. What's going on? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The super chat on the back end of the show in the fourth quarter. You're our fourth quarter fan sponsor. We'll put you in the fourth quarter club. How about that one? That's another one we could do. A lot of these fake injuries. Yeah, I think so. All right. 11:34, 14-13. Alabama trying to get something to going. Following a nice quarterback design run by Milroe. Shotgun set, 3 wide receivers down, 1 up top. Looks like Justice Haynes in the backfield. Hands it off to Haynes. It's going to be wrapped up. And it's second down. 205 saying Kyle didn't free Mike saying in the call. He thought this game would be close. Yeah, he did. You know who else said it'd be close? Toby. Toby had this game 20-14. I know. Toby, can you see the future? Toby? Yeah. All right. Designed quarterback run for Milroe. He's going to be bottled up, and it is third down for the Crimson Tide. Yeah, Toby texts me. Toby from Leeds. He's like the biggest Alabama football fan there is.
Yeah, he's like a Bama savant.
Yeah, and he said, yeah, I think he had it. Yeah, he had it close. All right, third down for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Oh, it's all good. You guys, look, you guys, if you guys aren't fans of players, it's all good. I really don't care. You guys do you. That's what makes the show great. 3rd and 6. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Throws it. Finds it wide open. Kobe Prentice in the end zone. Kobe, sticky hands. Prentice comes up with a big touchdown. Type T inside the comment box for touchdown, Alabama. Oh, my goodness. There it is. Yo, so Jalen Milroe rolling out. Found a wide open Kobe Prentice across the middle of the field. Kobe gets hit. Gets into the end zone. It was a 4-play, 34-yard drive, 1:46. You know what the play was? It was Jalen Mbakwe set them up in great field position. Milroe finds Kobe Prentice, gets inside. Yo, who's from Calera? Is anyone up in the house from Calera? You look at the guys from Alabama making big-time plays. Tim Keenan out of Ramsey making plays, right? And now you have Kobe out of Calera making a play. Man. Good drive for the Crimson Tide. They definitely needed that one. Kobe Prentice, he's been targeted 3 times. 2 catches for 34 yards and a touchdown. Ryan Williams has been targeted 6 times in this game, and Jeremy Bernard's been targeted 7 times. Big play for the Crimson Tide. They go up 21-13. It capped off. The drive was 4 plays, 34 yards, 146.
We should do a super chat.
And we got a super chat. Okay. There we go. Nora, what's up? Nana Davis, what's up? Within the super chat. Kobe Prentice, I love when the in-state guys make plays. Ah, feels good. We'll get the scoreboard. We'll update momentarily. and it is 21-13. Fourth quarter, 10 minutes, 4 seconds to play. Alabama to kick. There's no way this South Florida team's scoring again. They can't. They literally, the quarterback cannot throw. You know who we should be hyping up? How about this for, you know what, early game balls? Jalen Mbakwe, that was a big play. Tim Keenan, right? Not anyone from the offensive line. Who else has a game ball in this one? There might be just a couple game balls. I got you, Greg. All right, so here comes South Florida. Pass over the middle is complete for about 15 yards. It's going to be a first down. Now, South Florida's quarterback, Byrum Brown, is 12 of 26 on the game. It's a big run up the middle of the field. And, I don't know, gain's probably about 20 yards. So South Florida with 2 plays, the 3-play drive, 32 yards so far. Time of possession, 43 seconds. They're moving the ball. 9:32 left. Byrum Brown makes a play, makes somebody miss. He's going to get absolutely pounded. Oh, you know who's playing well is Justin Jefferson. I'm writing this down. Justin Jefferson's played well. That was a really good tackle. All right, so I got Tim Keenan, game ball. Tim Keenan, Justin, Jeff, Bach. Maybe Kobe. I'll have to see. Targeting? What? That wasn't targeting. Was that targeting? Oh, God bless. That was I mean, he put his head down. You just got a game ball. Oh my God! Was that a targeting? Oh my goodness, man. Oh. Ooh. What are they saying on the broadcast? Are they saying that was targeting? Damn, man. God bless. They're watching it on DV Sport. Imagine being this guy on the right. That's your job. How old is that guy? The guy looks like he's as old as Caden. Man, does he still get a game ball if he's been targeted? No game ball? No. Oh, James Burnup. You know what? James Burnup's getting a game ball. Yeah. No, he's done. I mean, shit, he's punted the Burnup, yeah. Oh man. So let's see. They're reviewing a play to see if it was targeting. South Florida's quarterback was trying to make a play. Justin Jefferson came in like a missile, hit him. They reviewing the play. It looks like the crown of the helmet. He literally went down into him and he hits him. Some are saying it's a shoulder inside the comment box. AI Meta is saying shoulder. Some people are saying face mask. Targeting. Yep, so it's a targeting. And he will be ejected from the game. And will miss the first half against Wisconsin. Now, the problem with that is, okay, you have Deontay Lawson, you have Jihad Campbell, right, at the inside linebacker position. But behind them, you have Justin Jefferson. And then it gets kind of dicey because Jeremiah Alexander has been hurt too. So you probably have, I don't know, a guy like Justin Okoronkwo or maybe a Caden Jones. Man. All right, so South Florida is at the, I don't know, it's called the 28-yard line. And they're getting a big run up the middle to the outside. It's Malachi Moore, and they're at the 8-yard line. Wow. If I had cash like Saban, I would slam this headset. And they're bottled up again. There's 8 minutes. I don't know. South Florida is what are they at, the 8? This drive has been a long drive. It's been 6 plays, 68 yards. It's covered a lot of ground. Under 2 minutes. South Florida trying to get something going. Up the middle again. Second and goal. Now it's going to be third down. Oh, man.
Jefferson, did he have 10 tackles?
Yeah, he had 10 tackles. Justin Jefferson had 10 tackles. Thanks, T. It is third and goal for South Florida. Let's see what happens right here. Appreciate you guys being on. Let's see if Alabama can close it out. This defense has been really good inside the red zone. Let's see what they can do right here. 7:40 to go. Third and goal for South Florida. Quarterback tries to run up the middle. He's going to be bottled up, and he's going to get, 3-4 yards. So it's going to be fourth and goal for South Florida. They got to go for it, right? I think you go for it. They're bringing the field goal unit out. Wow. Man, Golish has played he's played interesting. I mean, that says he has confidence. I mean, look, if I'm Golish, I'm going for it. Alabama is lucky that he's not going for it. Here comes the field goal unit. Lines up. And it's good. So the scoring drive for South Florida, the score is 21-16. 8 plays, 71 yards, 3 minutes and 19 seconds. There's a lot of time left. South Florida still has 2 timeouts, including the 2-minute drill. Alabama has all 3 of its timeouts. There's 6 minutes and 45 seconds left. That's the second time that Golish has been inside the red zone or goal line situation, and he's elected to kick a field goal. I would have thought he'd probably play a little bit more aggressive there, being on the road. Who knows? Good for Alabama. It is 21-16. There's 6:45 left. I'll be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Hey, by the way, this is how it works. Following this broadcast of mine, I'll go right into Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference, bring it right here to the show. You don't have to go anywhere else. And then after that, we will take your calls. And we will dive into it, and you guys can sound off. Don't feel that when you call in, that you have to be like, sound off. If you're upset about something, I want to hear it, right? Remember, I don't play for the team. I ain't play. So, you going to come at me? It's all good. But I'll take your guys' calls after the show. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football. Oh, look, we're not even going to commercial. First week of September. No Flex is like, just chill. Here's the kick. We got 6:45, and Alabama will start at their own 20. Be right back in 2 seconds. Love you guys. All right, so Pritchett is in now. Pritchett's in at right tackle in place of Formby. I'm surprised they waited this long. It looks like he has a club on his hand, and they give it to Jam Miller, and he gets, let's say 8 yards. Why did they wait so long to put in Pritchett? So Pritchett's in. He's got a club on his hand. All these guys, Alabama's offensive line pretty banged up. Here's Jam Miller up the middle of the field, bounces off 3 or 4 and gets across the midway point. Really big run for Jam. Man, Jam, you know what? I think I'm going to give Jam Miller a game ball.
I'm not mad at that.
Right? This is who I have so far. I'm giving Justin Jefferson 1. He had 10 tackles.
He has most tackles, and then
And he played good.
Tim Keenan with the sacks.
There's a pass out to Ryan Williams. Ryan Hollywood Williams. Is anybody going to catch him? No, he's into the end zone. Ryan Hollywood. Oh, my goodness. Alex Galish.
Did he get it last week?
43-yard touchdown reception. Type T for touchdown. Yo, what a play by, man, this guy is 17 years old. Man, unbelievable. Yo, that was incredible. So Jalen Milroe comes out, finds Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams able to evade a defender, makes a guy miss, and then outruns a defender, gets in the end zone. Look, Milroe's tried to go to Ryan Williams many times a day. In fact, he's been targeted the most of any wide receivers, actually tied with Jeremy Bernard for 7 targets. He has 4 receptions for 68 yards and a touchdown. That was 43. So you look what Ryan Williams has done in his short career. Guy's only 17. Last week, 84 yards, 55 yards. Today he has the longest of 43 yards. And, the guy is absolutely on fire. It was a hitch route. He catches it, makes one guy miss, and basically outruns everybody. There was a guy who kind of went at his feet. He's able to maintain balance. This guy's just, some people have it. Ryan Williams just it. My goodness. So, monster play by the freshman, 28-16. There's 5 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm wondering if Alex Galish is like, I should have went for that. Right? The thing that's going to be the thing about Alabama is that their ability to have quick scoring drives. Like that's, big playability. That's a 17-year-old right there. You take a Formby out, I'm just saying. Oh, man. 6-17 up in the house. I appreciate you guys being here. 28-16 is the score. Ryan Williams. Yo, man, that was it. Brent's like, I hate Alabama. Yeah, I bet you do, man. It's wild because just when you think that this team might be like vulnerable or something, they're going to win. The team that's going to be able to beat Alabama, I think, is going to be a team that has an elite quarterback and that can score with Alabama. And there's a lot of quarterbacks that they have on their schedule that are really talented. This quarterback, if this quarterback was any better, who knows? This game's probably different. Or at least tied. But the quarterback can't pass. Samuel's saying Pritchett game ball. He's been in one play, right? Yeah, see, this guy just can't pass. Oh, man. Well, that took a little pressure off. I was stressing there for a minute. 28-16. You got, under 5 minutes to play. Jalen Milroe in the game. 17 of 27 for 199. Here comes South Florida on the back end, outruns Tim Smith. It's amazing to see the defensive lineman run. They're so fast. Was that a completion? Looks like that was a completion for South Florida, which moves the chains. South Florida with a run. He's going to be wrapped up and tackled by Jahad Campbell. And there is 5:10 left in this game. It is 28-16. Alabama just took the lead off a 43-yard touchdown from Ryan Williams. Byrum Brown checks down, gets to his running back, gets to the middle of the field. I don't know if that's going to be enough for a first down. Cody Coleman up in the house. People calling for Kirby Smart to be fired. I appreciate you guys inside the comment box. Thanks for being here. Got 4:48. South Florida trying to get something going here in the late minutes of this game. You know, the fourth quarter, I mean, we got off to a bumpy start with those 2 turnovers in the third quarter, but they played pretty good in the fourth quarter, right? Like the back end of the third quarter into the fourth quarter wasn't bad. I don't know. Those first 3 quarters, though, at least the beginning, was rough. Brown connects to his running back out to the backside. Now, South Florida in hurry-up mode. There's 4 minutes to play. They have 2 timeouts, including the 2-minute warning. It is 28-16. Justin Jefferson, Alabama's leading tackler, out with a targeting call. Brown back to pass. He's running. He has all day to pass. Campbell is going to chase him down. He gets out of bounds. 4:05 to play. Remember, after this, I go right to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. Then after that, I take some calls as we talk about this game. Yeah, Campbell's absolutely beast, 1,000,000%. Yeah, I think Jaha Campbell's tired for sure. All right, need to finish out strong right here. 3 minutes to play, 28-16. South Florida trying to get some points on the board. They've battled. They just don't have the quarterback to do it. Although he does have, close to 100 yards rushing. They're at the 40-yard line. 3 wide receivers up to the top of your screen. Brown back to pass. Pressure. And it's nearly intercepted by Keon Sabb. Keon Sabb, that would have been his 3rd interception of the season. Remember last week he had 2 interceptions in the first quarter. 4th down and 7. Now, it's interesting. Alabama only has 340 yards of total offense in this game, which is almost half of what they had against Western Kentucky. They had 600 yards last week, right? This current drive, 7 plays, 35 yards. It is 4th and 7 for Alex Gollash. He's going to have to go for it.
You have to add Jaha Campbell to your game ball list.
Jaha Campbell, T signed to the game ball list.
He has 11 tackles.
Yep. Yeah, so Jaha Campbell has 11 tackles, which currently leads the team. So last week he had 9 tackles. Today he has 11. Yeah. And then Deontay Lawson, what is he? He only has 5.
Yeah, Malachi Moore has 7. Hugh Robinson has 7.
Yeah, I think it's safe to give Campbell a game ball too. I just don't know about anybody from the offense. Right? Besides Miller, Jam Miller.
Yeah. I mean, Ryan Williams, he hasn't played bad. It's just been crazy cover.
You're right. Yeah. I mean, I just don't.
But I think that,
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Williams, I mean, that play was awesome. I mean, but you're right. I mean, he has been, complete covered. David, yeah, this game's been a little bit. We knew there was going to be games like this. Look, South Florida, these 2 teams are never going to play again.
Why did we not expect this? Because it happened last year.
What? I know, they're good. I think, and this is going to be a game where it's only going to continue to fuel the Jalen Milroe at quarterback.
I think we blamed the conditions last year for this game.
Jalen Milroe didn't even play, and the conditions suck. But I think now we're going to go back to the Jalen Milroe isn't good enough to be the quarterback.
Milroe didn't play.
Yeah, but so when you guys call in tonight, you guys can definitely sound off on that. I want to get your take. Seriously, I want to get your take. If it was on Milroe, if it was on the offensive line, is a compilation of both those products. If you think there's a better quarterback on the team. No, we don't. I haven't seen an update on Cole Adams. It sounded like his elbow.
That's what it's like looking back on it.
Man, guy, poor dude. Like that dude. Overall, the penalties have been just absurd in this game. What was that? Are we at 25 penalties? I think when you look, penalties. So, 11 for South Florida and 13 for Alabama. Alabama's been penalized 13 times for 120 yards. Now,
4 yards, though.
Yeah, in the past, remember when a couple years ago when they lost to LSU and to Tennessee, in each of those games, they were penalized around this same, right? Like 14, 15 times. Three minutes to go. So who replaces Cole Adams? So it'll be Kobe Prentice is kind of the starter at that slot position, and then returning kicks, it was Jalen Mbakwe, who really changed the momentum of the game. As soon as he got that big punt return, he changed, he really turned the tide. All right, 3:25 left. 3 wide receivers to the top of your screen. Byrum Brown back to pass. Here comes pressure. It's going to be heavily defended, and it's going to be a turnover on downs, and Alabama will retain possession. It's Keon Sabb on the coverage along with Malachi Moore. That was a really big stop. Alex Golish and the Bulls will give the football over to the Alabama Crimson Tide with 3 minutes to go. So really, Alabama just has to – there's Jalen Mbakwe on the outside. Man, and he looked like he was beat too. Man, that's the only that is like one of my biggest concerns is just the guys who have been beat by South Florida. I know I get it. They haven't got the ball to him, but still. All right, Jalen Milroe at quarterback, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Alabama just basically has to kill the clock. They have 3 timeouts. South Florida just has 1 and the 2-minute warning. Jalen Milroe on a design run gets to the outside, picks up maybe 5. It's going to be a 2nd and 5 for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Right, Greg? He was beat. They just haven't been able to get the ball to any of those receivers. Let me ask you. Have you noticed Alabama secondary being beat, like the corners specifically? And does that concern you? It's one of those games you just got to get out of here. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. It's a handoff to Jam Miller. And Jam Miller is off to the races, makes a cut up the middle of the field, gets a block, and you're not going to stop him. My goodness. He's definitely getting a game ball. Jam Miller into the end zone. Man, that could have been one of my favorite runs so far this season. 56 yards for Jam Miller. Type T for who? Oh, we just had the T for touchdown on anyways. That was the graphic. Type T. Type J for Jam Miller. Man. South Florida thought. 34. It was a 2-play, 60-yard scoring drive. Jam Miller went crazy. Woo, man. Can that boy... And the thing about him, what I love about Jam Miller is the fact that he's so hard to bring down after point of contact. You talked about like yards after contact for a running back, yards like that you gained, gains over 20 yards. Like Jam Miller is that. You look at what he did in week 1. Man, look at that. Nice hole. Makes a guy miss. Man, he bounced off like 3 guys. Beautiful run by Jam Miller. Yo, that was good. Make someone miss. Get the outside. Really good block by Robbie Oots. Cuts back. Stiff arms a guy into the dirt. Yo, that was... yeah, score looks much better. 35-16. The Alabama Crimson Tide starting to separate from South Florida, finally. Oh, man. What a drive. Quick strike. And see, that's the thing. Hey, Claire's in with the super chat. We appreciate it. Jam for the game ball. 100%. Yeah, we definitely got to put Jam Miller on the game ball. Jam Miller. Whew. You see the quick strike ability, right? Ryan Williams. And you know what's starting to emerge is like who are big time players that like can provide that quick strike ability? Ryan Williams, right? Jam Miller. Those type of guys. Kobe coming up big with that touchdown. Whew, man. You know what's the best part of that? That there was no penalty.
That was the best.
Oh, man. That was he looked like a beast out there. From saying he looked like Trent Richardson. Trent Richardson was just on campus, too. Yo, Auburn lost. Chili Davis is like, Auburn lost. Yo, Josh, Kendrick Law doesn't get the ball. He doesn't. That's just fact. You look at, he hasn't got he had one reception last week. In terms of him being targeted, let's see. He has not been targeted in this game, and he had no rushing. So Kendrick Law just had that fumble from the kick return, and that's the only time he's touched the ball. So he's touched the ball twice this year. Once has been a touchdown, once has been a fumble. Ryan Williams has been targeted 7 times. He has 4 receptions for 68 yards. Jeremy Bernard has been targeted 7 times. He has 53 yards. Kobe Prentice has 34 yards. He's been targeted 3 times. But in terms of Kendrick Law, I don't know. I think there's other guys clearly that they're going to go to. A lot of work to do, clearly. Woo, man. Jam Miller. So after the game, we got, I don't know, we have just a few minutes left before we close out. We will recap the game. Are we feeling good about the stats? Do we have those updated? How are we feeling on the running back stats? Oh, my goodness. Ooh, you guys are going to like this. Look at the monitor. Jam Miller. 15 attempts, 140 yards, an average of 9.3 and a touchdown, right? OCT on the bottom where you have 140 with 1. That would be if he caught passes.
That's first.
Yeah, do you see receiving? So you could take those off, yeah. Justice Haynes tonight, 11 carries, just 12 yards. And then receiving-wise, we'll look at the wide receivers right here. Jeremy Bernard, 4 receptions, 53 yards. As I mentioned, Kendrick Law, not really utilized. Kobe Prentice, 2 receptions, 34 yards, and a touchdown. Ryan Williams, 4 receptions, 68 yards. Emmanuel Henderson not used in this game. Cole Adams, 1 reception, 5 yards. He was injured. Caleb Odom, 1 reception, 6 yards. Rico Scott, you see the stats there. Then after the game, we'll bring it all to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So it was clearly, you look at the score, 35-16. It feels good now, but that first half, the first 3 quarters of this game, I don't know. That was a lot. Nick Bowling. Who?
Ephraim says Oregon is trailing.
Oregon's trailing again? What's wrong with them? Seriously.
They're turning it into Notre Dame.
They're playing. Everybody's playing them close. We'll look at the scoreboards too. Oh, you know what? You know who's close is Oklahoma and Houston. It is 14-12 in the 4th quarter. Houston has the football, and this AT&T thing keeps just popping up. I can't even use this site.
Oh, try Safari.
Yeah, I literally can't use it. Wild.
I had to go to Safari.
Yeah, you guys watching this Houston-Oklahoma game? It is 14-12. Houston has the football. Clemson beat up on App State 63-20. 63-20. Nebraska beating up on Colorado 28-3. Trying to think for other games that kind of just jump out. Oh yeah, Oregon State 7. Where's that Oregon game? I don't know. I don't like the setup on this. I wish the ESPN one worked. All right, back to our game. It is 35-16. There's 2 minutes to go in this game. I just want this game to end.
Oregon is trailing. It's 7-10.
The second quarter?
Yeah, second.
Okay. All right, here we go. Byrum Brown back to pass, being chased out by Deontay Lawson. Here comes Jamarian Latham, actually just smashed the quarterback. And it's going to be incomplete. 1:51 remaining. Coming up next, Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. It'll probably happen 5 minutes or something like that after the game, 6 minutes. So we'll take a pause, and then we'll bring you back. And then when he comes to podium, we'll go live, and we'll bring it to you. And then I'll take your guys' calls after it. We'll have the stats updated, all that stuff coming up right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So that's what to expect. You don't have to go anywhere else. We'll keep it all right here on this stream. Appreciate you guys being here. Byrum Brown back to pass, 4th and 6. It's going to be incomplete, nearly intercepted by Malachi Moore. And, Alabama just has to run out the clock. 35-16. I don't know. You put another touchdown on. I think that, look, you know what? That quarterback, Byrum Brown, I hug him too. He's a good quarterback. He's a good athlete, but in terms of his accuracy, he's not it. And I'll tell you one thing. Look, the 2 quarterbacks that Alabama has faced this year have been not even average. They're not good. This quarterback's good because he can run and he's tough. They haven't faced a good quarterback. I don't know if Tyler Van Dyke, I haven't even watched him yet. I don't know if he'll be good. Here comes Justice Haynes. Of course, he's going to get a big run too. He gets into the end zone. Unbelievable. Justice Haynes into the end zone. 1 carry. It's just, type T for touchdown. Now, it's a 29-yard rush for Justice Haynes. It was almost too easy. And now the score is 42-16. Oh, for us, that saw the game, this is not. Did we leave this game like it was 20-13? But the score is, clearly much larger. It's now 42-16. It's probably going to end that way, I would imagine. Wow. Well, frustrating game. But now it kind of feels, we feel better now?
We've always been a second half team.
What a weird.
Always.
Yeah. What a weird. I don't know how I have to feel about this. Fraudulent final. Fraudulent. Shoot. Man. All right, here we go. 42-16. Alabama has absolutely dominated this game from the get-go. I'm just kidding. We watched this game together. We were stressed. It was stressful. Look, John, think about it. Where were you 10 minutes ago, right? Seriously, 20 minutes ago, we were freaking out. Now, your hair down. You're getting a little excited now. It's Saturday night. It's too late for us. It's 10. Yeah, a million kids here. All right, South Florida. Just see. This is. Can you imagine to get a pick six here and it ends 49-16? Oh man, looks better with Deere and Cunningham in the tennis though, for sure. Yeah, and you also had Justice Terry, which I didn't. Justice Terry will be back for Georgia and Alabama. Who won't be here for that game, right? Is Alabama ready to play Georgia? I don't know. The second half, no. Clearly concerns about this team or the secondary, the corner specifically. Outside, I didn't really see anybody beat Damani Jackson over the top. The freshmen, they're going to get tested, specifically when you play a quarterback that can complete passes. The offensive line, certainly suspect. A lot going on with Bookham Formby. I don't know what you do there. Jalen Milroe clearly inaccurate tonight. I mean, this wasn't his best night. However, when he needs to take over a game, his running ability is really unmatched. He had that 74-yard touchdown that was taken out. Jam Miller, I mean, he's it. He is that guy. You look at what he was able to do tonight. I mean, really big night running the football. Ends the night, 140 yards. I don't know. How long was that? The longest that he ran, it was like 53 yards or something like that. Justice Haynes gets in the end zone as well. I don't know. I think if you're Alabama, you have to look yourself in the mirror and you're like, what can we fix stuff? I mean, look, and also the offensive line. Look, Brayson Hubbard out there looks like he's cramping, maybe. Injury, Cole Adams, he went down. That'll clearly, he's not coming back next week. I don't know if, Caden Proctor, I would suspect. So, and that's the other thing, the offensive line, too. Do you put Proctor at tackle and then Elijah Pritchett at the other tackle position? I don't know. Welcome Formby the guy struggled tonight. Poor dude. That was really bad. Great kid. Really great kid. But in terms of like actually playing tonight, man, that was not it. Yeah, I think you put Pritchett back at right tackle. If he's healthy, looked like he had a cast on his hand too. I don't know. 42-17, there's 30 seconds left. And like I said, after this, we will go to Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. We'll bring that right here to Bama Football on YouTube, and then I'll take your guys' calls. We'll chop it up for a while. We'll talk about the scores from around college football, and we'll end out as Alabama wins its second game of the season. Looks like the final is going to be 42-16. Coach Kalen Deboer gets his second win, and this is really the first win on Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Wasn't the best game by any means, but yeah, I think Golish is a really great coach. 19 seconds. All right, we're going to get ready for our post-game show. That'll start soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We'll get you ready for Coach Kalen Deboer. Give me like 5 minutes to get ready for my post-game show, and we'll bring that to you. Alabama defeats South Florida 42-16 post-game show coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And we'll start out with Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference, stats from the game, everything starting next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Stay tuned. We're coming right back with Coach Kalen Deboer. Be very interesting what he has to say after this game. Hang tight. All right, fam, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube following Alabama's 42-16 victory over South Florida. Coming up next, you got Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. As soon as he jumps on, we will bring that here right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Here's a scoring recap of this game. South Florida kicked a 34-yard field goal to go up 3-0, and then Jalen Milroe from a 10 yards out to make it 7-3 in the first quarter. South Florida then kicked a 25-yard field goal to make it 7-6 in the second quarter. Jalen Milroe then had a 5-yard touchdown to make it 14-6. In the third quarter, there's a 3-yard score by South Florida to make it 14-13, and then Kobe Prentice got a 16-yard touchdown to make it 21-13 in the fourth quarter. Ryan Williams then exploded for a 43-yard touchdown. Point after attempt was good to make it 28-16 in the fourth quarter. Jam Miller then busted off probably one of the biggest plays of the night, a 56-yard score to make it 35-16, putting the game out of reach. And then Justice Haynes jumped in with a 29-yard rushing touchdown to make it 42-16. Coming up next, Kalen Deboer's press conference. Keep me posted on that. And yes, I will take your guys' calls after this. When you go into the numbers, you look at Jalen Milroe. I think we can go a little bit bigger on that. He was 17 of 27 on the night, 199 yards passing, 2 passing touchdowns, 27 rushing attempts. We'll have to total up his yards. I don't know if he even had any because he was sacked a bunch of times. He had 2 rushing touchdowns on the night. I'm curious to get your take on how he played and curious to get Coach Kalen Deboer's thoughts after the game as well. Jam Miller had 15 attempts for 140 yards with an average of 9.3 and a touchdown. Justice Haynes had 12 attempts for 41 yards. We only saw 2 running backs tonight. C.J. Dupree for the tight ends had a reception for 12 yards. Robbie Oots had 1 for 3, and Josh Cuevas had 1 for 5. Wide receivers tonight, Jeremy Bernard had 4 receptions for 53 yards, 13 for 0.3, which is average. Kobe Prentice had 2 for 34 and a touchdown. Ryan Williams, 4 receptions for 68 yards, an average of 17. Cole Adams, 1 reception for 5 yards. He was hurt on that particular play. Caleb Williams, who is also a freshman, had 1 reception for 16 yards. The offensive line tonight kind of varied. We'll talk more about that tonight on the show. And then on the defensive side, Tim Keenan, how about that? 9 tackles. Tim Smith had 5. Thought Tim Keenan certainly played lights out tonight for the Alabama Crimson Tide. We'll bring Kalen Deboer's press conference next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Jameer Latham had 3 tackles. Jordan Renard had 1 tackle. Deontay Lawson had 3 tackles. I think Deontay Lawson had more tackles than that. I think he had like 5 or 6. We'll have to double up on that. Jahad Campbell had 11. Justin Jefferson had 10. But the interesting thing was about Justin Jefferson is he suffered a targeting call, so he'll miss the first half of this next game against Wisconsin. Damani Jackson had 2 tackles. Byrum Brown, none. Mbakwe, none. Deshaun Jones, none. The safeties, Malachi Moore had 7. Keon Sapp had 3. And Bray Hubbard had 1, and Devontae Smith had 1. And then special teams wise, we'll update those special team stats as we can right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys joining. Thank you so much for being here on the watch along. As soon as Coach Kalen Deboer hits the podium, we will bring it to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Let me ask you guys a snapshot of this team after 2 games. Super small sample size, right? And I think when you look at the stats, they tell you one thing, but we watched the game together. And let me ask you this. What are 2 concerns you have about this team right now? And again, when Coach Kalen Deboer hits the podium, I'll put it right on the screen. It should be, I don't know, within 2 to 5 minutes. What are 2, I'm asking you, and then after that, I'll take your calls. 2 concerns that you have about this football team right now. You've seen them 2 games. This game was clearly different than the first game. South Florida was a better team than Western Kentucky. But what are 2 concerns that you have? T-Technique is saying Milroe and Milroe. Getbox is saying the offensive line and the quarterback. Hunter Jones is saying Wilcom Formby. Bama Jeff is saying Milroe in the passing game. Bama Pete is saying we don't have depth in the offensive line. It seems like a lot of the offensive line in this question. Now, I think when you look to the offensive line, right, you have to see that this isn't going to be the offensive line when Caden Proctor comes back. I mean, you had Tyler Booker starting at left tackle. I don't think he's ever played a game at left tackle. And you had Wilcom Formby at right tackle. And you had Geno Vandermark on the field too. And it was a completely different offensive line that we're going to have going forward. Now, these guys are a little bit banged up. I didn't even know that Pritchard was hurt. Now, he came in. Clearly, he could play. He came in on the back end, right? But the offensive line certainly is a concern. And at least we're not talking about bad snaps, but my goodness, if they don't figure out something at the right tackle position, Alabama is in for a tremendously long season. And one thing is clearly connected to another. You get heat on, the right tackle position. Jalen Milroe is going to be under duress. With that said, Jalen Milroe tonight was not accurate. His deep ball was not there. He had some good design runs, and he did come up with some throws when he had to. There was a nice pass to C.J. Dupree. There was a nice pass to Jeremy Bernard. I'm sure that Coach Kalen Deboer will be complimentary of his quarterback. Of course, he's going to be. And I know there's a lot of you inside the comment box that probably want to see a different quarterback. I don't think that you have to go a different quarterback route. And it's always hard to judge, I think, Jalen Milroe. Because, last year, offensive line. This year, offensive line. But in the times that he did have protection, he was inaccurate. There was other times where South Florida did a good job defending the pass. But the deep ball was not there. He tried to go to Ryan Williams, 7 times? And I think, maybe 3 or 4 of those times, it was either he was just inaccurate or South Florida just did a good job. Now, you can run the ball with this team, whether it's with Jalen Milroe or whether it's with the running backs. Jam Miller's a bad man. Now, that's certainly something that we knew. And if you didn't know about Jam Miller, we know about him now. 140 yards rushing or whatever it was. Man, he looked absolutely – that run was amazing. That was the best part of the night. I think you're going to have games like this, and as soon as Coach Kalen Deboer comes on, I'll put it on the screen. We're waiting. Coach Kalen Deboer should be any minute. You're going to have games like this, and I heard Coach Kalen Deboer after the game to ESPN say, a game like this you can learn from a game like this, and it'll prepare you going forward. Yeah, but it was sloppy. I didn't think that the sideline had a lot of momentum. You can't play like this against better teams, clearly. That was a lot of penalties to be able to win a game like that. So the score, it clearly doesn't reflect, what we saw. But that fourth quarter was pretty good. I thought some bright spots. Hey, Austin, I appreciate the super chat. Offensive line, Jalen had no time to do anything, even if he had anyone to throw to. That's always the tough thing about grading a quarterback like Jalen Milroe. Tonight, look, yeah, was he inaccurate? Did he have guys coming up? Yeah. And have I defended Jalen Milroe? For sure. But at the same time, what would you grade Wilcom Formby? Seriously. And I think you can be honest with it. These guys are getting paid. I think you treat them like pros. If we want to be honest, Wilcom Formby, that was a rough outing. And I'm curious to why Elijah Pritchard didn't play sooner. So Alabama survives tonight. In a game that, in the fourth quarter, they got away with it, 42-16. But that's the thing, man. Look, Milroe didn't have his best game, but it's hard to give him a fair grade when his offensive line is trash. That was not a good offensive line. He didn't do good. Neither did the offensive line. So, let me ask you this. Does Ty Simpson do a better job with Wilcom Formby at tackle? Is that a fair question? Let me ask you this. If Ty Simpson was the quarterback, does Wilcom Formby do better? I don't think he does. Jason Lee, what's up, man? Milroe 7 deep balls were contested, and Williams had no separation on those but one. Yeah, and I think that overall was an overthrown pass, right? Rocket sounds like that's right, Kyle. If they want big money, there's a system for accountability for sure. Yeah. As soon as Coach Kalen Deboer hits the podium, we'll bring that right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being patient. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Following Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference, I'll take a small pause, and then I'll take your guys' calls. And, hey, if you guys want to unload on Milroe, if you guys want to unload on the offensive line, like, call in and say your piece. It's all good with me, right? I'm not on the team. I don't care. Say whatever you want to say. Not going to pretend that it's all sunshine and roses. I mean, we saw what we saw. The standard here is perfection. You have a living legend who has a statue, the field named after him. Like, Jamie's saying, no, he doesn't, Kyle, but the pocket awareness isn't there for Milroe. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, but Milroe, that's bullshit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, do you think that Kalen Deboer will make the change? Do you think that – let me ask you this. Let's do yes or no. That's it. Do you think that Alabama should start a different quarterback against Wisconsin? Type Y if you think yes. Type N if you think no. I'm going to say no. Surprise, surprise. I don't think that we're anywhere close to that. It should be, I mean, 90% ends. No, but I mean, come on. We're way too early for there to be another quarterback. There should not be another quarterback. It's all, no, there's how are we on that press conference? Look at that. See? There's no way you start another quarterback. No. And for those of you saying yes, I still love you too. It's fine. What's that?
I'd say the chat says it's about 25% yes.
Okay, yeah, but I mean that's 75%. No, I mean it's yeah. I think that Ty will be a fine quarterback when it's his time. But right now, Milroe provides you so much more ability to win games. And was he inaccurate tonight? Hell yeah, he was. The deep ball, that was the first time that I haven't seen the deep ball there for Milroe. I'm going to have to do a rewatch. But that offensive line, man, I don't care who you put back there. You have a player like Wilcom Formby at tackle? I don't know. Kalen Deboer's press conference coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. As soon as it's live, I promise you, I'll bring it here. All right. While we're waiting, can you guys just name one player that you would give a game ball to? It's the end of the game. Everybody's in the locker room. Give a game ball out. See who you giving the game ball to.
I think Jam.
Yeah, that's he certainly deserves one. I think I might go with should we give a big one to Tim Keenan?
Yeah, I like him too because he had the sacks and the most tackles.
And you know who really changed the momentum of the game tonight? I'm dead serious. Was Jalen Mbakwe. That punt return that he had, I don't know, how far was the punt return that he had? Like 35 yards or something like that? We're getting a mix. Tim, someone's here in there with Tim Keenan. I love it.
It says Mbakwe's punt return was
28 yards. Yo, so Jan Miller, looks like Jan Miller and Tim Keenan getting a lot of love in that aspect. Hey, and we all might disagree on whatever, but remember, Auburn lost. And as soon as Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference goes live, I'll bring that right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 49 minutes and probably still have an hour to go, which is cool because I want to get your take on the game. Call in. Let me know what you think. Hey, Don Ray, kill tack in with another 5 spot. Don Ray, that dude, I don't understand why Elijah Pritchard didn't play earlier. Clearly he could play. Are you watching the press conference, Tuti?
I am. Yeah.
All right, I know. But someone's saying Oregon is getting hot with Oregon. Always blaming Milroe, but yeah, we went to the playoffs. I know, dude, Kyle. I know, man. He's been probably the most polarizing quarterback that I've covered. You know, that didn't really see a lot with Bryce, Tua, maybe Jalen, but I feel like this Jalen, it's more streaming limit reached. What does that mean? How many people are watching the game? All right, still waiting for Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference.
And yeah, Oregon is trailing by 3.
What's the score? Boise State?
Boise State 17, Oregon 14.
Okay, all right. And going into this game against Wisconsin, I haven't even looked at Wisconsin yet. I haven't seen who they've played. I haven't seen anything about Wisconsin. I really haven't. All I know is their quarterback is Tyler Van Dyke, and when I think about Wisconsin, I think of a team that runs the ball and plays pretty good defense. But now that they got this quarterback over there who's thrown for 8,000 yards, you got to think that this quarterback is better than any of these other quarterbacks that Alabama's faced, right? I don't know. And then after that, you have an open week, and then you go and face Georgia. Is this team ready to face Georgia? No. Austin, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you. Going to Wisconsin is going to be tough. It'll be an opportunity for this team to grow up. And, I mean, we have to highlight him. Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference should be live, I mean, anytime. I promise you, I'm looking for it. So, how about the play of Ryan Williams, too? Yeah? All right. Stand by. Going to bring in Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference. Give me 1 second. Stand by. And then after Coach Kalen Deboer, like I said, I'll take you guys' call, so just hang tight. Here we go.
Joined by head coach Kalen Deboer. We'll have coach begin with an opening statement, and then we'll go ahead and take some questions. Please leave your hands up. I'll get you.
All right, you bet. Obviously, going to the fourth quarter, 14-13, and, in a fight. And so, tip of the cap to USF for fighting. But also, there's many things that we look at that are things we got to definitely clean up. We talked down in the locker room about, learning the lessons about the things that, didn't go right, but also understand if we just keep fighting, good things can happen. And in the fourth quarter, staying away from the penalties and turnovers, it's amazing what can happen. And so defense did a nice job forcing some field goals. And just as we went through the game there in the fourth quarter, I think those were key, So us scoring touchdowns and finishing drives other than the fumble, which was certainly unfortunate. Again, a lot of things we need to clean up. Guys got to do a better job when they make a big play. You got to tuck it away. All the things we work on, all the things we discuss, going to be, a lot to learn from. And so excited about the challenge, the opportunity, because that's what this is. And I think you need games like this, and this isn't a wake-up call or nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's just, just keep raising the standard. I think this game last year was an important one, that propelled them last year, and it'll probably be the same thing this year. That's my hope.
Thanks.
Questions?
Let's start in front left, Chase. Right here.
What are some of the things that you do in practice with ball security, limiting turnovers, and is that something that'll be more of a focal point this coming week?
Yeah, I mean every day there's something, but Tuesdays is a big time priority. We start the week off with that, and there's other things. I mean, it is we talk about the ball as the program, and how important it is taking care of it, and also getting it. And so really we won't have to raise the level of how much we stress it, because we stress it significantly. And so, it's guys just learning, that when you make a big play, there's people behind you, they're chasing you, they're coming from all angles, and we got to do a better job being conscious of that. And, just guys got out of their game a little bit, and got a little loose with it. So we'll watch on film. I don't know exactly how the fumbles were created, but, a lot of the things we talk about, I think, are what happened.
Stay on the left side, Nick.
Yeah, I don't think we saw Elijah Pritchett on offense until about 6 minutes left. What went into him not playing until then, and kind of then inserting him at that point?
Yeah, he got last game just a minor ding, and we were trying to get through it. He didn't practice much early in the week, but practiced Wednesday and Thursday, and so was ready to go. Probably worked a little bit more on the left side, and we felt good, after the week was we've gone through the week that we were just going to roll with what we had with Book and Gino, but he was ready to go. He could have started the game, and we were just trying to hold on as long as possible. Just try to keep him 100% healthy. He got through just fine tonight, and I think we're going to be in better shape offensive line wise going into next week. So it was a little touch and go there at some points during the week with a few different guys.
Jump to the right side, so Katie. Side right up here. Yep, thank you.
Just kind of building off that, how did you see the offense shift and change in that final 6 minutes when he came in the game and kind of things opened up?
Yeah, it was just not having penalties, not being behind the chains. You guys saw it too, and it's hard to call a game. It's hard to overcome, second and long, third and long situations. And so, we had to learn some lessons the hard way tonight. There's no doubt about it. 2 touchdowns that are called back, because of holding calls and obviously the turnover inside the 5-yard line. But, when we didn't hold and we were, move the ball forward, good things were happening. But we have to be able to do it on consecutive plays over and over and over again and have sustained drives. And so, last week we probably didn't get put in that position to where we had to sustain drives, right? We were explosive. The ball was down the field. Guys were making huge runs. And so, that mindset, has to kind of carry over from this week to next week in an understanding that we have to grind the ball, grind it out every once, grind it out. It can't just be explosive plays. And with that comes, executing. And there's other things too that we certainly can be better on, things we can help Jalen out with. Jalen, I know how he is. He's going to put it all on himself, and that's the way he always is. But there's other things we can do to help him out. Sometimes they're kind of on the borderline of a missed assignment. It's just guys not executing and helping him out as well as they could up front. The skill guys, it's a whole team effort. On offense, every guy's got to execute. Everyone's got to do their job for it to go clean.
Go back on the left side here.
On some of those penalties, I think we saw you get a little bit heated, with the officials. Just for us that haven't watched you, over the years, just how often does that happen, and what were you seeing on some of those that was getting to you?
Yeah, they obviously saw, and I saw some things too on why they called stuff. There's other things I felt, and when you get into where it's that tight, now all of a sudden everything gets called tight, and so I get it. It's just, I'm just trying to make sure kind of that everyone's held accountable, and I got to hold my guys accountable when we aren't executing and doing the things. And there's a lot of calls that, I mean, most of them we were holding, you know, and we were doing things that you can't do. And we got to clean up our part of it. But, you know, just making sure that, you know, the things that I saw also that I was addressing, that I wanted them to make sure they kept an eye on.
Got a few questions in the middle. Start with Steven right here.
Coach, on the touchdown run, Jalen Milroe, just saw the passion and how he's fighting to get in that end zone. What does he bring this offense from that perspective, his passion as a running back?
Yeah, he's just really quiet when you know, he doesn't like to say too much, but when he gets a chance to touch the ball, you know, we see what can happen. And you know, you don't get to see it a lot in practice because, you know, it's different tempos. The scrimmages, we've seen times where what you saw tonight, him getting loose and making those guys miss. I love the cutback. He did it early enough to where really, you know, there wasn't a lot of chance for the defender to make a play. So he's explosive. He can run inside. He can run outside. Just, you know, did a nice job all around. And, you know, I know he'll take it super hard, too, with the one turnover he had there, too. So, you know, he's got a fire in his eyes, and he came back, you know, wanted the ball, and that's what I love about him. You know, that's what I love about a lot of our guys. You know, they want to get back in there. They want to get back in the fight and go help the team.
Let's go to the back of the room, Mario.
Coach, towards the end of the game, there's a couple times there were some momentum starters, I would say, for momentum with Ryan Williams having that big touchdown catch, and then also, too, with Jalen Mbakwe stepping up with that big kickoff return. I guess to have those guys be so young and make plays like that when it's really needed, how impressive is that?
Yeah, a lot of new faces, young and even some just guys coming into this program that have really helped us out. And the foundation is still all the guys that have been here. You know, they understand the standard. They understand that, and the leadership down in the locker room, whether it's halftime, whether it's the end of the game, just, you know, holding each other accountable, including themselves, but also, you know, showing that, hey, we can be better. Look what would happen if we just played our game and did our job and did it the right way. And you know, Ryan, you know, and the catch that he had, you know, I love that. That Jalen has enough confidence in him to rip it out there and let him go make a play, you know, because there's a lot of options on that one play for Jalen. He can hand the ball off, he can throw a little perimeter throw, and he can also throw a hitch out there. And he chose to go to Ryan with the hitch and identification, being on the same page. You know, I love that he trusts, you know, Ryan in that moment. You know, when we got to keep the chains moving. You know, we're looking to score, of course, but you know, Ryan coming through. He's done that a few times now, obviously, and you know, those are just the steps that I love seeing. Bach stepping in when we needed a return, you know, and doing what he did. That was really key. He just, you know, unfazed, hopped in there. He's very confident. We've got a lot of confidence in him. Unfortunately, obviously, Cole went down and he was ready to go.
Time for a few more questions. Start on the left side of Tony.
What did you see, or what did you think of Tyler Booker's move to left tackle? And then he's so good at run blocking from that left guard spot. Do you feel like you guys kind of were limited in that move, or, you know, in some of your consistency in the running game?
I think wherever he's at, we're really good. You know, I'm sure he's going to look at it and learn a lot about playing tackle, just with the number of snaps he's played in his career, you know, versus guard. And, didn't worry too much about him at all. I think a lot of it is just the number of reps that they've had together, and it was just pretty much this week for few practices, and it showed. It showed that we weren't on the same page with different things and different calls, and so, they got to tighten that up. But Book certainly provides a punch and impact wherever he's at. When he's inside, it's just the firmness of the pocket, the run blocking, the push off the line of scrimmage. It's strong, you know. And when he was outside today, I didn't really worry too much about, you know, a rush and on a one-on-one. I thought he looked really good in practice. I was excited on Tuesday when he took some reps there. And, we rotated a lot of different groups or multiple groups of guys at different spots throughout the week. But he looked good there. And I was very confident going into tonight with him at left tackle.
Jump to the right side, Charlie.
You mentioned a couple minutes ago when Cole Adams went out. Just do you have an update on where things stand with him?
Yeah, he just had an arm injury. And I would say we'll have to see, you know, exactly where that's at, just to the extent of that, you know. I didn't necessarily see, and I didn't even realize it was his arm until he kind of got up. I thought it was something something in the lower leg, but we'll kind of see where he's at throughout the week. But unfortunate. I mean, he was, I think, more just frustrated that he got hurt than it was maybe even the pain that he was going through. But I'm sure it didn't feel good.
Last question, Ryan.
Coach, the way your team finished tonight, what does that say about your team? What have you learned about your team, and how does that carry forward to the next week and weeks ahead?
Yeah, I'm not going to ever question. I told them this. I'm never going to question the want to. And the way they practice, they practice hard. The energy, in the locker room before the game. I mean, they wanted to go out there and I felt like there was a lot of guys straining out there. It's a word we use a lot to make plays, to finish. Sometimes we're straining too much, and we got to understand that you can't make that push in the back, or you can't tug the jersey. And that split second of a hold, and those moments were the ones that cost us a lot of momentum, a lot of big plays. And so, in the locker room, we talked about learning from it, and there's some great lessons on learning that if we just stay in the fight and we just keep playing and live to see another down, it's amazing what this team can accomplish. And so, remember this time when it was 14-13, I believe that's what it was, and you just kept swinging, you just kept playing, and I'm proud of that. That's what it's going to take to win some close games, even if they're not pretty, because all wins aren't going to be that way.
Thank you, Coach.
Awesome, thank you, Roll Tide.
All right, Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I'll be right back, and we'll take your calls up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being patient. Thank you very much for joining me on the postgame show. I have to get a couple things polished up before we get going. The phone line is officially open. Let me set everything up. Sorry. There's a lot of there you go. That's the call on the number. Give me 1 second. 1 second and I'll get your calls. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to do like 40 things. All right. Hey, we got a super chat from Caitlin. See, we upload that? All right, appreciate it. All right, phone lines open, 865. Looks like we got Angel and Pigeon Forge. Let's do it.
Here we go. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here, man. Welcome on in the show. Angel from Pigeon Forge. Alabama beats South Florida. It wasn't the game what we wanted within the first three quarters. Alabama was able to pull it out and, you know, kind of win handedly. Your take, man. Welcome to the show. Come with it.
Yes, yeah. First of all, I'm kind of pissed off what happened today with our O-line, especially Formby. And I really am upset about that too, because I'm asking, like, why did Coach Deboer didn't bring him out, which is why my question is for that. Which honestly, he was struggling against South Florida. I mean, and then also the turnovers too, especially with the punt.
Mm-hmm.
The kickoff return thing issue, that was also a problem. And then later on in that fumble too as well. We got to get better at ball security first and foremost, because we did not care about giving the ball. Like, we were fumbling balls left and right. Jalen fumbling the ball and the goal line. I mean, I'm just scratching my head about that, because ball security has always been an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And it needs to get fixed, or we'll lose a playoff game again, like what happened last year with Michigan. Like, I mean, it feels like it's deja vu again on that part. And South Florida, look, they brought their best game because they were ready to take down Alabama, and it didn't work. But, man, they played their tails off, and Alabama slept on it until, like, the last quarter of the game, which is upsetting because there's no reason for Alabama to struggle like that. And everyone wasn't clicking, you know, like offensive line was throwing penalties left and right like it was candy at a candy store. I mean, it's just, to be honest with you, I don't think we can I think next week it'll be a closer game at Wisconsin, because I don't really see being a high-scoring game next week. It's going to be a low-scoring game, I feel like, because this whole offense, like, we struggled. I mean, it was painful to watch. I'm not going to lie about that. But all I have to say about that is just we need to get better ball security, because we were just fumbling balls. And it sucks what happened to Cole Adams, too, as well. I hope he's okay, but, man, we got a lot of things to clean up. And what were your thoughts on that last the play before that, whenever the guy fumbled the ball, like, near the outside of the hash and everything and all that?
Mm.
And then Jalen, you know, he was trying to be more stylish, not being serious about football or whatever, because that's not the Jalen I know from last week. And, what's your thoughts on that, really, with, you know, the struggles and all that, especially with the ball security issue? That's a big problem. You have to clean that up.
Yeah, I'll answer you on the other line, man, but I appreciate you calling in. Thanks, Angel. Appreciate it, bro.
Thank you, man. Roll Tide, man.
All right, Roll Tide. All right, that was Angel from Pigeon Forge. Call line open, 205-850-1994. Appreciate the call, Angel. I think when you look at ball security, I mean, it's something that Coach Kalen Deboer even addressed, you know, in his post-game press conference. He said that's something that they work on every single Tuesday. I haven't seen Alabama, you know, turn over the football like that. I haven't seen I can't even remember the last time a running back did fumble. With that said, Jam Miller, you know, next play mentality came with it, and I thought Alabama put together a really good fourth quarter. The fumble by Kendrick Law, you know, on the kick return, you know, I mean, it was just kind of one of those nights where I thought that It just wasn't Alabama's night, and I thought they had to battle through that adversity. I think, a lot of it stems from the offensive line. I mean, this offensive line clearly is not the offensive line that you're going to see even next week against Wisconsin. I mean, even Coach Deboer alluded to that. You're going to have Caden Proctor back. I would imagine that Pritchett starts. Now, Coach Kalen Deboer he kind of dodged the question why Pritchett didn't start sooner. I mean, I can't believe that Formby played 3.5 quarters or whatever it was because, sometimes you just got to pull the guys. And I would imagine that we see Pritchett at that right tackle position. Ball security has to improve. I mean, you had the fumble by Jalen. You had the fumble, that snap. What was that about, right? And then you also had, so what was it, 3 fumbles? Was it 3 or 4? All right, 347, you're up. Hey, welcome to the show. I appreciate you calling. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, what's up, Kyle? This is Jonathan. I grew up in Alabama, but I live in New York City now. Man, it was a tough game. And what I want to talk about is penalties.
Yeah.
Penalties.
Geez.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
The penalties are just, and it's stuff that I don't know about you, Kyle, but I feel like some of the stuff, it was the same thing that we were talking about last year with the, with some of it's the motions and stuff. I know everybody has to be set before the ball snaps. 2 people can't be moving at the same time. But the false starts and stuff like that, just a sloppy play is not gonna work against a good opponent. And I don't know about everybody else. I see a lot of people, saying a bunch of crazy stuff. I think we just need to relax, take a little chill pill and realize that, this is a totally new offense. I'm not making excuses for the ball security or anything, but I think if you look at the penalties, you look at all the turnovers and everything, we still were able to pull it out. I think we played – I mean, you can always play worse, and everybody knows the saying, it could always be worse. But we played pretty bad for the first 3 3/4 of the game. So I just think we need to work on the penalties and just get back to playing football. Just get back to doing the basics. And I'll hang up, Kyle.
All right. Appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you so much. Nice call from 347 calling in from New York City. 417, you're up. Also have an available call-in line. I'll get the call-in line up on the screen. It is 205-850-1994. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Call in 417 and 910. You're up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. When we look at the numbers for Jalen Milroe tonight, 17 of 27, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns, 27 rushing attempts, and it came up with 2 touchdowns. I'm curious to get you guys' take on Jalen Milroe, and as you see right here, the stats. For me, it's hard to grade this guy when the offensive line is playing at that level. That said, I thought he was really inaccurate tonight. Just wasn't it. Then again, he comes through in the fourth quarter, connects with Ryan Williams. You know what I thought was interesting before I take my next call is, and I love the question in the post game, was that 2 freshmen stood up in the fourth quarter. Jalen Mbakwe, look, sometimes, you just need a big play to change the momentum of the game. Alabama didn't have a lot of momentum this entire game, but when Jalen Mbakwe came in for Cole Adams and he made that play, you saw a little bit of a spark. And then Ryan Williams coming through with a big touchdown run. I thought that really, it kind of charged him up. I love the play from Kobe. I love the play from Jam. You do, like Coach Kalen Deboer said, you need games like this. It wasn't the best game 4 quarters wise, but in the end they put it together. Hey, Paul, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for being here. 417, let's do it. What's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Austin, Buckhorn, Pennsylvania.
Austin, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in from PA, man. Come with it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I gave you that super chat. You deserve all the love you need.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Appreciate
anyways, you. That offensive line, man, that was something else. But Yeah, I gave my shout out to the offensive line because how poorly they did, but also it was due to, I think, kind of the scheme that they had running with that offense of South Florida. I mean, it's totally different than you see anywhere else. Maybe something similar might be Ole Miss or a team like that that can kind of run the same way. But other than that, I mean, it's totally different than anywhere else you will see in the college football world. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it's second game of the season. I mean, I ain't really too worried about it because just to verify, after Wisconsin, there's a bye week, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So yeah, we have plenty of time to kind of work everything out. But other than the offensive line, I mean, I ain't taking any like shots at Jalen Milroe or anything because, I mean, if you actually looked at that game, as soon as that ball was snapped, he had like 3-4 seconds, and that fucking pocket collapsed
100%
immediately. So he had to like roll out like as soon as that ball touched his hands, and he couldn't really do anything with it. So
and that's kind
that's all I really had to do.
Yeah, I get you, and I'll answer you on the other line, man. But I appreciate you calling in from PA, man. Take it easy, and thanks for the super chat, man. Appreciate you.
Yep.
All right. 910 and 256. You're up next, and then available line open 205-850-1994. And that's the thing, you know. I know that a lot of you feel that, you know, about the quarterback play, probably like to see a different quarterback, and that I'm on the Milroe train or whatever. Like, the thing is, I do believe in the kid, but at the same point, like I saw what you guys saw tonight. I mean, when he was under duress, he was very inaccurate. This was one of the first times that I felt that his deep ball accuracy wasn't there. I mean, even in the opener against Western Kentucky, I know it's Western Kentucky, but like his grade was like 96, whatever. I thought they did a really good job bottling up Ryan Williams, but also some of those passes were overthrown. And my goodness, if that other quarterback, Byrum Brown, if he could throw the ball, I don't know what the score is in this game because, man, Alabama was torched a couple times. I saw Fromm inside the comment box saying no tight end play. You know, it was interesting because Alabama was a lot of 12 personnel sets. I mean, they had 2 tight ends a lot. I mean, and you'll see it on the snap counts. I'll post the snap counts probably Monday. But, you know, 1 reception to Robbie Oots for 3 yards and then 1 to C.J. Dupree. But these guys were out on the field a lot. And I would imagine it's because their tackle was struggling so much. But at the same point, I saw the tight ends on the same side of the field. I don't know. We'll have to dive into it. But we'll go to our next caller right now, and it's a 910. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, how you doing? This is Larry calling from Fort Knox. How you doing? I just want to say I love your show, by the way, too. But a couple of things that I saw definitely is with the coaching adjustments, too. Just like you said, with Byrum Brown on the opposing team, had he had a good ball to throw, we would have been torched on a lot of the plays that were going on in the secondary. But my main thing was just coaching adjustments. Definitely, I didn't see too much 12 personnel in the game, as much as you may have saw. But I felt like had we had Robbie Oots and C.J. Dupree on that same side of the tackle, we may have had more help. So I feel like that probably would have worked out best too. So definitely with Jalen Milroe, I think trying to extend the play instead of taking those sacks, he may have should have thrown the ball away several times too. That would have helped us out as well. But it's just crazy how we come alive in the last 6 minutes and we scored 28 points with the switch with Elijah Pritchett and Wilkin Formby. I just thought that was wild. So that was my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if Pritchett could play in the fourth quarter, why couldn't he play in the first quarter or the second quarter? I mean, it was a continuing thing. Look, exactly. And I think at this level, I mean, it's okay to say your honest opinion about the players. I mean, they're pros in my opinion. I mean, the guys are getting NIL deals. I mean, they're driving around fancier cars than we are. You know, we can be critical of them. And if you guys want to call in and be critical of any of the players, that's fine. I mean, that's part of it. I want you guys to have a voice out there to be able to talk about the team, good or bad. Look, while we're focusing on the offensive line, I wanted to ask you about, you know, a player like Jalen Milroe. You know, I love the fact that I don't love the fact that he fumbled, but I love the next play mentality, and I love that you keep feeding him. That run, when we rewatch it, and when Alabama football, their official Twitter account, cuts it up with Chris Stewart in the background, man, that was a nice run. It reminded me of some of the Alabama running backs of the past, like the big, imposing, powerful backs. And I think when we get into the nitty gritty against bigger teams, I think the combination of Justice Haynes, and I get it, you didn't see too much of him tonight. Besides that last touchdown at the end, he had 41 yards off 12 carries. But I think those two guys right there, man, I just love what I see. I mean, you look at the production that they've had in just a small sample size. Your thoughts on Jalen Milroe and his performance tonight?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you as far as Jalen Milroe having that amnesia mentality. Like, you got to forget about the bad play.
For sure.
Capitalize on the time you get opportunity, And that's exactly what he did. And I think, and even Justice Haynes, he was a little slow at the beginning. But I think when we went away from running the ball, there was one possession where I think we threw it 3 straight times. And, I think once we have that 12 personnel in and we run the ball and punch another team in the mouth for a good amount of time, then we can go over the top. And that's going to give the running backs the confidence that they need, too, as far as rushing the ball, too. But definitely, Jalen Milroe and Justice Haynes, they're going to be an effective force for us later on in the season because it's hard to get a good gauge from the Western Kentucky game. And then even this game, it takes about 4 or 5 games to kind of figure out what type of identity you may have, with a team. But I definitely think, with those two, still in the back foot, we utilize them the right way with the right personnel on the field. Once they get their confidence up, we'll just go over the top, and then we can make big plays because we had 7 targets towards Ryan Williams tonight. And they were expecting that because they knew that he was going to be somewhat of another Jamison Williams or a big playmaker that we've had in the past. So, yeah, I 100% agree. You got to have amnesia and be ready to capitalize on the next play.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point. I mean, 7 targets to Ryan Williams. I know you don't have it on the screen. I'll update it when we do the snap counts and whatnot. But he had 7 targets, and so did Jeremy Bernard. I mean, and there was a lot of big plays that were negated because of penalties, right? You look at the 74-yard run by Jalen Milroe. You look at the big play by Kobe Prentice. You look at another touchdown run by Justice Haynes. And even Coach Kalen Deboer, which I thought it was, well said. He's like, this isn't even a wake-up call, but you need games like this. Kind of in your season. Even last year, this game was frustrating. Last year's game was frustrating. I don't know. You know what? And I don't think anyone has called in, and I'm sure you guys are thinking this too, but South Florida, credit to Alex Golesh. He beat Alabama a couple years ago at Tennessee. I would imagine that he gets another opportunity in his young career to coach somewhere else. He's a good coach. I appreciate you calling in, man. Call in anytime, and we'll catch up with you next time, all right?
Will do. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much.
No doubt, man. All right, 708 and plenty of room to call in, 205-850-1994. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. 708, let's do it.
What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's up, man?
Kyle?
Yeah, who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Jay. I'm calling from Chicago.
Jay, what's up, man? I appreciate you joining the show. Thank you very much for joining us from Chi-Town. Go ahead.
Oh, big fan. Look, I think the only thing I'm going to really go with here is, and I'm not going to beat up on Jalen Milroe. I think what people got to really realize is you go back and you look at those big games that Jalen Milroe has, the offensive line plays extremely well. I think because Jalen Milroe is we tend to kind of bless him with being a running quarterback. He's not as impromptu as most people think he is. Those like a Caleb Williams. Okay, I'm gonna pull it down. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna do this. His process is a little bit more methodical than that, which means he needs to have a little bit more time. So when that line is in chaos, his thinking process and his game process and ability is also in chaos. So he's the guy. He's the best guy for us to win in the locker room, but the offensive line has to play better.
Yeah, I mean, this is really kind of this is a pieced together offensive line, and even Coach Deboer in his post-game press conference said wherever Tyler Booker is, that's kind of the strength. But I mean, Tyler Booker playing tackle, Wilcom Formby playing right tackle. I mean, he struggled tonight, and someone pointed out inside the comment box, which I'm glad you did. He's only a redshirt freshman. They were sending a lot of blitzes, whether that was through the middle, through the outside. Big opportunity, and I'm sure Wilcom Formby will get better from it. But I think Alabama's offensive line against Wisconsin, with Caden Proctor, and we haven't even seen Caden Proctor yet. And Pritchett.
I'm really curious about what that injury is too, because to be pregame and then getting ready to go into your first game of the season, and then all of a sudden you're in street clothes and then you're out for the next 2 weeks. It must be a lot more significant than I guess maybe we probably originally conceived it was.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing about the shoulder is there's a million things that can be wrong with your shoulder, right? I mean, you can just say shoulder and it's I have no idea. And then the other thing was this team has gone through, there hasn't been too many big injuries, but they're it's kind of, there's been some injuries, like even Cole Adams, poor dude, man. I mean, it looked like an elbow to me. Coach Deboer just said arm. But I thought one of the changing points of this game was when Jalen Milroe got the punt return. Sometimes it just takes a small spark like that to get things going.
We were sitting there, and I thought that was really, the crowd was a little flat and getting a little worried. I think the people on the sidelines on both sides were getting a little worried, and then that play kind of got everybody going and got everybody's juices going, and then we were able to kind of run a set of plays without a lot of penalties and things. And, I think when they go back and look at that stuff, I think, you really got to adjust to the way that the referees are calling the game. But and maybe I might be being a homer on this, but there were a few of those plays in there that I felt were penalties, like the one, there was 2 plays that I definitely thought that Ryan Williams was held. Now, again, there wasn't a whole lot of separation in those plays, but a hold is a hold regardless of what the circumstances is. And it is what it is. When you're playing the game, you got to adjust to the refs. If they call in a tight game, you got to kind of stay away from some of those things. If they're letting you play and letting you be roughhouse a little bit more, then you get to do that. But you can't do it when they're throwing a flag every other play.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks for joining us, man. And I appreciate the dialogue, man.
Yes, sir, baby. Appreciate you guys, and roll tide.
Roll tide to you, man. All right. Give me 1 second real quick. All right. Thank you, fam, for joining me. 251, you're up next. Let's do it. Thank you very much for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is a real nobody from L.A., bro.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. I always see you inside the chat, so I thank you very much for calling in from the West Coast. I used to live out in Los Angeles. I had good opportunities out there.
Bro, it's L.A., Lower Alabama.
This is the 10th time that's happened to me. I love Lower Alabama too, so it's cool. You know what? I need to go down to Fairhope again. I went down to the Grand, and man, it was so nice down there. All right, maybe for that bye week, I'll go down to Fairhope and do my show from down there. Anyways, a real nobody. Welcome on in, man, and come with it, man. Welcome to the show.
Look at your comments, bro, from the prediction show. I called 42-17. I was off by 1 point offense and 1 on defense.
Hey, you know what, too? But wait, before you go, a real nobody, you know what? I changed the hat, and Alabama started rolling. All right.
Look, man, the offense. Oh my, that shocked the hell out of me. No offense. I know you're on YouTube, and we got to watch our words, but there's things this offensive line has to learn. But Nick Sheridan should have called a jet sweep to the right sometime in the second quarter to put this game away. The soft coverage on the right side was insane, and I called it. And Jalen Milroe run that touchdown, and they got that holding call on Formby, and I was like, it was open for a quarter and a half. Why didn't you call that? What scares me the most about USF, I'm telling you that coach at USF is going to be at Florida next year. Golish will be in Gainesville next year, no doubt.
I could definitely see that. Yeah.
But, there's no doubt. Golish is the man. But, why didn't they call something a jet sweep to the right, something stretch the field to the right? They played on the left hash all night long and didn't call anything to the right. They're scared to death of the right side of that offensive line, and that worries me as an Alabama fan.
Mm-hmm. Does it also worry you that if they play a team with a good quarterback, that there was the camera angle of ESPN, they kept showing corners being beat, but the quarterback couldn't get the ball to him.
Bro.
That was freaking me out.
Dude, there was 3 plays in like
Yes.
6 snaps that all the corners got beat, and I was like, you're just teaching Georgia how to beat you, Alabama. You better get your game together. I don't know what happened, but Alabama didn't come to play. I don't know if it was celebration, NIL, what it was. But this week, Alabama wasn't ready to play, and this is an embarrassing win, and I hope they learn from it.
You know what? Yeah, I thought one of those plays that one of the DBs was getting beat. I thought it was a replay. I looked down and I looked back up and I thought it was a replay. It was literally the next play. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But you win a game like that. I think one of the game balls. By the way, for the 326 that are on, I appreciate you guys being here. Will you guys please post a game ball? Who got a game ball? It was actually Caitlin. Who said this, which I agree with too. T, you said Jam Miller. I said Tim Keenan. James Burnup.
Tim Keenan was a beast, bro.
Yo, James Burnup, I'm serious. When you look at flipping the field, and sometimes we take punters for granted, he did a really good job punting tonight. What are the stats on him? I don't think we have the updated stat. Huh? Did he punt like 6 or 7 times? Who was your game ball to?
You asking me?
Yes.
There's so many on the defense. I'm an LT Overton fan, and he was all over the field when he played. He didn't. LT Overton's a cleanup guy, and he did play good cleanup. I really worry about our punt returner, number 7.
Cole Adams.
Oh, that guy got injured. Oh, Cole's a beast. I hope he's okay. Mbakwe is going to fill in for him, and I'm glad they subbed Mbakwe in early to punt return. But Cole Adams is a beast. If I had to give a game ball, James Smith. James Smith was a beast. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stats right now. So you have Jahad Campbell, who had 11, and sometimes the most tackles doesn't equate to like game balls, but Jahad Campbell, but he was everywhere. He was huffing and puffing at the end of the game. I mean, he was everywhere. Literally, he had 11 tackles. Justin Jefferson, important note on him, he'll be out the first half of the next game against Wisconsin because he went out with a targeting call. He had 10 tackles, 8 of those solos.
That was a terrible call.
Tim Keenan, this is a career high for him. 9 tackles, and he had 3 solos and a sack and a half. Malachi Moore had 7. Quindarius Robinson had 7. Deontay Lawson had 5. Tim Smith had 5. So, yeah, I mean, those guys definitely flying around. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for joining the show. And
man, I don't want to take up too much time.
Yeah, call in again. Yeah, I'm on. You can catch me, all week, so just keep me back. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for calling.
Yeah, hit up my prediction comment.
42-17.
42-17.
All right, man. I got you. All right, see you, man.
Have a good night, bro.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
All right, you know what? It's 11 p.m. You know what that means? It's Bama football after dark. It's Bama football after dark with your host, Kyle Henderson. Yo, what's the Oregon score? Is it kind of slimy with them and Boise?
Yeah, they're still losing. It's 20-14.
T, go ahead. One more time.
Boise State 20, Oregon 14.
20-14?
In the third quarter.
Oh my God, third quarter? Man. All right, we go back to the phone lines on Bama football after dark. We got a 205. Hey, welcome to Bama football after dark. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, man. Hey, Kyle. How you doing? This is Ralph Bryant, man, from Birmingham, Alabama.
Hey, what's up, Ralph? I appreciate you joining Bama football after dark, man. See, Oregon, like pretender, right, Ralph? Pretender or contender?
Yeah.
Right?
Pretender.
What and Ralph, I don't know how long you've been watching my show, but I've been talking about avoiding the Kool-Aid for Florida State and Notre Dame for such a long time. Each of those schools lost today. I don't know. Florida State probably lose again whenever they play, but Ralph, what's up, man? I appreciate it. Come with it, man. What you got?
Man, I'm just going to say, man, like, this was a sloppy game. Like, sloppy. But if you look at some of the things that we can build off of, our defense gets the stake on this game because they been and they made a lot of mistakes in certain areas, but they did not break.
Mm-hmm.
And they contain USF for for what they did. Will it be able to contain a Tennessee, a Georgia, a Texas? No, we would have lost this game. Be realistic, but for something that we can build off of, and we can look at the film and say, okay, hey, we need to clean this up because if we want to reach to the top, we need to clean this up. If we want to be the best in this game, in the next game, in this game, we got to clean this up. On the offensive line, I don't know what happened. But I think because of stress, you're going to always see tendencies come to the surface.
Mm.
You know, when a person is under a lot of pressure and it's stressful, things are not going their way. What you've been trying to hide, what you've been trying to, make look good during practice and everything. Once you get in that situation, your natural self is always going to come to the surface. And I think that what happened to us, we've been hyping us up, and we haven't been faced with a lot of challenges up to this point. Yeah, Western Kentucky, yeah, that was a nice win on paper, and it looked good on ESPN. But this game right here, we needed this game because what we finna face, we got South Carolina. It look like they about to play. We got Texas. We know they're going to play. We got Georgia. We know they're going to play. We got LSU, Tennessee. We got teams that we finna face in the coming, and we can't discount Wisconsin because, yeah, they may not do much in their division, but this Wisconsin, Alabama, they finna come up, they finna play. So I just want to know your opinion, what you think about it too.
Well, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Hey, will someone write the time down? I'm finally sitting at 5 hours and 40 minutes. Man, it feels good. I was getting a little tight on the lower back on Bama After Dark. Look, I think you're absolutely right. I think when you look to the remaining schedule for Alabama, you're going to face good quarterbacks. You face a really challenging away schedule. I know you guys don't like Tyler Van Dyke, but I mean, he's got to be better than these two quarterbacks that Alabama's faced. I mean, my goodness, TJ Finley was terrible. And this guy, the only problem, this guy was so inaccurate. But what was frustrating to me was there was this drive, I think it was in the second quarter. Alabama couldn't stop him. He was a monster. He was literally running up the middle. He was gashing Alabama. I mean, look at the stats right here. 23 this quarterback has rushed for over 200 yards career-wise against Alabama's defense. He ran for over 100 yards last year, right? I mean, that's a pretty gritty performance. 103 yards. I mean, I know that's not impressive, but 108 yards rushing off 23 attempts. If the guy could throw the ball, I don't know what the score is. But I think
I want to make one more point.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to make one more point when you finish.
Yeah, for sure.
Our running game, I don't know what happened, but we can't have an average of, at the half, it was at 1.1 average. We couldn't average 2 yards a carry up to halftime. We had a total of 26 yards rushing at halftime, and it wasn't getting better by the third quarter. It wasn't until 75 that subbed in for Elijah Pritchard, and things started to run. But we got to clean that up. And I seen from the other call to say the secondary was getting DBs was getting burnt. It was getting burnt bad.
Yeah,
out of position, flat-footed. They wasn't using no technique. So, I mean, this is a sloppy game, but I like what I see. I'm gonna be the bad guy. I like what I see. 'Cause I see a lot of potential. But if they build on it, we're gonna have something. But we can't do this again.
Yeah.
And I thank you, man, for taking my call, man. Roll Tide.
All right, roll tide to you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's Ralph calling in from Birmingham. Thank you so much. All right, let's do 251. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Andy from Foley, Alabama.
Hey, what's up? I missed your first name. What was it?
Andy.
What's up, Andy? Come with it, man. Welcome to the show.
if our defense didn't show up in the last quarter and a half, we lose this game. Plain and simple. That's how bad it got.
Mm-hmm.
With Wisconsin coming up next week, we need to come out and play. I've watched Wisconsin's game today. Their quarterback's good in both throwing and football IQ. So we need a defense and we need a offense that can come out ready to play and ready to have a hard-nosed game.
You know, I thought it was interesting too. I thought, I appreciate the call. Also, and I asked the caller earlier about this, you know, because look, the defense, you know, they have come through in the red zone. I've been really impressed with their play. But how about this? Let me ask you something. And you're down there in Foley. Like, you have freshmen from Alabama making plays in the fourth quarter. Like, Jalen Milroe comes in, has a big punt return, and then Ryan Williams. You know what? Ryan Williams has 3 touchdowns in 2 games. I mean, think about in the early career of Coach Kalen Deboer, he has these 2 young, probably the 2 best freshmen, let's face it, in the country on his squad. What were you thinking when you saw Jalen Milroe return that punt and then Ryan Williams catch that touchdown?
I think the tide turned with that punt return.
Yeah, 100%. Me too.
That lit a spot under our rear ends. And let us know that we were actually in a game. And I'm going to throw a name out there that it's going to need to be a receiver to watch for. Perry Thompson from Auburn. Yeah. He was committed last year and then he decommitted over the summer last year. But if our DBs play like they did tonight, we're going to get torched in the Iron Bowl.
by Peyton, and they lost to Cal today. Hey, I appreciate you calling in, man. Call again next time, and have a good night, okay?
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you, buddy. All right. Good call from down Foley. We got a 443 coming up next. I want to thank our show sponsors today. We have Rolling 778. It was our game sponsor, which we really appreciate. We got our Touchdown Club, Caitlin, Nick Bowling, Garrett Clemens, thank you so much. Claire and Kiltack, thank you so much. First Down Club, we got Nona at $10, a real nobody in Austin as well. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you guys supporting us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Hey, we got Don. Don has jumped in, and we'll go right back to the phone lines of 443. Hey, good evening. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are we calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. This is Kiltack calling in from PA.
Hey, what's up, Kiltack? I appreciate the support, man. Come with it, man. Welcome on in the show.
Yeah, man. I love the show.
Yeah.
I pretty much listen to you on my drive into work. That's about an hour long every day.
Cool. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
No, I appreciate all the news that you do. You know, the thing that was concerning was it's hard to tell how tired our players were getting with that hurry-up offense, you know, because our cornerbacks started getting really slow. I mean, Malachi Moore was doing a pretty good job the whole night. I think people will notice that, like, when they review the game. But, yeah, I just feel like the hurry-up was kind of slowing us down real bad. But our guys still, you know, did a great job keeping them from basically just getting field goals, except for that one touchdown. And the thing that's concerning to me is we must have just insanely bad depth at offensive line for Kalen Deboer to wait 75% of the game to even think about taking out that freshman. It must be really bad that they would deal with, you know, 5 penalties, basically letting through every blitzer that came in. Like, he's a young guy. Maybe all the stunts they were doing were confusing him. Who knows? Maybe he's just not as strong as he needs to be. But it's just crazy to me that they wouldn't take him out. So, that's what's concerning to me. But I think with our starting O-line, I think we're going to do fine against Wisconsin. I think our running game is going to be great against Wisconsin. And I don't know if anybody's been watching Wisconsin for the past 10 years. They don't throw the ball. So hopefully our corners can handle that. Maybe we'll have 3 games in a row with bad quarterbacks. But, who knows? That's all I got, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Kiltack, and I appreciate the support, man. And be safe on your driving, man. Appreciate it. Kiltack calling in from PA. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, you guys have talked about, the Wisconsin quarterback. We had a caller from Foley said that he watched him today. I think he's going to be the best quarterback that we've faced so far, but we'll see. And I think the quarterbacks are only going to get better as we move forward in this season. I mean, these first 2 quarterbacks just weren't it. Someone said, I think they scored 4 touchdowns in 7 minutes, something like that. I mean, this play clearly has big play capabilities, which I love, and I really appreciate it. I mean, a lot is this guy right here. Just you look at the game momentum changers, and Ryan Williams is clearly it. I'm thinking about having a show tomorrow morning too, so I kind of dabble with it. Usually I have kind of like a Sunday monologue where I kind of go over things, but a lot depends on, kind of how I'm feeling. And plus, you stream for 6 hours. You need some rest. Plus, I want to kind of dive into it. So we'll see. And then, of course, Monday, Coach Kalen Deboer back at the podium as we turn the page to Wisconsin. I appreciate you guys being here, all 240 of you guys that are, with us, Bama Football After Dark. What's that Oregon score?
Let me see.
All right.
Looks like 20-20.
20-20? Oh, my goodness.
8 minutes left.
All right. We would watch it on this TV, but it says streaming limit.
We try to limit.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's working downstairs. So.
Okay. All right, fam. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hanging with us today. Thank you to all the game sponsors today that, supported us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for continuing to support us on the show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I wanted to just, do something that was a little bit dynamic. So we do the game watch-alongs where it has stats, scores. I'll go through and update all these stats along with the Pro Football Focus grade, so we have something to look forward to in terms of context, the overall stats, and we'll continue to bring the news to you as it happens right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I really appreciate you guys for joining us today. Be sure and check out Coach Kalen Deboer's press conference, and I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Stay blessed. Enjoy your Sunday. Enjoy your health, because health is wealth. Get some good sleep. Enjoy the dub. And remember, if you ever get a little bit uneasy about this game, I want you to do 2 things, okay? Number 1, Auburn lost. Number 2, Notre Dame lost. And number 3, Florida State's 0-2. All right. I love you guys. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Get some Z's, and we'll catch you right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. I love you guys. T, thank you so much. You did an amazing job producing as usual. Catch you guys soon.